blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a be lesson. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda, ya. Soda, yeah.
Praise Yah.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Blessings. Boom, boom, upon blessings. That was Yashiyaha singing that song. All right, I'm going to get started. Sorry for starting so late. Been preparing for tonight's lesson. Let's go. Tonight's lesson. Hold on, let me put my this on so I can hear myself. All right, so I'll see. I can try to hear when I'm peeking. All right. Peace and blessings. All right, blessings to everybody worldwide. We coming on in. Let's go tonight's lesson. Epstein, Iran, Michael Jordan, and the Trumpster. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going down. Let me stop sharing that. Hold on. Let me bring my brothers and sisters in the building. Hold on. I know I'm small on the screen. I'm gonna get bigger in a minute. Invite guests. Copy. Copied. Okay. Let me close that. Close that. Let me come to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat. Everybody in the building so far. Control V. Hopefully the Most High allow us to get through a little bit of the shadow band tonight. That will be a blessing. Peace and blessing. Let's get started. Epstein, Iran, Michael Jordan, and the Trumpster. Yeah, it's going down. Oil, power, and prophecy exposed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, who that coming in? That's Hakyama coming in. Peace and blessings, Hakyama. Blessings. Boom, boom. All right, let me make us, hold on, let me stop sharing that. There we go. Peace and blessings. All right, let me get myself together. We getting started. Now, Hakyama can let anybody else in who comes in. All right, peace and blessings to everybody who's here so far. Everybody in the ministry. Everybody who find us. Happy Shabbat Sabbath day. Shabbat Shalom. Peace and blessings on the seventh day that the Most High had made and set apart. Let's go. Tonight's lesson, Epstein. Let's go. Here we go. Let me go to this one. I'm gonna grab this one first. Bang. I'm gonna come back to y'all. I'm gonna share screen, window, bang, share. Boom, 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 blessings. All right, that was Yashiyaha singing that blessings. All right, I apologize for starting so late. I had a rough one, but we here now. All right, shout out to Daya Rock in the building. Had a rough one, but we here now. Shout out to Delara Shah in the building. All right, let's get started. With that Hayazak, everybody, shout out to T-Tree, Flav T-Tree 1 in the building. All right, so Epstein, that's the thumbnail. Epstein and the Trumpster, Files and War, Iran, Michael Jordan. Y'all see that one? Y'all see that right there? Back home in your living room? Michael Jordan, the Epstein Files. Over here, you got the Epstein nasty ditty, right? You got the king of the ditties, all right? And then we got Iran, we got Lebanon, Iraq, the Black Sea, all right? And we got our president over there. All right, let's get started. Epstein and Trump, Files and War. All right, peace and blessings, everybody. Let's get started. Shout out to beloved brother in the building. All right, so I'm going to start this off. Family, when we start to take a step back from all of the headlines and we take a look, all of the stuff that they're showing us all over social media, all over YouTube, all over Instagram, all over TikTok, right? The stuff that they flooding us with. When we take a step back, but look through the lens of prophecy, that's when something really starts to take shape. The Bible warns us a long, long time ago. It gave us plenty warnings that history would move in cycles, or what they would call repetitions, repetitive loops, right? Empires would rise and empires would fall, right? Nations will struggle in war and battle against nations. Alliances would form and alliances would fracture, right? And the world would slowly move toward a moment when the systems of men would reach the limits. Yeah, we are seeing nation rise against nation. Everybody, it is so much happening right now. We got wars, rumors of wars. We got Hollywood exposed. We got all the ditties being exposed. We got all those who was harming the little ones, harming the innocents, harming the women, the children, the babies, the little boys, even the men. Everybody getting exposed. It's so much exposure going on that people are starting to freak out and just everybody guilty now. It's like everybody guilty to proven innocent, right? So, we looking at everybody 100 on the live. Thank you, Zayala. Welcome. We got 100 on the live so far. We gonna get started in a minute. Now, 100 on the live. We're gonna get to the first video clip of the night. Now, it's like there's so much being exposed all at one time. Y'all see it, it's all over the place, right? And the prophet Daniel saw a pattern. He said this thousands of years ago. In Daniel 2, in the Bible, it says King Nebuchadnezzar dreamed of a towering statue. It was the symbol of a human empires that was spanned across time. It said its head was gold, its chest and its arms were silver, its belly was bronze, its legs was iron, and its feet were iron mixed with clay. All right, now this is prophecy. What Daniel in the Bible saw, it explained that these metals on this statue represented kingdoms, successive kingdoms that would rise on earth. These kingdoms would rise, but the final stage was the most unstable of them all. In Daniel 2 and 43, it says, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with the clay. See, that means that in the last phase of global powers on this earth, the strong and the fragile would be mixed at the same time. It would be strong but fragile. Powerful militaries, vast economies, monies, global alliances, yet they would be divided. They would be strong like iron, but they would also be brittle like clay. And when we look at the world around us, we see all of this conflicts rising all through what they call the Middle East, right? We see the global markets, right? And when we watch every barrel of oil moving through all of the lands, getting stuck at a strait called Hormuz. They're getting stuck at this little choke point, right? We going somewhere. Let's get started. Now, the Bible it tells us throughout history, the prophecies, ancient texts, that all the kingdoms will start to war against one another. You understand? There will be wars and rumors of wars. We're actually seeing it play out. All right? Now, these global powers are competing against one another. All right? Here we go. Now, let's get started. I'm going to first clip. Where I'm going to go first? I'm going to go somewhere first. Do I want to do this one first? Because we got some stuff to bring out tonight. Let's do this one first, right? Let me do this one first, then I'll go into that, right? All right, so as we see, there's so many things being exposed in this day and age, okay, that
You're muted.
that's crazy. All right, so now they're gonna mess with me too. And it's all right, so and now I know they're gonna mess with me too. Thank you for allowing me, let me know I'm muted. All right, now, so as I was saying before they muted me, I was saying that there was things that were shown to us, but all of us we didn't have eyes to see and ears to hear back in the days to be able to discern what everybody who was being victimized was exposing. So now, once we go back and we refresh everything that was happening from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago, you know what I mean? We can see that a lot of the victims were speaking out, but we were ignoring them. Their cries wasn't heard. But now, a lot of them are not even here. They're dead. But their cries, their blood is crying out from the ground, the victims. So now it's giving power to some of those who were victimized, who now they can speak out. They're feeling validated now to speak out and knowing that they wouldn't be disrespected and told to be a liar and told to shunned away. Now, so the victims now have a voice as well. The survivors of victimhood. Now, copyright disclaimers in effect. The first clip of the night, we're gonna get in. I think we're gonna get into Michael Jordan as one of the first on the thumbnail clips. But I'm gonna do this clip to bring us in. This clip right here. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let me do share screen. Share screen. All up. There you go. Stop share. Share screen. Bang. This one. This one. Yeah. Share. See, it's little young ones like this young brother right here who was telling his story, but no one would listen. All right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only.
This teen actor exposed Hollywood's treatment of child actors years ago, but no one took him seriously.
The scariest thing was Rodney would refuse to wear clothes. And I didn't know this until I met him, but he...
What? What do you mean he refused to wear...
He doesn't wear clothes. No, listen to this.
There's too much here.
He wears a red silk robe that he's had for like 12 years, and he doesn't wear anything on underneath it. And so it was very traumatizing for me to go...
It's traumatizing for us hearing about it.
But that's part of who he is. It's Rodney. You know, you got to expect that. But I go to a read through for the script the first week of shooting, and he would just be sitting there, you know, in his silk robe, you know.
Okay, you have destroyed 14 careers in one interview.
All right. Now,
the
thing I want to point out about this little short clip is this young man was exposing on TV what these Hollywood executives was doing when they would go to audition for these positions. And this little nasty man, whoever that man is named, he said, would be naked in a robe by these young kids, right? But did you see him talking about you've ruined like 13 careers, right? That remind me of the Barbara Walters interview when Corey, what's his name? Not Corey Haim, the other Corey, when he was saying it, and she was like, but you're ruining people's, Hollywood careers. So they were more protecting the PDFs than they were caring about the children, right? And this is another thing, Corey Feldman, thank you, Laria. And this is another thing that they did. Watch this. I'm going to point this out. I'm going to play it one more time. Watch this.
This teen actor exposed Hollywood's treatment of child actors years ago, but no one took him seriously.
The scariest thing was Rodney would refuse to wear clothes. And I didn't know this until I met him, but he...
What? What do you mean he refused to wear...
He doesn't wear clothes. No, listen to this.
There's too much here.
He wears a red silk robe that he's had for like 12 years, and he doesn't wear anything on underneath it. And so it was very traumatizing for me.
That's what I want to point out. You know what they would do? They would put a laugh track. Now, this is what was happening. They would put a laugh track whenever these people, the victims, would tell their stories. They would put a laugh track under the thing to make it seem like this was a joke, right? And it wasn't a joke. Now, do y'all not know? RIP to this young man. If somebody in the chat knows his name, could y'all put it? He's unalived. Yeah, they unalived him. Just like, early. They did him early as a teenager. All right? Not too long after this. So when these youngsters would expose this, a lot of them would get unalived. But they would put a laugh track under him. And so the uncomfortability of them trying to come out and tell a story, they would like laugh and they would, but they were telling the truth.
Refused to wear clothes. And I didn't know this until I met him, but he...
What? What do you mean he refused to wear...
He doesn't wear clothes. No, listen to this.
There's too much here.
He wears a red silk robe that he's had for like 12 years, and he doesn't wear anything on underneath it. And so it was very traumatizing for me to go...
It's traumatizing for us hearing about it.
But that's part of who he is. It's Rodney. You got to expect that. But I go to a read through for the script the first week of shooting, and he would just be sitting there, in his silk robe,
Okay, you have destroyed 14 careers in one interview.
All right, let's get to the next clip. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Now we're going to get to Michael. Do I want to do Mike? Let's do this one first before we get to Mike. All right. This is another, these celebrities, okay? These celebrated entities, right? This whole culture of molestation and violating the cavities of men. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Excuse the cussing, please. I tried to take it out as much as possible for reactionary purposes only. We don't write to the video. We're reacting to it. These celebrities. Share this tab instead.
Come see me anytime they want, nigga. Shout out to the agency, nigga, that I come see me anytime they want, nigga. Shout out to the agency, nigga, that I just come out of the what, closet? Shit, I been out the closet, nigga. Nigga. I been out that motherfucker, nigga. Nobody give a fuck about no closet. I'm the dead homies, bro. Shout out to the motherfucking agency, nigga.
So,
He said, shout out to the agency. He been out the closet. Right? Ray J, right? So we did the video when we did the who was that? Benny Medina and the Will Smith and the Quincy Jones, right? And Ray J was tied into Benny Medina because he managed Brandy and they met Ray J when he was this little boy. So you hear him now cussing. Talking about he been out the closet, right? Now, watch this. Excuse me for the cusses. Shout out to Majestic Minister.
I'm the dead homies, bro. Shout out to the motherfucking agency, nigga.
So, Ray J, everybody, your fan or your man, he's not mine, he's yours because y'all love him for some reason. But anyways, he was performing at a concert last week. He's performing and stuff, and he has this orange jumpsuit on. First of all, when I saw the picture of him performing, I'm looking at him and I'm like, did he just get out of jail or what are you doing, Ray J? But anyways, he's performing. I guess he thought he was Usher, but he has flowers in his hand. And then this is the part that got me.
And so you see, this is prophecy right here. This is, the Bible says, worse than the days of Noah will the end times be, right? Where the men will take on that which is unseemly, the woman would take on, right, that which is unnatural. And as you see, this person is speaking out something against Ray J, and look at him, or you know what I mean? It's like, it's just, my goodness, bro. It's all over the place. It's so rampant, right? And it's like, it's so rampant. Now, let's continue. Yeah, that's what I'm like, my goodness. It's just, my goodness, man. They all over the place. Shout out to Yabayan, all right? Oh, peace and blessings to my little man, little Elijah. Elijah is 12 years old, everybody worldwide. Shout out to Elijah out there in Conway in Arkansas, a little 12-year-old that watches our ministry. I want to say a prayer out to you, Elijah. You stand strong, young man. You stand strong out there. You have an anointing over your life, and the Most High has blessed you with gifts. And as you go forward, it's gonna shine. I was told that you also don't like, you stand up for people being bullied. I was like that when I was young too, Elijah. When I was young in elementary school, I would fight the bullies too when they tried to bully little kids. One time I got beat up really bad fighting a bigger dude, but I stood up for the bully. I stood up for the little boy. He was fighting someone even younger than me, bullying him. So I say, I'm proud of you, young Elijah. I'm proud of you. And hopefully you keep watching the ministry, and hopefully it builds up your spiritual man to be a strong man of the Most High on this earth. We need you, young king. You're the next generation, and I'm really proud of you. I want to say a prayer out to your mom as well, and prayers over you and your mom as y'all go forth and be the light on earth. All right. Love you, young King Elijah. Stand strong. 12 years old out there in Conway, Arkansas. Peace and blessings, young Elijah. Keep going strong, King. All right. Now, so we gotta build the generation so this doesn't continue. What's on the screen? What's happening to the young men? You see, he got his legs all crossed. You know what I mean? So anyway, you heard
Over
Ray J.
200.
We over 200. All right, we getting started now. We see Ray J talking about he's out the closet, right? He's like, you know, he got a gauge and see, and he been out the closet. Copyright disclaimers. Watch this.
But he has flowers in his hand, and then this is the part. But he has he's performing. I guess he thought Ray J. But anyways, what are you doing, Ray J? But anyways, he's performing. I guess he thought he was Usher, but he has flowers in his hand, and then this is the part that got me. He has blood coming from his eyes. What the hell, Ray J? Take a look.
Y'all see the clip? So they saying Ray J was performing, and they were saying he had blood coming from his eyes. I don't know if it's real or not, but this is what's going on. All right?
Ray J's not okay. He's not okay. He
don't know if it's a stunt or not, but this ain't a stunt right here.
See me anytime they want, nigga. Shout out to the agency, nigga. Did I just come out of the what, closet? Shit, I been out the closet, nigga.
All right, now let's get to one of the titles of the thumbnail. Tonight is Epstein, Iran, Michael Jordan, and the Trumpster. Oil, power, and prophecy exposed. Y'all probably saw this clip, but we're going to break something down about it. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect for reactionary purposes only. We're reacting to this video. Michael Jordan. Most of y'all probably saw this clip, but we going somewhere.
This man is playing around with somebody's son, and it looks like a pause moment. It got to be a pause, a super pause. Everybody's talking, it's going viral. Michael Jordan, what are you doing?
All right. So I know some of y'all saw this clip, but we're going to analyze something, right? Because there's a lot of debates about the clip, right? So they say that Michael Jordan was grabbing, so, you know, you got a lot say that he was fondling that little boy's booty, right? Others say he wasn't fondling the booty. He was getting ice out of his shirt, right? They said that they had dumped ice and it was getting ice out of his shirt. We're going to see, well, we're going to show something. We're going to break this down, all right? Now, right here, this, you see him? This is Michael Jordan, and he's hugging on the little boy right here, right? And then he starts tickling his belly, right? And then the mom comes and she takes him. Watch this.
This man is playing around with somebody's son, and it looks like a pause moment. It got to be a pause, a super pause. Everybody's talking, it's going viral. Michael Jordan, what are you doing?
All right, now I want to point out, did y'all see when she took the child? Right here. So when she took the child right there, she doesn't have a big smile on her face. She doesn't look happy at all, right? And when she takes the child, she like turns her head, takes the child, and walks away, right? So he's apparently, tickling the child in his belly. So what I would like to say is less is more today. A lot of people are skeptical because a lot of the stuff that's coming out now with the Epstein Files and all these PDFs, right? So as grown men, shouldn't be doing nothing to know. Yeah, doesn't even look at Jordan, no icon. That's what I saw. That's why I said that looks really suspect right there. The way she grabbed the baby, she does not look happy. She kind of looked like she's like, give me my baby. That's what it looked like. You know what I mean? It kind of looked like she like, give me my baby. Yeah, she grabbed him quick and took off. That's what I saw, right? Watch, I'm showing it one more time. I'm going to play it back.
Pause, a super pause. Everybody's talking it's going viral. Michael Jordan, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing,
She
Mike?
grabbed the baby. Now, I zoomed in on this. Now watch this.
Doing? What are you doing, Mike? Why are you touching a little white boy like that? I don't care if you playing around. Michael Jordan, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mike? Why are you touching a little white boy like that? I don't care if you playing around.
So now what I did, I slowed it down because they were arguing saying that he was getting ice out of his shirt, right? So I really slowed it down, and then I'm going to zoom in with it slow. And we're going to see if he's getting ice, actually getting ice out of his shirt or something, right? Because that's what people were saying in the comments. He's getting ice. Others are saying he was grabbing his butt, but when I slowed it down and zoomed in, I could see he's not on his butt. He's at the top of his waist. He's definitely not on his butt. But watch this. See? So I inched it. So he pulls the shirt, pulls the shirt, he pulls the shirt, he pulls the, this is just, he pulls the shirt, this is too much. He pulls the shirt. Now, what some are saying is that he's tickling him, like he's playing with him, right? And he's trying to get the little boy's attention. He wants the little boy, and the little boy. So Michael Jordan, yeah, for those who don't know, he had a race car team, a race car in the Daytona 500, and they won. So they won the cup, right? And the head driver, the winner driver, that's his son, right? And he's really excited, right? And he also sued, I think, Daytona 500 for some crazy, like 60 million or 600 million or something. So some are saying they put this clip out to try to defame him, right? So you got some saying some are saying he was raping on his butt right here. Some are saying, no, he wasn't. He was getting ice out of his shirt. He was, but if ice was down this little boy's shirt, right? The little boy is not even reacting to what he's pulling on his shirt. So if ice went down your back, you usually would kind of shake the ice out of your shirt yourself. You know what I mean? If you got ice dripping, dripping down your back. As he's pulling, I don't see no ice falling from the bottom of his shirt, right? So others are saying also that he's tickling him, trying to get his attention. And the little boy doesn't pay attention. I don't know if he's focused on something or he's just actually trying to ignore him, right? If he probably like, oh, leave me alone or something, right? Because that many times of someone pulling on your shirt, you would turn around, right? You would turn around the first time they pulled on it, right? So I don't know if someone really got his attention in the front or he just like, how you try to ignore somebody, like, stop messing with me, bro. Like, leave me alone. Like, I'm just ignoring you. All right. So now, watch this. So I made it go really slow. So there's no ice coming out the shirt. And that's not how you get ice out of someone's shirt. Do you understand? If you wanted to get ice out of someone's shirt, you just pull the shirt away from his skin and the ice will fall out. You don't have to do all that. So I think what it looks like here was he was tickling him, like messing with him, trying to get his attention. But right, but it's too close to his butt. But I guess that's not on his butt. That he's grabbing his shirt at the top of his waist. But it's way too. I mean, that's a child. That's way too. Right? That's way too much. Okay, so I'm gonna do it one more time. So the little boy's daddy is around. He's the winning race car driver. Okay? He's the winning race car driver, right? So, all right. So that's what we're breaking down, poking holes. We're trying to break down because some are saying that they're saying he was grabbing on his booty. I'm showing that is not his booty. All right. Why don't you calm down, Avery? Y'all people so unhinged. You understand? Dang, bro. He's like, grow up. Don't you see what we're doing? We're trying to discern because people are saying that he was graping on him, and we're going clip by clip, and I'm showing that he's not grabbing on his butt, but I'm also showing this ain't got nothing to do with ice. So what I'm thinking is he was trying to tickle him to get his attention. Okay, this is the race, his friend's son. Okay, all right. So Avery, calm down. Stop being unhinged, bro. People come in so quick and be like, stop quick to judge. All right, now let's continue. All right, so let's break this down because I read all the comments. You got people you got people tripping out. No, he molested him and he doing this, but this is not. All right, so let's continue. Watch. All right. So that's again really slow. See? So he's pulling on his shirt, right? So it's clearly this got nothing to do with ice because you ain't trying to get no ice out your shirt like that. I think he's just trying to get his attention, like grabbing his back. I'm guessing the little boy don't want to be bothered, right? Because he's apparently not trying to, he's ignoring him. So then, then he goes down and he starts grabbing the back of his leg, rubbing up his leg to like tickle on his leg. And that's when the boy, he gets his attention, he turns around and look, he looks down. Now, everybody listen clearly. All right? I did a zoom in this time, right? Now, watch this. Zoom in, we zoomed in. Now you can see he's clearly grabbing his shirt. See? Then, so what I think is happening is the little boy, you see he got his Jordan shorts on and everything because that's his dad's friend. So he couldn't get, the little boy was ignoring him when he was grabbing his shirt. So then I guess he decides to rub on his leg, which is not good with these little shorts. Do you understand, guys? That's what I'm talking about as a grown man. I'm talking about what you are to be cognizant of what you're doing, especially today. Okay? You are not, I would never in my life grab nobody's child, no little boy, or rub on their leg like that, trying to joke or get their attention or nothing that with these little shorts on. Even before today's, all the stuff that's going on today, I still wouldn't have did it. All right. So, all right. So you can see that's clearly, that's not his butt. That's the top. That's his shirt right there. I don't know. I don't know. It's the top of his butt, right? It's Weirdoville. I don't care what you say. It's Weirdoville, right? And then to go from there and start rubbing the bottom, his legs, right? And then you got people obsessed with celebrities. Again, we're bipartisan and we try to rightly divide. Now listen clearly. You got others in the chat that was saying, oh no, he was just rubbing the water off his leg because the ice might have slid down his leg. No. Then you got others saying, no, he was tickling the back of his thigh to try to get his, I don't care what you, yo, leave the kid alone. Then if the kid is ignoring you and don't want to answer, right? If he's not acknowledging all this pulling on his shirt or whatever this is, right? Then you leave him alone. Okay? You shouldn't even be doing that anyway. I'm just saying. All right, now watch this. I'm gonna let it play. It's gonna go fast. Okay. Now watch this. Bro, that looks creepy no matter how it just don't look right. Do you understand? As a grown man, especially in today's environment, you know what I mean? Back in the days, we might have ignored this, right? But this don't look right on no shape, form, or fashion, right? Nobody should be doing this to your child, my child, or nobody's child. That's probably why that woman took her baby from him when he was rubbing on the baby's belly, when he said this Biden. That's hilarious, right? And I know it's like Biden behavior, I know, right? Look at that, bro. That's too much. That's too much. All right. So there you go. So I right. So yeah, no matter what you say, that's that's bad. All right. So maybe I don't know what what land, what world he living in right now to think that's okay to do something, do this to a child. No, 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 no. All right. All right. So shout out to Bam Bam in the building. Shout out to everybody new in the building. Shout out to the other brother who just came into. Shout out to at Eda in the building as well. EAITA. Now, all right, so and then this, so right, the beginning one, he rubbing all on the baby. So you're just doing too much with babies, bro. Like leave the babies alone, right? We at an age today, guys, where don't be picking up nobody's babies. You understand? Grown men, keep your hands off these kids. I ain't touching nobody, kid. You're only if you know if someone wants to, if the like someone in the ministry, brother in the ministry, he wanted me to hold this kid because he wanted me to bless the kid. So they're right there, the mother and the father said, could you hold the child? So I grab the child and I hold him back and I look at him like, hey, little man, and that's it. But, all that other stuff, I ain't touching nobody's kids. You understand? Y'all understand that this ain't the time to be, yeah. So, that's Michael Jordan. You're crazy. What is he talking about? Who cares about some Michael Jordan? I don't know, boy. You people think y'all love some celebrities, bro. That's what's wrong with y'all. That's what get yourself diddy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying Michael Jordan did. I'm saying Michael Jordan shouldn't be touching on no babies. I could care crap. Who he? God? These people be crazy, bro. Y'all people is tripping. Give a crap about no Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is an a-hole of a person anyway. That part. He ain't got no great personality. Have you ever heard anything about him? Did you ever met him? You ever did something for you? Yeah, they make these false idols. That's Michael Jordan. Who gives a crap? I don't give a crap about no Michael Jordan. Y'all tripping. It's favoritism of men. That's some Diddy stuff right there. Grown man talking about another man and you all excited about another man. Knock it off. We're trying to bring righteous correction and open rebuke. All right? So this is if you really love them, then you'll be trying to contact them, tell them don't do this. Yeah, he do own all the private prisons and stuff. I don't care about none of these celebrated entities. Y'all can miss me. I don't give a crap that you could play basketball. And, right? Come on, bro. Knock it off. All right? So, again, if you really cared about him, to tell him, leave these kids alone. For these people put you under the jail. You understand? He sued the Daytona 500 and they put this stuff out. It's look crazy. All right. So Michael Jordan's in the Epstein file. So let's get to the Epstein file, right? Let's see what that's about. All right. And then we're going to get to the other clip tonight. Let's walk this on down in the thumbnail. So this right here is the Epstein file, right? Stop share screen, window, bang, share. All right. So these are some of the Epstein files. So he's mentioned, but the thing is, just because someone's mentioned in the Epstein files don't mean that they did something. All right. So if you look it up, I looked it up and there's really nothing to see, right? It says Jamie is the Michael Jordan of finance. That's one of them. Michael Jordan, we want to empower you to be the kind of person who can make it happen, right? Plastique, an online payment startup aimed at bringing credit card payments. Bringing credit card payments. Oh, what did I do? I went to the other set, right? So I went through some of it. I really couldn't find nothing, saying he was on the island and no crap like that. It's basically, they just mention them, bringing credit card payments to the industries which tend to shy from supporting Michael Jordan. Just Jamie is the Michael Jordan of finance, has not left the building. So, this thing just moving forward. All right. Yeah, so it's really nothing. High performance players are idolized and enlarged, as with the mythic Ulysses, Jesus, founding father. Yeah, they are idolized. Rockefeller, Einstein, Michael Jordan, right? Of course, even a great professional basketball coach must occasionally dream of fielding a team whose players are all clones of Michael Jordan, from his perch high above the dance floor and flanked by supporters, superstar friends like Michael Jordan. Woods look over the balcony and say, "Oh, that tape. I'm gonna have to open up some of these one day, though. I didn't open up all of them because I'm gonna do a deeper dig to see your mama goofy. Nah, let me stop. Dirty Jersey. I'm sorry that you don't have a life, okay, and that you are so weak that you want to get diddy by Michael Jordan, right? So we're trying to divide, we're trying to discern, all right, if Michael Jordan is something negative in the Epstein files. We're trying to discern, was it okay for him to be doing that to that little child? But you're a grown man that's riding Michael Jordan's Johnson, so you call me goofy, all right? So I'm sorry that you're such a fan, right? Boy, these little feminine men, bro. And you got the nerve to say dirty Jers. Dirty Jers, I'm sorry, New Jersey does not claim you. So you can beat it and go, you can go rub on Michael Jordan the way, you know, bye-bye, all right? Dirty clown. All right, so anyway, yeah, Michael Jordan, Epstein Jr., Leonard. I'm saying, but these favoritism of men is crazy work. Like, I wasn't raised like that. But who raised you? Did he? Right? Got the nerve to try to put a blot on New Jersey's name. Shout out to Newark, New Jersey. Shout out to Trenton. Shout out to real dirty Jersey. They ain't co-signing this crap. All right, now, so all right, dirty Jersey, we're so sorry that you are. Maybe you need to go take a bath, dirty. All right, all right. So bye-bye. All right, we're not doing this with you. All right, so everybody, don't if he can't if he can't be a grown person and discern what's happening right now, if he don't have the intelligent quotient enough to understand that we're just trying. Nobody accused Jordan of nothing. He's like, Jordan, Michael Jordan, I love him. I love him. We know you love him. We're trying to make sure you don't get diddied again. Clown Jers, right? All right, now, here we go. So, look, he's Michael Jordan. Oh, man. All right, so let's get started. So there's nothing really to see here. I'm going to have to open up one of them, though. I'm going to open up one of them one day because it's a lot of them. And I just read a couple of things, right? So I want to make sure ain't nobody saying nothing, right? But I know Jordan was never at the island. They ain't got no stuff against him like that, right? All right. So, yeah, I know with his little sneakers. All right. So, all right, here we go. So let's get to this clip. Let's get to, where are we going? We're going to grab, it's this other window. All right. This one. We're going to go to, let's get to Iran and Trump and the Epstein. Now, this is going to be a great lesson because there's going to be a lot. What's going on in the Iran war, you guys are going to have a full understanding of what's really happening with the war, right? So I'm going to go to the first clip, right? And we're going to go to some of the attacks. And then we're going to break down what's really happening and what we as the Western Hemisphere in America, as we're at war over there in the Eastern Hemisphere with Iran, what we can expect, because they got a lot of agendas coming across the news and media, right? Saying like they're gonna bomb us and stuff like that, right? Now, all right, so, bro, get Michael Jordan's thing, bro. I'm sorry, but Michael don't know you, dirty. Go take a bath, go out and play some basketball, and get your own life. Okay, we're off Michael Jordan. Okay, I know you're on him, but we're done with Michael Jordan. All right, so it's okay. It's okay, dude. right? There's other topics. We're going to talk about Iran. We're going to talk about Epstein. We're going to talk about the Trump stuff. So hopefully you can you can just let go of Michael Jordan for now. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Let's react to this video. Here we go. Shout out to my Cherie in the building. All right, here we go. So hopefully let me see what y'all see. Nope, y'all don't see that. I got to stop share. Stop share. Bang. Share screen. Share. This one. Share. Y'all going to learn something tonight. It's going to be a great clip. This is what's going on in Iran, and we're going to break something down.
In 2002, it was uncovered that
reacted to the video. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Copyright disclaimers in effect.
In 2002, it was uncovered that Iran was enriching uranium at 2 secret locations. The enriched uranium could be used for nuclear reactors or nuclear weapons, a fear the US and its allies had had for a while already. Iran has repeatedly denied its alleged pursuit of nukes. The US and Israel ran many attempts to stop the nuclear program. Through cyber attacks, the assassination of key scientists, and especially in the US's case through diplomacy. In 2015, the Obama administration and the Iranian regime agreed to a nuclear deal.
This is a good day, because once again, we're seeing what's possible with strong American diplomacy. Under the nuclear deal that we, our allies and partners, reached with Iran last year, Iran will not get its hands on a nuclear bomb.
However, in 2018, President Trump pulled out of the deal.
The fact is, this was a horrible, one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made.
All right. Now, what I'm about to break down and what y'all going to learn, it's going to be a great lesson. Y'all going to learn a lot of what's going on. So, for those who didn't know, there should be some things you didn't know. Because when these countries go to war like this, they can make you think it's about one thing, but it's about a total different thing. A couple of months ago, I did a lesson, and we was in a series, and I was talking geopolitical, and I broke down. This was when they was going into Venezuela and when they was taking Greenland, and I talked about the geopolitical stance that these world powers are battling for. That's China, that's Russia, that's America. That's the BRICS union over there that they made over there, right? These allegiances. And I broke down that these empires, America's one of them, they're battling for control of who's going to be the head of this new world order system, right? And I broke down that this involves earth mineral rights, it involves digital currency, it involves the petrodollar, it's monetary as well as physical global positioning. And I broke down and I said what America is going to do, and it aged really well, because everything that I said, this is what Saudi Take wanted me to do an update on the geopolitical. Y'all about to see some things, right? Tonight. It's going to be really good, and y'all going to learn. I'm just bringing the intro of what's coming out and what I prophesied and what I said, right? And I broke down that China, this is why we went into Venezuela, why we took Maduro, right? And Iran was next. I knew it, right? Now, what happened was this. So Obama and them made a deal with Iran because Iran was gathering uranium to make nuclear armaments. And so Obama made a deal with Iran that Iran said, okay, we will give away our nuclear, our uranium, because you need the uranium to be able to build the bombs, right? We'll ship away our uranium to keep, to keep a good relationship, a monetary relationship with America, right? So, but when Trump came in 2018, his first term, Trump threw that deal away. And Trump said it's a horrible one-sided nuclear deal. Now, most people who don't know geopolitics and what's actually happening on the world stage, what these powers are doing, because the Earth is a prison planet, right? And you got to look at the Earth because it's given over for a time to the devil, He is the God of this world, right? So the earth is a prison planet, and each of these nation states, they are all, they're, he got about, give him 2 more times, and then he's out of here. All right, because if he ain't gonna try to have, we understand he just want to talk about his girlfriend Jordan. Well, Jordan ain't his girlfriend. He want to be Jordan's girlfriend. Jordan don't go that way. Right? So calm down, clown. All right. So now, study to show yourself approved. Go look at the body of work and shut up. Beat it, clown. All right. Now, sorry guys. All right. I'm not going to entertain it again. He's just gonna be out of here. All right. So now, what Trump did, and most people don't understand the geopolitics, they were against it. What Trump did was he understood that the deal that Obama made back then with Iran ain't honoring that. So when Trump came in, they was taking his administration, they was taking another stance. So Trump was like more hard-nosed. Trump came in and said, listen, we ripping up that whole agreement you made with Obama, and nah. We want to make sure all of your uranium is gone. We don't want y'all to have no chance of having a nuclear bomb, because we know that y'all siding with China, because this is all about China. So China was building itself to be a superpower. Shout out to Diane. China was building itself up to be a superpower, right? Watch this. I'm going to show you. Watch this. Let's go. Come on, Father. He giving me my instructions now. Watch this. I can show you better than I could tell you, right? Stop share. Watch this. Stop share. Share screen. Here we go. Window. Bang. Share. Watch this.
So watch this. Holes just sub.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. And welcome to the channel. Now, I'm about to show y'all some receipts, right? Now this says the Islamic Republic imports anti-riot armored vehicles from China, right? So these news clippings and stuff that I'm be showing you go all the way back, right? They'll have the dates on them. This one's just in different language, right? Right? Now, China was supplying Iran, right? And it's a reason for that. It's because of the oil, okay? Now, let me show you this one. Watch this. I'm gonna walk this down, and then the video clip gonna be dope. Y'all gonna learn a lot. Share screen, window, bang, share. Y'all gonna know everything what's going on, and know that y'all ain't really got nothing to fear right here, but y'all know what's going on. So look at this, the largest oil reserves by millions of barrels. Number 1 was Venezuela, 304,000 barrels of oil. Number 2, Saudi Arabia. Number 3, Iran. Number 4, Canada, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Russia, United States, and then Libya. Now watch this, right? Shout out to Wonder Woman, shout out to everybody. Now look at number 1. The most oil reserve was Venezuela, right? We just sacked Venezuela. I'm showing y'all what's happening. Understand, listen clearly, because China and Russia and America are battling for the head of state. It's a east versus west war going on. It's hemisphere. It's a global war. It's the east versus the west. It's the biggest east versus west war of all times. It's the western hemisphere versus the eastern hemisphere. Now look at this. Now, Venezuela. Now, out of all the countries with the largest oil reserves, watch this. We own Venezuela now because we sacked it. Saudi Arabia is our partners. We partner with Saudi. We got a deal with Saudi Arabia. Iran, we didn't. Canada, we got a partner with Canada. Iraq, we sacked Iraq with Kuwait. I'm showing y'all something. United Arab Emirates, we got a treaty with Dubai and the Emirates. Kuwait, we got Kuwait. We sacked Kuwait because of the Iraq war. We got Kuwait. Russia, our enemy. And then Libya, we sacked Libya. They sacked Gaddafi. I'm showing y'all a geopolitical move. So out of all the largest oil reserves in the world, we now own Venezuela. We partner with our Saudi Arabia. Now we taking Iran. I want y'all to see. Now remember what he said? Didn't he say we're going to take Canada? I want y'all to understand and get out your feelings and understand. Look at this as a prison yard. The world is a prison planet. And look at this as if you in America's a gang in the prison yard, and then you got Russia's gang, China's gang, and they all fighting for head of the gang. Listen clearly, because if America doesn't do what it's doing, China will do it, Russia will do it, and then they coming for us. So a lot of people don't understand really geopolitical moves. That's why America now changed our defense department. Remember, it used to be called the Department of Defense, and they changed it to the Department of War. Right? It would have been better than them change the Department of Offense. And they said, because we ain't defending, we ain't about to be just on defense. No, we about to play offense because they coming. Now listen clearly. These countries, so everybody's like, man, I hate America. I don't like what they doing. If America don't do what it's doing, they're trying to conquer us. That's what y'all need to understand. They're not, none of these serpents, these kingdoms, these are kingdoms, empires, and each of these empires are corporations, businesses. You keep looking at America as just a country. America is a business. Each of these kingdoms are businesses, and you got to look at it like a business. You understand? You got to look at the strategic chess moves that they play. And right now they all vying for the head of the reserve, because now with AI and the infrastructure and energy, mineral resources, oil for energy, to run the facilities for the AI and the digital currency. They all got their own blockchain, digital currency, stablecoin stuff. So most people don't understand all of this stuff is tied. So if you look at this chart right here, now, let's say before America took Venezuela, before we now at war with Iran, we would only had Saudi Arabia, we had a relationship with Canada, and UAE. If we didn't do Iraq, we would, right? So look on here. China's ain't even on this list. Listen clearly. Our biggest threat as a country, as a nation, is China. And Russia and China have linked up and they started BRICS, right? And so with India, I think BRICS is South Africa, China, Russia, right? And they're a conglomerate to come against America, because that's how strong America is. But listen clearly. If they don't do this, then BRICS will take all of this. And whoever owns the largest oil reserves own the money, the power, right? And whoever owns their region in the map, right? The hemisphere. Now, if America didn't take Iraq, didn't take Kuwait, didn't take Libya. I don't like that they did what they did to Gaddafi, but it's not about your feelings. It's like, I didn't like what happens in jail and prison either. You understand? Yes, it's a constant and they don't understand that, Sarah. That's what people get in their feelings, don't understand that these other countries are coming for us. But you think America is just this. Yes, they all bad. They all got to go to war. They all not playing. Right? So if we don't fight and put our stuff down and lay down the law, then we will get ran over and taken over and bullied and invaded, and we would be somebody's slave. All right? Now listen clearly. If they didn't take Libya, because everything is about oil, the petrodollar, money, they are fighting to make sure that the dollar stays the world's currency, because if you lose your monetary position, then you lose your authority, right? So, and now everything's going digital. So they're trying to base the digital. That's why they have a lot of y'all don't know about digital currency, stable coins, right? So all of the stable coins, the digital currencies now is dollar back, USDT, USDC. But these other countries like China is trying to make the yuan their digital currency, right? Their stable coin. And everybody wants because the world's currency is going digital. You can't stop it, right? It's AI, like AI, right? So so each of these countries are battling to make their dollar, their currency, be the new reserve, right? the reserve currency. So America is fighting to make sure that the dollar is dominant. You understand? Come on, because who dominates the currency and who dominates the weapons in the war? Who is the big? If you can't fight, they coming to take your lunch. They coming to take your booty. That's what you gotta look at. Diddy. Okay. Yeah, it's facts over feelings. They be in their feelings, especially those who don't know geopolitics and stuff. Not understanding that the thing that this country is doing, even though we don't agree, is actually protecting our rights. Because if not, we will be invaded, and we do not want to be owned by Jinping and stuff. I don't know his name. That Chinese dude. We don't want to be owned by North Korea. We don't want to be owned by Russia. We don't want to be owned by nobody. You understand? Because it will not go well for us if we get conquered by one of these kingdoms. So we got to look at them as kingdoms. You understand? Look at them as kingdoms. And we are fighting, okay, for our position on the world, to keep our position on the world stage. Yeah, that's Kim Jong from North Korea, but the Jinping is the Chinese dude, right? Now, so if you look at this chart, you can actually see what's playing out. Now listen to this. So on the chart, everybody wants all the oil. See, China ain't even up here because China don't have none of it. China is getting theirs from Iran. Listen clearly, right? I'm going somewhere. China is getting theirs from Iran and that region, right? Iran was the third largest, but China was also getting it from Venezuela. You understand? All right. So Venezuela, which was number one, is on our hemisphere. I'm going to show y'all on the map. That we can't have, period. Because we can't have the foreign opposer in our hemisphere setting up in South America and having a stronghold and able to place their military arms and stuff, because then they can literally reach us with their, right there. They're in our backyard, right? So we couldn't have that. So people in their feelings like, why he being a bully? He going to, no. They're playing geopolitics. It's not a game right now. It's a time to stand up and claim what's yours or lose your position. Do you understand? Facts. And this prophecy playing out. Now, we know at the end of it all, the Most High, it's going to be nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. But that got a while to play out. So right here. So if you look strategically, we went and took Venezuela. The biggest, that's Maduro. We took the biggest oil reserve. That's strategic. That's chess, geopolitical chess move on the world stage, right? So that crippled China and Russia. China and Russia was getting their oil through Venezuela, right? So that, and they was coming in our hemisphere. They had a setup in our backyard. So we had to stop that. So they annexed that, right? They went to Maduro and kidnapped that fool, right? Now, well, that's my point. It's all illegal, Herbert. And that's the point, Herbert. Now, listen, I want you to understand this, Herbert. None of the stuff that these nations, kingdoms are legal. Now think about this, Herbert. Every empire, how did Rome get to own Italy and Roma, right? They went and conquered the Etruscans, the Sabines, unalived them, raped them, took the land. How did ancient Hellenes, own Alexandria, Egypt? They went and conquered the Rashidun Caliphate. And who they conquered? The ancient Kemet, right? And they did what? Conquered it, raped, pillaged, stole. How did America get taken? How did every nation on earth, guys, you got to understand, none of this is legal. This is all darkness. None of these kingdoms got their country states or their kingdoms by going and say, we just very nice people and hi. And, no, they came in and they pillaged, they plundered every land. It's nothing new. There's not one land you're going to tell me that didn't get done that way. And the ones who are too nice and don't know, that are not wise as a serpent to understand the devices of the serpent, they get what they call it colonized. They get enslaved. Ain't no colonized, they get enslaved, right? Now, this is every nation, and they keep doing it throughout history. Kingdoms fall and rise. Spain was one at the time, right? Portugal, right? Like you have all these. Rome was the kingdom at the time, right? Greece, ancient Hellenes. Kemet was the kingdom at the time. Assyria, right? Iran is just Persia, right? They fell, right? Babylon is Iraq, right? So this goes back. So you got to understand that all of this is ancient. So all of it is illegal. There is no legalities, because what you got to understand is these serpents, these kingdoms are actually principalities, dark principalities. You understand? That's why none of them really do the citizens right, right? Everybody, we still got to work. We could barely pay our bills and stuff like that, right? So, all right. So now, what's his point? Well, we talking geopolitical, bro. Hold on. We'll get to the point in a second. If you can't understand where we're going, then just follow along. All right. So now, anyway, let me not pay attention to the chat too much. So let me continue. So now I'm trying to let y'all see the strategy right here. It's right here on the map, right? If you can see that the first thing they did, this is current, it went after Venezuela, right? So now we got the number one oil supply that stopped Russia and China from having the number one oil supply to build their resources to come at us with. Do you understand? It's like boxing. It's like fighting. You're trying to take down your opponent. It's like really it's playing chess, right? You're trying to understand the chess moves of your opponent, right? Because that's what this is. This is geopolitical war, and they strategically setting themselves up on the stage, right? So we took Venezuela, right? So what was next? We already got a partner. Saudi Arabia is already an ally. We needed Iran, because that's where Russia and China really had Iran in his pocket, but China and Russia is together confederate against us, right? We already got Canada. That's why he was saying stuff like, we about to make Canada the 50 whatever state of America, because there's geopolitical, that's going to happen. See, watch this. That brother said, I'm going to do another prophecy. Watch. I've been doing this stuff for years. Watch how good this age. Watch this. I know y'all ain't going to like this statement, but watch how good this one age. I'm going to prophesy right now. I can guarantee you, and later, I don't know when, I don't know if it's months, year, how soon Canada will be a part, because we have to. We have to take Canada, just like we have to take Greenland, just like we had to take the NATO states and make it, just like we had to take Hawaii. We had to take Alaska. See, this goes back. People are thinking it's just new stuff. All of these in the Western Hemisphere, we're going to have to take Cuba. You understand? We had to take Venezuela, because we have to secure the Western Hemisphere, because they're aligning. It's like the enemies are aligning to attack. So you have to prepare your house, your border. Do you understand? You have to secure it. So they have to take it. So look, we just took Venezuela. We already partnered with Saudi Arabia. Now we taking Iran. We already partnered with Canada. We already took Iraq. We already partnered with UAE. We already took Kuwait. Russia's an enemy, and we already took Libya. Do y'all see this? This is chess. This is why they can't even, this is why BRICS had to posse up. They posseed up with all these other states to be confederate against us, right? All right, now watch this. All right, so I wanted to show that. Now let me get back to this, to what China with Iran, because now I'm getting back to, I just wanted to show that really quick. Now I'm going to do China with Iran, because I want to get back to the war right now, what's happening exactly right now. So it's this one. So I'm going to show y'all some of these news clips so y'all can have a full understanding of what's really happening on the world stage, right? Yeah, I know we do our diligence. So this is an old news. I'm going to get to other news clip y'all see with the dates of it. The Islamic Republic imports anti-riot armored vehicles from China. So this is just receipts showing that Iran and them is partnered with China for their wars, their military armaments and all that, right? Partner with our enemies. The friend of your enemy is your enemy, right? All right, so remember, this is warfare. You got to think of fighting, okay? Look at this. 2011. Chinese tech giant aids Iran. See, when Western companies pulled back from Iran after the government's bloody crackdown on citizens 2 years ago, a Chinese telecom giant filled the vacuum. So China See, this is all, guys, the political chess moves. They ain't none of this new. That's why you got to go back as well as to come forward. You cannot have an emotional response to something that's happened current day and thinking, you respond emotionally when you don't know the history of the geopolitics of the chess moves. You don't know what they did 4 chess moves back. You understand? So Chinese tech giant aids Iran, 2011. Watch this. ZTE, Chinese big billionaire company, got fined $1.1 billion for flouting U.S. sanctions against Iran. 2017, Chinese telecom giant ZTE has been fined $1.1 billion and will plead guilty to charges that it violated United States rules by shipping U.S.-made equipment to Iran and North Korea. Now, North Korea had a secret pact to make North Korea did a dope move. They call it the Korea, I think it's going to come out in this lesson. And North Korea secretly built their uranium, stocked their uranium, and build their nuclear weapons under everybody's nose. And then the way that North Korea let everybody know that they had nuclear weapons was in their mountains, they detonated a bomb. And then after that, the world stage knew, hold up, North Korea got nuclear? Then they detonated another bomb. And that was to let everybody know, oh, we got more than just one. Oh, we got nuclear armaments. And you know what that did? That made everybody realize, well, we can't invade North Korea. Y'all listen clearly. That let everybody know, okay, well, North Korea, we can't, because nobody can invade you if you have a nuclear armaments, especially more than one, because that'll start a nuclear war. That's why they always want these countries to give up, if they not to have nuclear wars, so that they can invade them whenever they want. They can be like under them. They could be their little flunky, these countries, right? So that's why they always want you to give up your nuclear wars. It's like telling you, like these, how they made these countries give up their guns, like Australia and United Kingdom and stuff, right? And then when it goes down, now the citizens ain't got no guns. That's why America ain't never giving up their guns. America will America will implode if it ever if our country went against the citizens to try to make us give up, the citizens give up the guns, America will implode, because American citizens they're not going for that. They're not going for that at all, right? And our country knows that. So and it's funny because that's the last line of defense against any invasion anyway, right? These countries know, like, yeah, even if you had a chance to invade, you got billions of guns in them. But anyway, let's continue. Chinese telecom ZTE has been fined. Now it's 2017, right? Now this is China going against the U.S. and building their relationship with Iran for that oil and that positioning, guys, right? And they need the oil and stuff to run the facilities for the AI and to run the energy, right? To run energy and for money. Right? Now, let's continue. ZTE Corp obtained and illegally shipped U.S.-made equipment to Iran in violation of the U.S. sanctions. So they got caught. So everybody, I know that I'm showing this because I want y'all to understand, because the media is making a lot of American citizens hate America and hate, why would people invade? The same way why they invade everywhere else. Why do they invade South Africa? Why do they invade Cambodia? Why do they invade Indonesia? Why do they invade? Because every kingdom, El Green, is looking to see what it could swallow, what country it could grab up under their allegiance, right? China, Russia, okay? You have the big ones. China, Russia, America. These are the 3 big dogs, okay? That's why they have a BRICS, okay? So, all right. So now, I'm not going to be distracted because he's probably just going to be a distraction. So anyway, but he got the freedom to write what he wants. He's not cussing or nothing ever, right? We can agree to disagree. All right, so let me continue. So as you see, I'm showing y'all receipts because I want y'all to understand when we don't understand the past and the history and the geopolitics, it could look like we just doing something willy-nilly, the country, right? We don't understand what the administration might be doing, what the government. I don't agree with all this stuff. Honestly, I wish everybody could just get along, right? I wish we could live in a big Rodney King world. Can we all just get along? Unfortunately, the world is a prison planet, and it was given over to the devil. The Hasatan is the God of this world. Sorry, read your Bible for those who believe in it. If you don't believe in it, you should know this world is evil and wicked. That's why Epstein and them got billions of dollars, and they've been graping the slaughter of the innocents, right? Little boys, little girls, little old people, slaughter of the innocents, all from ancient Sumer, ancient Acadia, ancient Babylon, ancient Persia. This been happening since Adam and Eve, if you believe in that, right? Transgression. All right, now, let's continue. So what I'm pointing out, I'm letting y'all see, and I'm going back, that China was constantly violating the United States, right? So right now, if it looks like we are, because it could look like, you know how in regular life, you can end up, let's say if you just end up punching somebody in the face, right? And people are just there. They don't know that the person been constantly kicking you, then spit on you, then hit you, then stole your this, then stole your that. But they only there when you walk up to them and punch them in the face, right? So what they look at, they like, he just punched him in his face for no reason. See, guys, if they come into, if the cop, they be like, well, he ain't do nothing to him. He just came and hit him for no reason. You don't know the backstory. There's always a backstory, okay? All right, so I don't know. Let me see. What is he saying? But in the West America, our leadership has been, what is he saying? I do want to get some understanding.
Which one?
The L dude, if he knows what he's talking about, because he's saying a lot. But
he was saying
the
earlier.
empire is either American empire, who invaded, whom our people would invade the U.S., only the USA invade. That, you're wrong. Yeah, know why people not invading the U.S.? Because same reason why you got people invading your house? It's people kicking in your door, right? I bet you if you leave your door open, somebody invade your house. Leave your house door open and go on vacation and see if somebody go in there depending on where you live, okay? Now, New York, America ain't the only, but all these countries, if we would allow them to, they would invade us, they would take us over, take our minerals, take our money, we would be a slave to another country. All right, I'm not about to entertain him. He's an adversary, all right? So I'm not about to entertain. Let's move on. Now, watch the next clip. Look, this is 2023. United States weighs sanctions for Chinese companies over Iran surveillance buildup. Beijing's exports of video recorders to Iran more than doubled in 2022 as protests swept the country. So what I'm showing y'all receipts of China setting up Iran, right? Building this up to get, remember, Iran was the second oil producer, and they already had Venezuela. So y'all see where I'm going? Shout out to Maddie. Y'all see what I'm doing? So now people look like that dude, right? Watch it. No cussing, L Green. No cussing. So you can make your statements, but no FUCKIN. You can speak without cussing. We don't do cussing in here. All right. So you're free to write whatever you want, but no cussing. All right, you should be able to express yourself without having to use curse words. All right, now. So as you see, right, China was building. It's like someone trying to build their arsenal against you. All right, now watch this. Here you go. I got more. This person wrote, breaking Starlink connectivity. Now this was January 20. This was just now. Y'all remember this. Chinese breaking Starlink connectivity inside Iran has reportedly been completely jammed. Total packet loss consistent with military-grade high-power microwave jamming reportedly of Chinese origin. This kind of blanket interference doesn't just knock out satellites, it cripples mobile communications nationwide and poses serious health risks to civilians. So they had the Iranian citizens from their regime, they was able to still have the internet through Starlink, but China gave them high power microwave jamming. So China been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but most people don't know the geopolitics was going on. You just look at our country reacting and thinking like we're being just the total bully. We can be bullies too, right? But these are fights. These people are fighting, right? I don't know if some of y'all know how to fight, but I know how to fight. And you got to keep fighting. Yeah, Russia too. Russia's the big one behind them, Maddie, right? Well, China and Russia. So China and Russia is together, but they battling to see who's going to be atop of their union. But watch this. It says, that's January 11th, I can't emphasize enough how economically tied to China that Iran is. If the Iranian government falls, China may lose access to a stunning 15 to 20% of its oil imports. That, coupled with the 5% from Venezuela, could significantly impact China's ability to fuel itself. Now listen clearly. Now y'all gonna, when I'm about to show y'all, after I'm gonna show y'all video clips, I'm bringing y'all in so y'all can have an understanding of what's going on, right? Because as I build this, you're gonna see the chess move that America is making, right? Listen, if Iran falls, government, China loses 15 to 20% of its oil imports. That's the oil imports is what they use for their energy to build their weapons and to build their nuclear armaments and to build their missiles and to build their AI and to build, right? So guys, this is warfare. Now, we couple that with the 5% from Venezuela that they already lost because we took Venezuela. So why do you think, if common sense, if you understand geopolitical, you would know we going after Iran next. And they actually, what's the name? All right. He said a distraction is distraction. No chess. Oh, if you don't think this is chess, then Clayton, I'm sorry. You need to study up on your chess, brother. If you don't understand that this ain't no distraction. I'm breaking down what you think is a distraction is actually chess moves. Do you understand? I'm breaking it down. So you think they just went after Venezuela for nothing? You think next is Iran? Oh, that's just willy-nilly. No, bro. You need to study up on your chess move. Get out your emotional feelings against whatever administration, because I don't care about neither administration. I ain't vote for neither. I'm just breaking down that this war is about it's about resources. It's about geopolitical positioning. It's about monetary gain, the oil. It's about mineral rights, the minerals, because you need the minerals, the future minerals. That's why Russia was trying to get Greenland, because Greenland got all these minerals that don't come to fruition for another 10, 15 years that you got to mine it out. Do you understand? These cobalts and all these other minerals and stuff. Right? And we snatching Greenland, we locking it down. People getting their feelings because we really don't understand geopolitics. You really don't understand the chess move. You're just watching whatever CNN or whatever these news agencies tell you, and you really didn't study the history of geopolitics. All right? Because that's what I'm showing. That's why I'm breaking it down, showing you I'm going back and going forward, right? So look what this person says. China may lose access. So Iranian government just fell. And it's falling. And guess what? If we take it, China's going to lose access now to 15 to 20% of its oil. It just lost to Venezuela 5%. All right? Now, watch this. Reported Iranian petroleum exports. Right? So these are the exports. So this is how much Iran was sending to China, barrels of oil. And this is the light blue is to the rest of the world. So back in April 18, the rest of the world was getting this much, 3 million barrels per day of oil from Iran going to the rest of the world. China was getting 500,000, basically 600,000, right? Now, You fast forward, by July 24th, 2024, China was getting 1.6 million and the rest of the world was only getting the same. So you see the red? So China was monopolizing all of the oil. Understand, this is the power and the money, the resource. And they was getting it from Iran and they had Venezuela. So we had to do something. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. We had to do something. Clayton, you just a boo-boo the fool. I'm sorry. This is embarrassing, Clayton, honestly. That's embarrassing. All right, so I'm just gonna let Clayton write whatever he want to write, right, guys? He's talking about big numbers don't mean nothing. Okay, Clayton, we understand. All right, we give Clayton a binky and let him go and do his thing. All right, united against nuclear Iran. Rest of the world includes some exports to unknown destinations which may eventually reach China. All right, so now I'm trying to show you the strategy. All right, now watch this. Let's continue. Iran races to sell oil stored in China. This is from 2025, January 11th. All right, we was 2026, we was 2025, we was 2017, we went to 2011. You understand? Now, thank you, Jesus is Lord. Look, Tehran has shipped out nearly, that's Iran, 3 million barrels to raise money that could be used to shore up its allied militias in the Middle East. Okay, now Iran has shipped nearly 3 million barrels of oil from a storage site in China. People familiar with the matter said in a bid to raise funds that could be used to shore up Iran's allied militia groups in the Middle East. All right, now these are our ops. So, all right, now I'm going again. This one is from 1996. All right, so again, you gotta. Right, so that's why, unfortunately, the other brother Clayton, right, they come and they don't got no understanding, no receipts, no proof or nothing. They just speak from emotions. I'm bringing you receipts like I always do, right? Chinese assistance to Iran's weapons of mass destruction and missile programs. Prepared testimony by Leonard S. Spector, Senior Associate, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace before the House International Relations Committee, September 12, 1996. All right, so this has been going on. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They've been building a legion and we've been doing the same. That's why we got NATO. Why do you think we got Norway, we got Greenland, we got all that, right? Why do you think we got global positionings? Why do you think we trying to lock down Taiwan and China wants to get Taiwan? Do you understand? Wants to own it. Why do you think that we got all of these places in the Gulf Coast? Do you understand? We going somewhere. All right, now watch this, right? Chinese assistance to Iran's weapons, right? That's 1996. This was 1984, everybody. Come on. China sells arms to Iran via North Korea. Peking, April 2nd, 1984, China has covertly supplied Iran with combat aircraft and other military equipment and sales funneled through North Korea since the Iranian-Iraqi war began. Okay, I'm going back. This is more than 41 years ago. Come on, beloved brother. That's what I'm saying. They got studies to show themselves approved, bro. I'm going somewhere. You got to go back to come forward, because if you just look at what we're doing today and you don't have no understanding, you're like, why are they doing that? America just being bullies in America. No, we got to protect ourselves. If we don't fight, they coming. It's like, yo, beloved brother, it's like, you ever seen a brother that somebody is coming to fight and he coming to fight. And you're like, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. You don't and they be like, put your hands up, punch you, right? They just going to beat you up like you, right? You got to stand. All right. Now, watch this. China is again, 2025. China is helping supply chemicals for Iran's ballistic missile program. Tehran's weapons programs got pummeled last year. Now it's relying on Beijing, China to rebuild. Okay. Look at this one. Made in China, fired in Lebanon, Beijing's role in arming Hezbollah. All right. Let me continue. January 2025, China arming the Houthi rebels in Yemen in exchange for unimpeded Red Sea passage. Passage for the oil tankers on the. Now let me explain something. China don't give two cojones for Iran. These countries don't be caring. They just want to own it so they can own the oil and the shipping lanes, the shipping rights. China got no oil. They need to get theirs, right? So again, these empires make allegiances, not that they love you. It ain't all fluffy. You understand? That's what I said. None of this stuff is, fluffy McNuffy. This is actually business. All right? This is business. Just like when you own corporations, what do they call that when a corporation swallow the other corporation, buy them out, and then change? This is what this is. But if you get in your feelings not understanding that each of these countries are actually corporations, they're businesses. You understand? And there's no emotions involved in businesses. You understand? If you never ran a business or understand business, you understand you can't get your emotions involved in business. Now you can run your business morally, right? Like I've done, hostile takeovers, right? You can run it morally, but when you understand there's sharks and everybody ain't moral, then you got to understand I'm not going to do business with this, but then you might have to do business, right? Be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. But then you got to understand they coming for me. So then sometimes you got to do things in defense, okay? Yeah, they helping Iran. That's the point. People don't understand, bro. All right, now watch this. Rewards for justice. Oh, to Rogosaurus. That's hilarious. He said, what are our names? I'm not being funny, but your name is Rogosaurus. But anyway, our names, these names you see, these are actually names after the Father, right? So you know how Muslims, right? Let's say if you Islamic and they got names like Muhammad and Allah, this and this, that they named after their creator. So we're named after, was it Rogisaurus? Rogisaurus. Okay, Rogisaurus. Thank you. Rogisaurus. The names that you see, my name is Ya'ayashah, right? Or some say Yahshua in another Canaanite Hebrew dialect. It's an actual Hebrew name. And we read the Hebrew Bible and we speak the language, right? And not some Hebrew Israelite hate group crap like that, right? But we have Hebrew names, like the Messiah had a Hebrew name, right? So my name means the Most High is salvation. There's letters, Adiyat's letters, and each letter have descriptions. So our name actually have a purpose and a meaning, right? So Yahakanan, that right there, this moderator, that's how you say John in English. So in the Bible where it says John, in the Hebrew, that's Yahakanan. All right? All right. So so these names you see are actually Hebrew names. All right. And the Bible says that my people, we will come in the name of our Father, right? My people will surname themselves. In the end time, they will awaken and surname themselves. All right. All right. Yeah. So John, so the way that you say that name for your brother and your dad is Yahakanan in Hebrew, in Habariyah, in the Hebrew tongue. All right. So that's all you're seeing is Hebrew names. And then some are English names and they put the Most High's name, attach it to their name. It's like a surname, like you come in the name of your father. Like Muslims, they come in the name of Allah because that's their God, their father, right? So that's what we do. The Bible says we are supposed to come in the name of our Father, all right? All right. You're welcome, King. All right, so now, because I know some people look like, what is these names, right? And they have meanings. Each letter has a meaning and everything. They mean something. All right, rewards for justice. All right, so now look at this one. This one's from March 2025. Rewards for justice. Reward offer for information disrupting Chinese national supply and technology to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, foreign terrorist organization. So the United States Department of State was given a reward for anybody who can find out what China's nationals doing over there, right? Look at this one from the New York Post, 2026. U.S. use powerful mystery weapon. Okay, that's when they went to Maduro. That's when we got Venezuela. All right, look at this one. I think this is nope, that's a new one. Trump says Cuba will no longer get oil or money from Venezuela. Now, everybody, what I'm going to show y'all as we get to the video clips, you're going to have a fuller understanding of what's actually happening so that when our country makes these moves, you just don't have to rely on what the media and what they're trying to spin when you can actually have a fuller understanding of the geopolitical moves that's happening, right? So remember, Trump said, he said Iran, he said it early. He said, oh, we coming for you when they're after Venezuela. He said, oh, Iran, you're next. You either get, because what he was saying was, if you keep aligning with our enemies, Russia and China, and supplying them with oil, because it's like you're supplying them with the guns that they're going to take and shoot us with. That's what I need y'all to understand. But they got some of us Americans in our feelings like hating, just, hating Trump so much that you don't even realize that the things that the administration is doing is actually protecting you from being from being enslaved by other countries. They building their stuff against you. If we didn't do nothing, that's why I'm glad Kamala ain't in there, the cackling hyena. You understand? I ain't vote for neither one. I sure know when to vote for no cackling hyena. I would definitely rather have somebody with a little bit of backbone in there, because she would have been a straight shill puppet. I mean, she'd half drunk half the time. You understand? I'm sorry. But people in their feelings, and they like, we want the first black woman, and they did, and all that crap. Well, you can't play on emotionals on a political stage, on a world stage, because y'all think it's about politics. No, it's about world powers. They're playing geopolitical world powers, Russia and China and all of that. You can't play with the drunk cackling hyena. She's going to be manipulated and used. And then they got also spies that be infiltrating and stuff. You understand? These geopolitical ain't nothing to play with. So Trump said, we coming to get Cuba. I'm going to show y'all why. I'm going to show y'all why Cuba, all of it, because they all on our hemisphere, and it all has to be locked down because China and Russia is doing the same thing, right? That's why they got BRICS. So they want Iran. They want all of our Gulf states. They want Saudi Arabia. They want all of our allies. And then they want Greenland. They want Sweden. They want Norway. They want all of it so they can be in our hemisphere so that we can, right? They in our backyard, and they got all of our resources, and we don't have strategic places to land because you have to be close to the to your opposition for your missiles and stuff to reach and stuff. So I'll show y'all in a minute. All right. So anyway, so President Trump urged Cuba to make a deal before it's too late in the social media post, but it was unclear what he meant. What's the name know what he meant? So these presidents of these countries, they be doing deals, right? They'll tell you one thing, but then over here with Russia and China, because Russia and China, like, listen, we'll give you, right? America offered you 5 point something, we'll give you 7 point something, and we'll give you a shiny Cadillac. I'm just trying to make it where, smaller so we can understand, right? Because nobody has no real morality. These are ancient kingdoms, bro. This is all prophesied. And it's going to play out. They're going to war against each other later. But everybody still has to build themselves. So these, you got to look at all these nation state. These are ancient kingdoms. If you go back, just look at it as ancient Babylon, ancient Greece, ancient Kemet, Egypt, ancient Assyria, ancient Persia, ancient, right? And how they all battled, right, throughout time and conquered each empire fell and another one rose, and they, and they had, so it's nothing new under the sun. It's the same thing. It's just in a modern stage. But people don't know the history. They dumb down a lot of the citizens, right? That's why the Most High has us to teach. That's why I'm teaching right now. You understand? So that all of y'all can have the full understanding of what's going on, so you won't be swayed to and fro by every doctrine of news media. Right? Every doctrine to throw you to and fro, you have a stable understanding, and you have somewhere to root it, to go back and say, okay, I understand this, and let me look up this and stuff. All right. Now, so Trump says, because we are coming for it. Oh, everything. That's why he said, Canada, we coming for you. Cuba, all that. Everybody in the Western Hemisphere, we're going to be one nation state, because they're making one nation state. Everybody. It's going to be the two hemispheres. The Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere. That's it. And that's it's going. So either you're going to get down or lay down. Do you understand? You won't have a choice. The world is a prison planet. It's a prison stage. You got to understand. Most of y'all ain't been there, but y'all seen movies about prison, right? If you ain't never been there. If you don't want to go there, trust me, don't go there. Understand? You can't, the prison politics, it's the beast stage. It's all savage. You can't be talking about, well, why don't they just treat each other nice? And that ain't prison politics, bro. It's the field, it's the jungle. It's the strong survive and the weak perish. Do you understand? That's the world stage, geopolitical. It's always been like that. It ain't never been nothing different. Go back in history and tell me when it's ever been something different. Okay? Yeah, well, all presidents are puppets. I agree. Because the president don't have the full authority that people think they have, right? You have all type of administrate. Then you got the real puppet masters, right? You got the three. That's a whole nother lesson, though. But anyway, let's continue. Let me go forward, all right? Because I want to get to the video. So now, remember when Trump wrote this? Effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff, 25% on any and all business being done with the United States. This order is final and conclusive, right? See, most people thought like he's just acting irrationally and emotionally. Y'all don't understand. He's not doing nothing by himself. Like, it's so crazy that people think, oh, he's just narcissistic and he's just doing everything by himself. The government systems, the ministry, they don't work like that. If you think they work like that, then you're really infantile in your understanding of politics and geopolitics. If you think that he's just one person, oh, he's doing this and he's just doing that. It's a whole, man, it's a legion of them that's doing these things and making these decisions and everything. All right? So it's bigger than this stuff, right? So now when he said this, he's actually, and a lot of us, we like, man, why you keep taxing these people? And we like, that's going to make our prices go up and that's going to make, but you don't understand, they're fighting for our protection. They're like, listen, if you do business with my enemy, I need y'all to understand and relate it to your personal life. It's you have an enemy who's trying to destroy you, right? He wants to take your house, take your car, take your wife, take your great kid. He wants to destroy you. And you got to watch the enemy, lest, you can't sleep on the enemy. You got to make sure your doors is locked. You got to make sure you have your guns is up to par, right? You got to make sure you got cameras to watch, right? You got to, right? You can't sleep because if you sleep, then the enemy is going to sneak in your door, right? Then you got to watch who your enemies befriending. So imagine if you got a friend, right? You got a friend, and next thing you know, you happen to see your friend. You out one day driving, and you go to the supermarket. You come out, and you in the car. You about to pull off, and you see your friend come out another store with your enemy, and you never knew they even knew each other. See what I mean? And you like, hold on, what is he doing with him? That meant he got access to me. See? So there's these things, I'm trying to relay it on a small level so y'all can understand the geopolitics to make it make sense. You understand? So when he's doing stuff like this, saying any country doing business with Iran, you're going to have to pay that. Like, I'm going to price you out of doing any business, right? I'm going to raise the prices on this. You ain't getting this. If you side with my enemy, then you're my enemy. Do you get it, guys? But people don't understand the geopolitics, so they get emotional. Where are you taxing, bro? They are this is a chess game, and all of these kings. And right now in 2026, they're fighting for the power because of the new industrial age. We're in a new age called artificial intelligence, AGI, and digital currency. You got to understand, the money is going from fiat dollars to digital. You understand? And it's going to wipe all that. So they're fighting to see whose currency is going to be the new world NWO 2030 agenda currency of the world, of the global, and who's going to be the head of that. So they're all battling. Okay? They're all battling. All right. Now, the tariffs is not about the show. It's not about the oil. It's not about the tariffs is to try to make the people don't go against you. I don't think I can. I'm not going to try to make people understand, because if you can't understand, I really don't understand. Well, it makes sense, because a lot of people are not successful in life. Like, that's why a lot of people become victims. Like, if they go to jail or certain stuff, because they can't understand the mind state of a warrior. They can't, right? And it's like, bro, you're not getting it if you thinking it's about the tariffs costing more. The tariff is a thing to say, I'm going to price you out where you can't get this. If you side with my enemy, you're trying to get them to side with you, right? And you're trying to penalize them and punish them as much as you can, right? And if not, then you got to go to war. Then that means you're their enemy, right? So, okay, so let me continue. Let Now, look at this one. This one is China, Russia, and Iran join South Africa for naval drills as tensions run high. This is BRICS. See? Chinese, Russian, and Iranian warships launched a week of naval drills with hosts South Africa off the Cape Town coast Friday as geopolitical tensions run high over the United States intervention in Venezuela, because the United States took the oil that Russia was getting through Venezuela and China. So it crippled them. So China, it took a lot of their resources. So China, Russia, and Iran joined South Africa to run war drills. Against who? That's what I'm trying to show y'all guys. Get out of your emotions and understand that if we don't fight, I need y'all. Boy, it's crazy work, bro. Right? Shout out to C Penguin. I can't say the name, but I see you see what I'm talking about. It's like I'm trying to wake people up because they're going off their emotions, right? They let these news people say, Trump is this, he's bad, and this person's good, and this person's bad, and this, and you're not understanding that these things that are setting up, these nation states, China, Russia, and Iran, and South Africa are doing drills. So these BRICS, who you think they're going to come after? You think if we don't keep spending money on our armament, keep capturing allies, keep battling, keep fear, keep fighting, that they just gonna come and do what? They're gonna all get Confederate and come and do what to us? They're gonna come over. All right, thank you, Akiyama. Welcome everybody coming in. You think that if they come in here, right? The show for life, we don't debate. Go somewhere and start your YouTube channel and debate yourself. Sorry. All right. So anyway, you see these clowns. All right. So now, see, Chinese, Russian, and Iranian warships launched a week of naval drills with host South Africa off Cape Town coast Friday. See? So again, I'm just trying to show you. All right, there we go. Now that I showed y'all, and I went back. Remember, we showed y'all 1996 and stuff, right? We went, look, 1984. So I'm showing y'all like 40 years ago. This ain't new. These things are building. Do you understand? So that's why when we was taking Greenland, people's all their emotion, leave Greenland alone. You like, bro, if we don't take it, China and Russia is. Fool. And then they in our yard. You understand? So let me show you this. Now I'm gonna get to the first video clip of the night, right? It's gonna be a great clip, but let me show y'all this one first, right? Because I gotta show y'all how it looks so I can show y'all exactly what I'm talking about. Watch this. So that maybe some people can understand it this way. Share screen, watch this. Share, thing, share. Maybe this can get you out your feelings. Now you see this? This is a map of this is what we're talking about, right? You see United States? You see this? This is the Western Hemisphere. This is the Eastern Hemisphere. Let me see what y'all see. Good. Y'all see it, right? It's a little dark, but y'all can see it, right? Now, this is what they're battling. This is where the line draws right here, right? This is America, Canada, South America, right? That's why we got Alaska, all this. Then Greenland, right? So this is our hemisphere. We have to make sure that our enemies over here, Russia, China, India, well, India's siding with BRICS in them now, so they will be the enemies now, right? We got to make sure, they trying to make sure we don't own more, that we can conquer them, and we got to make sure they don't own all of our stuff over here to conquer us, all right? It's war. This is what's happening. So now with this, you can clearly see. So America, this is why America is saying that soon we're going to have to take Canada. That's why we took Greenland. That's why we got Hawaii and all that. That's why we got Alaska and all that, right? Because this is our hemisphere. The reason why we needed Venezuela, because look where it is, guys. It's in our backyard. So if China, way over here, look where China is, right? This is China right here. It's kind of dark, right? See it? Mongolia, China, the Gobi Desert, right? Russia's on top of it. China is all the way over here getting their oil from Venezuela. in our backyard. Venezuela had the most oil in the whole planet. And it's in our hemisphere. So how can we have in our backyard, someone sending their oil and dealing with our enemy way across the other hemisphere? Can y'all see this? This is the big picture. Then come on, Dolores. Sorry, I don't want to say your government name. Sorry, I'm about to call you Dolores. Yeah. Come on, daughter of Yah. All right, now, that's daughter of the Most High. Now, everybody, this is why we had to take Venezuela. Because if China, which Russia and BRICS in them, if they keep getting their oil, right, from Venezuela and getting stronger, then they actually have a stronghold in our hemisphere. And if they're allowed to establish naval base and military armaments and nuclear stuff here, then they can easily shoot us. You see? It's geopolitical. We have to take Colombia. We have to take Cuba. You get it? We have to, because if Cuba starts messing with Russia, see? These are our enemy. So if Cuba is partnering with Russia, right, and sending all their stuff, and then Venezuela is with China, sending all their stuff, now Russia and China is right here in our yard. Do y'all get it? That's why he's like, we coming for Cuba if you don't act right. That's why we own Puerto Rico. That's why we took it, right? That's why we taking all this. We got to. Understand? We got to. We have to take all of this because it's our hemisphere. Because what's going all right, you don't get it. Sorry, I've been on this earth for over a half a century. You don't get geopolitics. Sorry, but I'm not about to try to explain it to you. If you don't understand that, then you boo-boo the fool. But let me continue. I'm gonna just ignore them. Now listen clearly. If we don't, this is why we took Greenland. Because look, guys, Russia and China was all in the what's the name? The Arctic Ocean. And there was, because I did the lesson months ago, before the war, before they even infiltrated Maduro, while I was breaking this down geopolitical, right? Now, because the ice, the glaciers melting, the ice caps and stuff started melting, so there's passageways over here in the Arctic Ocean and stuff that opened up, that allowed all of them to be able to come in, and they started to doing bartering in our backyard, doing trade, and they starting to set up. So we had to snatch Greenland. We had to lock this down because the waterways opened, right? So now let me show y'all this one. This is why we have military bases. Saudi Arabia, Israel, we got Iraq. So we got our strategic bases right in their backyard. So we can reach them. And then we control most of the waters from our submarines and stuff, right? Around. All right? That's why. So Iran wants to get us American stronghold out of the Middle East, out of over here, right? Now watch this. See, these are called the Gulf states. So these are our strategic positions that we have, and we can bomb them without ever being there because we have allied nation states right in their backyard. So, but they can't reach us. They don't have the ability to reach us without us blowing the stuff out of the air and stuff, right? And if they need to have geopolitical positionings to set up here. That's why we have to take we can't allow them to set up in our hemisphere. Do you understand? So this All right, now watch this. I'm gonna show y'all better in a second with video. Right? Let me see. Do I got another one? Okay, no, I went through those. Now watch this. Now, that was just a general. We got more. I'm gonna show the video clip, and I'm gonna have you're gonna have a fuller understanding of this in the set with the video clip. So y'all gonna be like, well, we don't trust what you're saying, right? Whatever. But now, let's go. We're gonna do the video clip now. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. All right, we're about to get to the video now. All right, so here we go. Stop share. Let me grab the video first. First video, because we got a couple. All right. So do I want to do the war one now? Yeah, I'm gonna still do the war one now. Let's do the war one now, and then we're gonna go down the line. Because I got about 3 video clips to show y'all. Share screen. Bang, share. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Let's go.
One-sided deal that should have never...
Has repeatedly. In 2002, it was uncovered that Iran was enriching uranium at 2 secret locations. The enriched uranium could be used for nuclear reactors or nuclear weapons.
All right, let me explain what he just said. He said in 2002, we discovered that Iran had uranium, that they was building nuclear bombs with the uranium in their facilities right here. And I think it's called Forwar or For something. You'll see it later, right? This is when we had to tell them, we had to make a deal to make them stop their building their nuclear arms. So each military power like America, China, Russia, North Korea, we don't want any of these others to have nuclear arms. We want to be the only ones, like America, China. So North Korea, they did theirs secretly. And now they on the big stage. Because if not, if you ain't got nuclear arms, you can be invaded. Because the only threat, the only way that you can really protect your country, right, by yourself, is if you got if you got nuclear arms, you got more than one, and that means if you bomb us, we can set off nuclear attack to you. And nobody wants the nuclear war, right? So whoever has nuclear armaments, then we gotta negotiate. You gotta, right? So that's why these countries, that's why we don't want Iran having it. You just don't want anybody having it. No loose cannons and stuff. All right. Yeah, because the entire world would die. Exactly. It'll wipe out everything. So that's why North Korea was brilliant. They built their nuclear weapons really quietly. Nobody knew they had it. And by the time they showed us, they're a superpower. Nobody can invade them now. All right, now watch this. Here we go. I'm going to let it play now.
In 2002, it was uncovered that Iran was enriching uranium at 2 secret locations. The enriched uranium could be used for nuclear reactors or nuclear weapons, a fear the US and its allies had had for a while already. Iran has repeatedly denied its alleged pursuit of nukes. The US and Israel ran many attempts to stop the nuclear program. Through cyber attacks, the assassination of key scientists, and especially in the US's case through diplomacy. In 2015, the Obama...
Now, you hear what he said? That's why I said none of this is righteous stuff. So he said Iran said they're not doing no nuclear, but they're lying. You can't trust, everybody's a serpent. They all got forked tongues, right? They're not going to tell you, right? It's like I'm going to tell my enemy my war plan, right? And he said they was assassinating scientists and, right? These are the wars that's going on that we don't know what's happening. That's why I said when it comes to our face now, people get emotional and thinking this, and it's like, bro, this stuff been going on for years and years when you weren't even paying attention. All right, now.
The assassination of key scientists, and especially in the US's case through diplomacy. In 2015, the Obama administration and the Iranian regime agreed to a nuclear deal.
This is a good day, because once again, we're seeing what's possible with strong American diplomacy. Under the nuclear deal that we, our allies and partners, reached with Iran last year, Iran will not get its hands on a nuclear bomb.
However, in 2018, President Trump pulled
So y'all see that? Y'all heard that? So he said they reached a deal, right? And they like, it's a good day. We made a deal with Iran that we're going to allow them this amount of, oil, this amount of trading with the fiat petrodollar system. Because if you run the money, you got bargaining chips. That's what y'all gonna understand, right? So it's about positioning, control, and power. So Iran will do deals with you. Iran agrees that they're gonna give up all their uranium and they're not gonna build a nuclear bomb. Now, everybody, do y'all believe them? Listen, see, this is the key what I'm talking about. Think if you're a fighter in your regular life, do you believe that they said, do you believe them? They say, yes, we're gonna make a deal. We'll give you all our uranium and we're not gonna build no nuclear bomb. Come on, bro. Come on, Marshall. You'll be boo-boo the fool. I wouldn't believe them as far as you could throw. You ain't supposed to believe none of these nation states. That's like believing the serpent, right? And then the serpent bites you and say, well, you knew I was the serpent. It's that type of thing, right? So they made a good deal, but honestly, I'm not going to believe. No, I don't believe. No, I believe what I can rightly divide and discern with my own discernment. That's why I study to show myself approved. So, Rogosaurus, it's about understanding the serpent, you see, and how he moves. A serpent tongue is forked. You understand? So I don't believe none of these devils. Come on, you tripping. I'm a military war. I'm a military fighter. I'm talking about mental, physical, and spiritual. You understand? I don't believe none of these serpents. I understand. You have to be wise as the serpent. You have to discern the serpent, right? You have to cut the grass to know the serpent and know how he moves, right? Know how. If you don't know how a honey badger moves, then you're gonna be a victim. If you don't know how a snake might snap at you, you don't know what a bear does. If you don't know that you can't turn your back on this animal, you got to study your opponent. You got to understand them. You heard? Nah, I don't believe or trust none of them. That's why we discerning right now. That's what we doing right now. Now, that's why I made the point. I said, as a country, would you believe Iran when they said that, okay, we're going to give you all our uranium? I wouldn't believe, but you still got to play the game. That's the part. Understand? Listen, guys, just because you don't believe what just because you know they're not going to really do what they say, don't mean you still got to play the game. All right. Now, so Obama made the deal with them. They said that they're not going to steal no nuclear, no uranium, make no nuclear bombs. Now, they secretly got deals with China going on, just so y'all know, right? So, that was the deal that Obama made. Now, listen clearly.
Not get its hands on under the nuclear deal that we, our allies and partners, reached with Iran last year. Iran will not get its hands on a nuclear bomb.
However, in 2018, President Trump pulled out of the deal.
The fact is, this was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made.
So now, when Trump got in the first administration, his administration, now remember, y'all gotta understand, it's not true. I wish I could teach y'all to look at not look at a president as when this is a spokesperson, a president. You understand? He is the one, he's the front man. He's the one that they put on the stage to say the things they want to say. That doesn't mean that Trump, you got people in there, they have no idea about politics. They're like, the president, he's a narcissist, and he's just doing this, and he just doing this himself. He's a figurehead. You got to understand that. You understand? So there's committees, there's people, there's powers, there's an institution. So there's things he got to say and do. Now he's got things he's fighting for, a right to say this and that and everything. But you got to understand, it's bigger than what you seeing on your lens. Right? So, they got people in their emotions thinking that what he's saying right here, he came up with it by himself. Right? That's crazy work that you think that, right? All right? So now, yeah, it does. Well, all these people probably narcissists. Like, come on, bro. What celebrity ain't a narcissist? That's why they become big Hollywood stars and all that. He's a celebrity. He was on TV before he got the first administration. The dope show, firing people on TV, real estate mogul. He had his own energy. But anyway, let's continue. Let me stay focused. Now listen clearly. Now he says Trump. Now, so when he got in, his administration got in, they said, listen, we done with that deal that Obama did with them. We don't, because we ripped. So he ripped he ripped the contract up, right? Because I guess his administration knew it was bull crap anyway. He like, whatever deal you had, it's like if you buy a new house, right? You buy a house and someone had a deal, the lawn people. So you buy a house, right? Someone sold you their house. You get the house. I don't know if any of y'all bought a house. I owned houses before, right? I own real estate development. I own many houses, right? And I dealt with construction companies, painters, you know what I mean? Carpenters, those are carpet, laying carpet, right? So you're dealing with all of these different contractors, right? So you buy a new house, right? And all of a sudden you get into the house and then some dude knock on your door and he says, I am the groundskeeper. I'm the landscaper. And you're like, okay. And he's like, yeah, well, this is my deal that I had with the other owner. And I charged them $500 a month. And I did this and I did that. Now you have a right to say, I'm sorry, but I'm not agreeing to that contract. That was the old owner. Do y'all understand? So you got to understand that when each administration goes in, they're going to change the things most of the time because they're doing something else. Okay? So when this administration came in 2018, this is his first administration, they threw away that Iran deal about Iran saying they ain't got no nuclear arms, because guess what? They were storing uranium, everybody. So if it's like if what's his name? Obama and them administration wanted to have their head up their butts, right? And want to open the borders, want to do all this stuff, right? If they want to be boo-boo the fool, when you come in, you don't got to continue they saying boo-boo the fool. Now, you can be some boo-boo the fool on this other area, but this is what happened. So they ripped up that deal, and Trump's administration, that's why I keep saying administration. Reason why I'm going to keep saying, because you're going to keep saying Trump, and that's when you're looking real weak, all of you. Those who in your emotions and like, Trump, he narcissistic, he this, he that. You're like, bro, get out of, you don't understand. It's an administration. It ain't just him, bro. He's not doing stuff by himself. He can't. They don't have the power to do that. Do you understand? Now, he have people who have to answer to. If you don't know that, then you need to really study and show yourself approved. Now, when his administration got in there, his administration said that contract Iran that y'all made with the other administration is out of here. It was ripped up. This is what we want y'all to do. You need to get rid of all. We need to get rid of all your uranium because we know you're lying to us. And we know that you're doing something with China and with Russia behind our back. We know. I don't know the last dudes want to ignore it, but we not ignoring it. All right. Now, see, that's when you and your feelings, Johnny. See, again, but it's okay. I can't, everybody's not going to get it, right? People, you really don't understand power. You're like, somebody's trying to outdo somebody. Y'all don't bro, if y'all really knew what was really going on with the high-powered serpents that's going on, that stuff y'all talking about, he's jealous of this one and he's trying to outdo this one. That is the most foolish. You really don't know geopolitical stuff. But let me keep it for those who got the capacity to really understand. All right, now watch this. So what I'm doing now, it's going to lead up to what's happening now, so y'all have a full understanding of really what's happening. All right, let's continue.
In 2018, President Trump pulled out of the deal.
The fact is, this was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made.
Ever since, relations have tensed up. In 2025, in the midst of new negotiations, Israel and the US launched a series of airstrikes on Iran using bunker buster bombs. 3 Iranian nuclear sites were heavily damaged. In the same year, Iran plummeted further into an economic crisis. The currency crashed, food prices soared, people grew frustrated. By the end of 2025, mass demonstrations erupted across the country.
So, what he's breaking down was, after 2018, when his first administration came in, they made the New Deal with Iraq. With Iran, right? They made a new deal, right, about it. Now, they didn't like the deal. So they was doing shady stuff with China and Russia behind the back. And they knew it, right? So when he came back in with his next administration, he continued where he left off from before. And now the geopolitical stage was even more tense because now they even got a closer relationship with China. China is really in. That's why I showed you the chart before when they was only getting 500,000 barrels a day. And then later you see them getting 16 mil, like 1,000,006 barrels a day, more the same as the rest of the world is getting from them. So they got a stronghold. It's an allegiance. So now the warfare, the beef has to step up, the tension, because now you're partnered, you're stronger in your weapons against us. So now we got to take you out because China, it's like when we left off, you was just starting to work out in the gym, right? Now, when I came back 4 years later, you got muscles. You done learn how to fight. You done learn karate. It's like, whoa, I got to go get a gun. You see, it's like I might have been able to handle you the first time. Now you done swelled up 3 sizes, and you done learned martial arts, jiu-jitsu. Like you punching through walls. It's like, okay, now I need a gun. Okay, so I'm trying to break it down on a physical level so that you can understand what's happening with these kingdoms. Okay, these nation states who are confederate together against. All right, now, and all right, let's continue.
Relations have tensed up. In 2025, in the midst of new negotiations, Israel and the US launched a series of airstrikes on Iran using bunker buster bombs. 3 Iranian nuclear sites were heavily damaged. In the same year, Iran plummeted further into an economic crisis. The currency crashed, food prices soared, people grew frustrated. By the end of 2025, mass demonstrations erupted across the country. Peaceful protesters and rioters called for the end of the Islamic Republic. Trump called for an uprising of the Iranian people against their government, saying help is on its way. But the regime brutally cracked down on the protests. It shut down the internet across the country. For days, little to no news made it out. In the end, thousands of people were killed. 50,000 reportedly got arrested. The US began to build up troops in the region, with Trump repeatedly threatening Iran. On Thursday, February 26, there was a last-ditch diplomatic effort between the two countries in Geneva. To no avail. Saturday, February 28, around 9:40 a.m.
All right, so something happened. Y'all, some of y'all might have heard this. That's why you'll hear all over the news that Iran agreed to make a deal, and the day that they agreed to make a deal, the bombing started the next day. That did happen, but it's going to come out what happened.
Arrested. The US began to build up troops in the region, with Trump repeatedly threatening Iran. On Thursday, February 26, there was a last-ditch diplomatic effort between the two countries in Geneva. To no avail. Saturday, February 28, around 9:40 a.m. in Tehran, Iran's capital. This government compound is not far from Hur Square. It reportedly houses offices of the Iranian presidency, Iran's National Security Council, and the supreme leader. Since 2025, the US has apparently gained specific insights how Ayatollah Khamenei and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps communicate and move while under pressure. Reportedly, the CIA has tracked Khamenei for months. They've mapped his whereabouts and studied his patterns. They're confident he's here today, and they learned of a meeting of top Iranian officials on site. The US and Israel originally intended to strike at night under the cover of darkness. But they reportedly moved their time of attack. This opportunity was too good to miss. Suddenly, Israeli missiles hit the buildings. During impact, several national security officials are in one of them. Supreme Leader Khamenei reportedly in another. Afterwards, satellite imagery shows heavy damage to the buildings. Black smoke is rising. Geo-confirmed footage recorded here also shows massive amounts of smoke in the area of the compound. A picture taken here, too. Ali Hosseini Khamenei died in the attack. Also killed, Sayyid Abdurrahim Mousavi, Chief of Staff of Iran's armed forces. Ali Shamkhani, head of the National Defense Council. Mohammad Pakpour, Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. Aziz Nazerzadeh, Defense Minister. According to Israeli news, a total of 30 senior Iranian officials were killed in just half a minute in the opening strike. The operation was dubbed Roaring Lion in Israel and Epic Fury in the US. It has been planned for months. Masoud Pezeshkian, president of Iran, however, survived. Ali Larijani, secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, vowed Iran would fight back and assured continuity of governance.
All right, now I'm gonna come back to that war thing later. I want this person to break this down, right? Share this tab instead. This man did a great job, and he predicted this 2 months before. Same way that I did. Some of us, our videos age very well, right? I predicted this on my video 2 months ago as well. That's why Saudi Tate was like, Unc, everything you broke down, it's like you called it, right? This person called it too, right? Because I broke down about the China, right? I did the lesson and I said on January 1st, 2026, Beijing time, China activated an interest-bearing functionality for its digital yuan holdings. Y'all remember? Well, y'all remember. It's in my video on the live stream. It's China. Yeah, it's all right. I was going to show y'all on it, right? Now, I said that on January 1st, 2026, at precisely midnight in Beijing time, China activated its interest-bearing functionality for a stablecoin, digital yuan. And 48 hours later, Venezuelan time, the United States executed Operation Absolute Resolve, and they went and captured Venezuela and Maduro, right? And most people didn't know that China had just released its digital currency, its stable coin. It's called the yuan, all right? And but people didn't understand that by December 2025, Venezuela had eliminated the US dollar, the petrodollar, from 99% of its oil transactions, all right? And that totaled to 746,000 barrels per day of oil that was flowing straight to China. And China was now settling it in the stable coin, its new yuan, and not in USDT stable coin, for those who don't know nothing about digital currency, backed by the dollar. The Chinese yuan, so it became their debt swap mechanism. So China cut out the United States stablecoin and getting 746,000 barrels per day, right? Going outside of the sanctions, all right? The world's largest proven oil reserves, right, had officially exited the petrodollar system. And the United States responded with military force by kidnapping Maduro and taking Venezuela. I did that 2 months ago. Hakyama, just go look at the video. So did this brother. That's why there's certain people that I watch and follow because they on it. All right? You got to look how people's information age. That's why that idiot juice who came here early tomorrow, you, what did he say? You predicted something. Boy, look at my body of work, bro. Go look at the body of work. Let people's receipts. You know people by their fruit. I ain't just talking nothing. I can show you. Go to the video. You'll see it's 2-3 months ago. Okay. Now, this is what I broke down. Iran and China had 740,000 barrels, the largest proven oil reserves in Venezuela, 303 billion barrels, exited the petrodollar system. So America went right to work. You better had, okay? Now, Venezuela oil exports peaked at 921,000 barrels per day by December 2025, following the U.S. blockade announcement, okay? And that number collapsed to 500,000 barrels a day. But China went behind them, and China cut out the USDT stablecoin and made their yuan. They released it on January 1st, 2026, okay? At precisely midnight Beijing time. And I broke all that down. I ain't gonna go into it. It was a long lesson. Go watch the lesson. You understand? I broke it all down, all right? Now, that's when they went in and got Maduro and cut them out of that. And that's when they said, Iran is next. Because we know China, now that we took Venezuela, your oil supply, now you're going for Iran. Okay, so now we're at the time of Iran. Now watch this, brother. So at the same time that my video, Hakiyama just put it, you can look, he did this video. This video here, right here, I'm gonna show y'all, is 2 months ago. Watch, he predicted. And he's gonna break down and show you, just like I did in my video, and show you what they're doing and why and what's happening. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes and reactionary purposes only. Watch this brother break this down. It's amazing work. All right, here we go.
This is arguably one of the most important things that's happened in geopolitics in a very long time. The United States moved into Venezuela and captured Nicolas Maduro, where he was removed from power, and almost overnight, the geopolitical chess game that's being played in the world right now has changed completely. And that's because Venezuela holds roughly 300 billion barrels of oil reserves, which is the biggest in the world. At around $57 a barrel, that puts the total value at roughly $17 trillion. Now, even if you wholesale that whole amount at 50% off, we're still talking about oil that's worth close to $9 trillion. And let me just put that number into perspective, because that is more than the GDP of every country on earth except US and China. Now, that is roughly 4 times the size of Japan's economy. So yes, there's definitely a lot of oil, and that's why some people think that's what this is about. Now, that story is not completely wrong. Venezuela really does have a huge amount of oil reserves, and oil still powers the world and the global economy. But the truth is, oil has very little to do with this story. If this was really about oil, this operation would have happened years ago, when Venezuela's production of oil was way higher and its infrastructure was less damaged. So then the question is, well, if it's not about oil, then why are we told it's about oil? And that's because that is the story that's easiest to explain. But behind that story is a much more interesting reason. And that reason is how global power actually works in the modern day. So in today's video, I want to explain what that reason really is, why Venezuela was so important to the US, and why China, Russia, and Iran all matter here at the same time.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So.
And once you understand this chessboard, hopefully you'll be able to understand the rest of the world and where it might be going next and how it might affect your investments. This story is not just about oil and Venezuela. It is so much more interesting. So with that said, this time it's not actually about the oil. And if you don't believe me, here it is directly from Marco Rubio.
First of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
To quote him, he says, they're not even on this.
Okay, now listen clearly. That's why I'm like, for the, those little adversaries that come here, I'm like, sit down and be quiet and study, show yourself approved. You understand? That's why I said I was saying this stuff 2 months ago. Just like him. Shout out to Brother Brian Adams, right? Just like him 2 months ago. Now, listen what he just said. That's why I told you it's bigger than oil. It's global positioning of hemisphere. We're not going to let them have the control in our backyard. We can't. Do you understand? These are the ditties of our country. All these country empires are ditties. They coming to take your cookies. You heard? They coming. So you have to protect your own, just like y'all protect your houses. You protect your cars. Most of y'all got an alarm on your car, right? You don't get out when you get out your car, you go beep, beep, right? And lock it. You don't get out and just leave it all open. You ain't got no alarm, right? So you got to understand. Now, watch this.
This continent. This is, to quote him,
this is where we live, and we're not going to.
I know people are like, I don't like Rubio. Get out of your feelings about not liking these people. You understand? I don't like none of them. Understand? Because they all got their job to do. Just because I got a job, listen clearly. If I got a job at some corporation, don't mean I'm gonna like my manager. It don't mean I'm gonna like the CEO or the CFO of the corporation. It don't mean I'm gonna like my supervisor. I still got a job. I still got to do the job. You got to get out of your feelings, grow up, put your big boy drawers on. Sisters, put your big girl panties on and understand geopolitics. I don't like none of them. They talk out the side of their mouth and everything, but you better listen to what they saying and discern between the forked tongue and understand and study to show yourself approved. You understand? And rightly divide and study the stuff and see so you can understand. So you ain't got to like none of them. I don't know this dude. I don't know none of these serpents. You know what I mean? To me, they all, whatever, right? But I'm understanding. I can understand warfare. You understand? When I was in jail, I had to deal with people I didn't like. You understand? Because they got a power. My crew, we got a power. We got a section of the yard. They got a section of the yard of the house. You understand? Of the tier. If you're in sales or in the dorm, I'm sorry, because the world is a prison planet. You heard? You got to understand it's the same rules apply. Do you understand? Same rules in the drug world and stuff like that. It's the same thing. It's all dark prison planet politics. You understand? You ain't got to like the person. I don't like, but I still got to deal with business with them. And I still got to make sure that I maintain to a chess move knowing what they're up to. You understand? All right. So, but listen to what he said. Forget him. That's why I'm like, guys, you got to get out of your emotions and making it personal about the people and listen to the message. Listen to what they're saying and rightly divide what they're saying. Now, he literally said it all. Watch this.
If you don't believe me, here it is directly from Marco Rubio.
First of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand.
Now, what do you mean by that? Guys, they don't need money. These billionaires, trillionaires, gazillion, whatever, money, they print money. They make it out of thin air. They just made a USDT stable coin, digital, backed by nothing, same way that they made the fiat dollar, backed by nothing. They don't need money. That's what he's telling you, like, bro, y'all looking at the smaller picture. Oil is involved, but it's not about the oil. You understand? If it's about the global positioning and the power that they would get. You understand? That's what he's pointing out.
Why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
To quote him, he says, they're not even on this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live, and we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operations for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States. And this is where it helps to really understand how the United States actually works. You see, we have to understand about the president of the United States is that he's not the one to come up with these ideas to get into Venezuela and take out the leader. As much as some people may love the president, he was not the mastermind of this idea. That would be the job of the Pentagon. Once the Pentagon...
Well, he should have said, as much as some people love the president or hate the president, right? He just said one-sided. So we know what side, right? Because some love him to just hate him, right? But both are in your emotion, right? Whether you love them or hate them, you got to understand when you're doing business, your emotion ain't involved. But let's continue.
They love the president. He was not the mastermind of this idea. That would be the job of the Pentagon. Once the Pentagon analyzes the interests of the United States, it then tells the president about the plan, to which the president can decide yes or no. Here's a very basic understanding of how this decision was made. There's three main things that need to be true at the same time for the U.S. to do this. Number one, a rival power puts itself in a strategic region. Number two, that region starts to affect global trade, security, or leverage. And three, It sits inside of or close to America's enforcement zone, aka where the military bases are. Now, Venezuela checked every single box. First, geographically speaking, it sits inside the Western Hemisphere, which the US has treated as a core security zone for hundreds of years.
So, right there. So he's pointing, now look, shout out to Sunstar, shout out to GRW. Now, this is what I was breaking down.
It sits inside the...
So look at Venezuela. See? Now y'all see? This is the Western Hemisphere. It's in our backyard. We cannot have China and Russia having a base in our backyard. That's a no-no, bro. Come on, y'all, snap out of it. Get out of your little Trump derangement system or Kamala love syndrome or Trump love syndrome, or get out your emotions and understand the geopolitical strategic warfare. It's East versus West. It's the big East versus West. This is the big East Coast versus Coast is hemisphere. Right? It's a blood crip thing or whatever you want to call it. You understand? And these are global powers. So Russia and China over here, let me explain. This is Russia and China. They're trying to control all of this. And if they can control all of this, then they're going to try to come after us. Do you get it? So what do we got? We own some of this. We own this. Let me show y'all what we own. America, we own this, and we own some of this. We own this. This is Greenland. This is Norway, Sweden, right? And we own up in here. So we got Saudi Arabia with us. We got Israel with us. We got, right? So we got these places where we got our actually military base where we can strike them right on their own turf. Are y'all seeing what I'm talking about? This is why Iran, they want us out of here. They want our military strategic strike bases out of here because we can get them and we can't have them get up in here. Do you get it? So they was up in here owning Venezuela. We can't have that. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, right? I tried to do it earlier. Maybe this is a little clearer map that y'all can see it. And then later it's going to show. I'm going to show y'all. It's going to come up later. Y'all going to see some good stuff. I got another video. It's going to be crazy dope after this. These brothers are going to break this down for y'all, right? So that's why Iran is bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Israel. They're bombing Saudi Arabia. They're bombing all of the Gulf states where we got our military allies. Guys, the reason why we got these allies here is so that we can keep China and Russia away from us, bro. America's, I'm sorry, I know y'all not going to like it, these people who hate our country, but they're really smart in their strategic defense armament. And then we got our submarines, our nuclear submarines that can run for 25 years without refueling in all the waters. Now listen clearly. This is why China wants Taiwan. Taiwan is this little bitty itty thing. It's somewhere around here. I think it's that one. Y'all see it. Maybe that. Because America wants Taiwan so we can have this avenue into China. Then we got around here in Japan, we got this over here. Y'all, it's going to show later, right? But we got our stuff patrolling. So we got our submarines that's patrolling that you can't find. Then in the waters around every places that we got allegiance with, we got military armament stations. And then we got our land stations. That's what's keeping China and Russia and all of them from attacking us. That's why y'all think they can, y'all listen to the wrong people that's making y'all think they can just bomb it. They can't get to us. That's why we can't allow them to have none of this in Greenland. That's why Russia and China wanted Greenland. So look. No, we can't have that. That's why we said, all right, we need to, and then they was trying to, remember, Russia was, China, was it China? No, Russia. Russia was trying to partner with Canada. So Canada was like, yo, we're gonna we're gonna partner with the United States. Like, if you think you're gonna do that, we about to Canada. I hope y'all got some Mountie. Y'all better Mountie up, cause y'all at the top. Y'all are, and so they try to come in through Canada. They was trying to come in through the top and they can't come in through Mexico, right? So again, this is why so they can't come around and come through Alaska, right? So we got the Arctic region. The reason why we do this, so we're gonna have all this. What's gonna happen is Russia and China is they're gonna make this big one. They want to do it right, and they're trying to make this one big thing, and they're gonna try to come at us. So we're gonna make this one big thing, right? Our country, and that's why we say Norway, Greenland, and all this stuff. And that's it. It's the world wars. It's crazy work. But this is the geopolitical stage and what's happening. So they're correct. That's why, what was his name? Rubio said in that statement, and that was before, he said, we don't care about the oil. Well, we do because it's money, but it's bigger than the oil. It's about global positioning. Because if we allow them to get positioning on us, it's like you fighting and someone get the proper position. You get his foot together and he gonna knock you out if you don't understand fight tactics or even military strategy, positioning, someone flanking around. So China and them was trying to flank us from the back and get Greenland and they trying to sneak in. You understand? Okay? So it's right? It's really simple when you can see it. That's what it's about. Okay, so that's why they got BRICS and they got South Africa. They got all this. So they're making us all one confederate against us. All right, now let's continue. Let's let this brother break it down.
Now, Venezuela checked every single box. And 3, it sits inside of or close to America's enforcement zone, aka where the military bases are. Now, Venezuela checked every single box. First, geographically speaking, it sits inside the Western Hemisphere, which the US has treated as a core security zone for hundreds of years. Proximity-wise, Venezuela is close enough that if another country put its military there, it would threaten the mainland. So that's number 1. Number 2 are the resources. Now, oil is nice, but the US has plenty of oil. What the US needs are strategic materials that are used by modern weapons, electronics, and defense systems. Those are the rare earths. And that's where China comes in. China has rare earths, but China and Russia also both need oil. Now, China has invested $100 billion into Venezuela, and they became close friends.
All right. Now, did you see what he just dropped? That was brilliant. That's why I said it's bigger. So they need these rare elements to make all of the, for the uranium and to make all of these different metals and materials for energy and all the resources, right? We got all the oil. China got no oil, but China got the elements. You understand? So China is trying to get all the oil from Venezuela and Iran. Remember the chart? Venezuela got the most, Iran the second. So if we allow that to happen, then that means China would have all the oil and the elements. Do you get it? They will have an upper hand in building all of their infrastructure and their future AI facilities and uranium, right? And Russia, so China and Russia, so we had to stop them, listen guys, from getting all this oil. We had to strike, and we got to continue to strike, because otherwise we're going to be done for. It's like you got a war with the Hatfields and the McCoys, right? You got a war, and you sitting up there watching this dude get all these bullets and guns, and you like, hold up, you ain't going to do nothing about it? You got to stop it. Because if you keep letting him get all the bullets and guns, soon as he's going to come bang your door down, and you just let him get all the armament. So that's what's happening. So people are in their feelings, not understanding the geopolitics. And like, I hate Trump. He narcissist. I hate like he's doing that. Like it's a bigger thing, bro. It's bigger than him. It's bigger than, and I'm trying to show y'all the bigger picture. And some others, like our brother here, This brother Andre, he's trying to show you the pictures. I've been doing it. Some of us been doing this a long time. All right, let's continue.
Needs are strategic materials that are used by modern weapons, electronics, plenty of oil. What the US needs are strategic materials that are used by modern weapons, electronics, and defense systems. Those are the rare earths.
Hold on, let me point something out. That's why China and Russia was going after Greenland in our backyard. We own Greenland. We've been protecting Greenland from the NATO plot, right? From it. Now they tried to jimmy us. They tried to diddy, and go and grab Greenland because Greenland got all those rare earth elements in the ground. Some that can't be mined for the next 5-10 years. You understand? So if we had let China and Russia, listen clearly, here we go. Look, this is Greenland in our backyard. If we would have let them grab this stronghold, they would have had all the earth element minerals. Greenland got some of the most under it, right? And with all the oil that they get in from Venezuela and Iran and all the elements that China already got, and then they would took all of Greenland and we would have none. Do you get it? And that was in our backyard. But look, when we went to Greenland, what everybody, leave Greenland alone, leave, right? Because we're not understanding what's happening. We're not understanding the geopolitics. This is the world stage, bro. It's not a game. And people don't understand that if these nation states, this is what happened in ancient Assyria, ancient Babylon, ancient Rome, ancient Greece. Study your history and you will understand how kingdoms fall. Do you understand? All right? Now, let's continue. All right. So let me go forward. So y'all gonna have a full, I tell you tonight, y'all gonna have a full, and by the time this other brother speak, y'all gonna have so much of an understanding of what's really going on that going forward, you won't react emotionally when you see stuff, and you'll start to study and discern and like, okay, I'll see what's going on here and there, right? Because other than that, you're tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine, right? The Bible says we have to study to show ourselves approved, rightly divide the truth, and discern. You understand? Spirit of discernment. We're not just called to be boo-boo the fool, okay? And go along to get along. All right, now let's continue.
Hundreds of years. Proximity-wise, Venezuela is close enough that if another country put it...
Bring back I went past that already. Right there. He's on the table chart. China.
Those are the rare earths. And that's where China comes in. China has rare earths. But China and Russia also both need oil. Now, China has invested $100 billion into Venezuela, and they became close friends. The last thing the U.S. wants to allow is for China's presence to dominate and to get their discounted oil from Venezuela while using their currency instead of the U.S. dollar. That's a leverage point. Very important that other countries understand. It's not okay to use their money to buy our oil.
They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States.
Okay, but then you add the third.
All right, now you see what he just said? So get out your feelings about it. I don't like Rubio. Stop with this I don't like stuff. Just listen to what's going on. What China did, that's when I broke down on my lesson. That's what said my thing aged really well, just like his video. Remember, this video what I'm showing you now is before the Iran. This is 2 months ago. My video, I'm gonna show y'all before I leave. It's on. I'm gonna put a sheet title. It's called China, Russia, and oil. Y'all go watch it. 2 months ago, right before all this. Now, what he's just pointing out, what they're saying right here, is China went behind our back. And instead of doing the oil from Venezuela, the deal, and using the petrodollar, they created their own yuan digital currency, January 1st, 2026. And they cut us out of the deal and went around the sanctions. They broke the agreements under the table, and they getting it for pennies on the dollar with no taxes, no embargo, no tariffs, no nothing. And they get in and they upped it up to 766 million barrels a day of the oil. And they already got the minerals, and they was doing it through Venezuela, which is in our backyard in the Western Hemisphere. So the United States like, yo, y'all tripping. We gotta say something. Come on, Raphael. We gotta be like, yo, you tripping. Bro, you in our back. Nah. Yo, Venezuela, what are you doing? Maduro's over there, right? So we did what? Ante up, kidnap that fool. You bet we can't be no punk. You can't be a punk on the world political stage as a country. You know what happened to punk countries? Look, no disrespect. Look at Africa. No disrespect. It's because they're so separated. You know, they right. So they divide and conquer Africa, right? They'll go in and right, and they just run Africa raggedy, right? Who own it? France, Russia, United Kingdom. Everybody got their pieces of Africa. Nah. If you don't stand, you gonna fall, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all what I live and what I know, and I'm trying to teach y'all geopolitical and get out your feelings and not understanding. People don't even understand geopolitics and thinking America's just bullies and America's bro, you tripping. We be diddied as a country if they don't stand up. I'm like, fight, y'all. I'm glad. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm seeing they on it. I'm like, good. That's why I did the lesson back when I did Greenland. Y'all go in the library, go in the live streams, click the live stream tab on that channel and go back and look at my body of work. I did the Greenland video. I did all the videos. You understand? And this was back. And this when it was really unpopular because everybody's like, America's being bullies, and I was like, no, bro, y'all not understanding geopolitics. Share this tab instead. This the channel, right? You click this live button right here, right? That's how you find the live streams. Click the live button, bang. Then scroll down. Now just scroll down a little, right? Because it's 13 days. Go back a month ago. We're gonna go back, right? Now watch this. Nope. Iran tried to. All right. Did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland 1 month ago? Right? Go watch that one. Right? What's this one? China and Russia invade USA? Question mark. This happens now. Proof USA is no joke. Go watch this. That's 2 months ago. You get it? Okay. So I'm not talking out no boo-boo the fool stuff. You understand? Trump, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela, okay? The rabbit hole exposed, okay? So go look at these and watch what I was breaking down, and you're going to be like, dang, Unc, you was calling it before. Yeah, me and some of this are like the other brothers I'm showing you tonight. His was 2 months ago. You understand? I got receipts for everything I'm talking about. I never just talk out my butt. We ain't boo-boo the fool in this ministry. You understand? The Most High don't call us to be boo-boo the fool. All right, now let me get back.
You're muted.
Me too? Oh, they doing me dirty. They muted me too. Hagyama, did it look like that the whole time when I was showing that page? What is that showing? I'm lost. Stop share. Share screen. It was supposed to be showing my channel. Share. Now let me see. What do y'all see?
We're good. Muted.
It muted me again. So it's going to keep muting me every time I switch. Was they able to see when I showed the videos when I was on our channel? When I was showing it? Because if I try to go back, they won't let me see.
Yeah, we see it right now.
Oh, y'all wasn't seeing it before. Oh my goodness. All right, so let me go to it so I can do it. Now I know y'all see it. So this what I meant. I said this one right here is 2 months ago. It says China and Russia invade USA. This happens now. Proof the United States is no joke. This one says Trump, Haiti, Tesla, and Venezuela. The rabbit hole exposed 2 months ago, right? And that's what I said. This one right here, did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland, right? 1 month ago. So go back, right? And look, chaos at the United Nations, all hell break loose. China, Iran, and U.S. paid in flesh. See? I've been breaking this down before they even invaded, all right? So you go, that's right, and that's why I said you go to the live stream. When you go to the video, you click on the live tab. There's a video tab and there's a live tab. The live streams is when I was breaking this down. And just go back 2 months and look. So look, all right, so now y'all can see.
Muted again.
All right, sorry. They're going to keep, every time I try to leave, they're going to keep messing with me. So I said I like to bring receipts because we don't just talk. You got to bring proof. All right, so share this tab instead. Let me see if I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Okay, here we go. Let's continue.
They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States.
Okay.
So what Rubio was saying right here, right? He said China got with Venezuela to get all this oil outside of our dollar, and they created a secondary economy outside of us. So they basically trying to diddy us. So what we do, we went and grabbed Maduro up. We stopped that fool. Facts. Facts. You ain't about to. All right, let's continue.
Our oil.
They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States.
Okay, but then you add the third layer. Venezuela wasn't just allowing foreign money to be traded for oil. It was also hosting foreign advisors, intelligence sharing. Now, these aren't necessarily GDP or economy related things, but they're still huge threats to the US because now we're talking about projecting power to the world. Now this is happening inside the Western Hemisphere, inside what the US considers its security perimeter. And you put all these three things together, and that's how the Pentagon makes its decisions. You have geography, a rival presence inside your gates. You have your resources, which are strategic materials like silver, gold, rare earths, and most importantly, currency settlement, right? Which money we're using to trade these things. And then you have security. Militaries working close together, close to your house. Any of these by itself could be managed, maybe two, but all three at the same time on America's side of the world, and that's why this happened when it did. Okay, now you might be asking.
That's why we had to react. I say thank you too, stylist, because people be in their feelings. I'm not in my feelings for none of this. I'm very thankful that he did something, because if he didn't, if this administration didn't do something, the Pentagon, whatever, Department of War, Defense, we would be screwed. All right. They're Confederate against us. They had positioning, they had geography, and they had resources. And if we would have allowed that to continue to fester and grow, they would have struck and we'd have been done for. You heard that part? Nah. You don't let nobody get in your backyard. Your enemy is gathering. He moving the house across the street and he building. You seeing all type of gun. You seeing all type of Academy sports trucks coming up, and you like, is that a guns? What's going on over there? Nah, you got to do something about that. You heard? In your backyard. All right, let's continue.
At this point, Andre, I don't know if I really believe that all of this is happening. And how do you actually know what's going on? And the truth is, I don't know for sure. All of this is based on very high-level military frameworks, strategies, and theories. But once you understand them, you'll be able to understand what's happening in the world and what might happen next. So let me explain these theories to you, starting with maybe the most important one, and it's something called the Monroe Doctrine. Now, it's not some conspiracy theory. It's actually one of the oldest and most consistent views of U.S. foreign policy, and it explains American foreign policy for about the last 200 years or so.
Monroe Doctrine, we sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again.
Now, did you hear what he just said? Get out of your feelings about hating them because you love the left or the right. Get out of that left-right crap. You want to do left-right hemisphere. I need you to get out of your micro and get into the macro. Get to the big picture. What I'm saying, get out of your little political stuff and look at geopolitical hemispheres. He said, we're going back to the Monroe Doctrine. It's going to break it down what this means. And he said, no longer will the United States be looking weak outside in the hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere is about to be outside of the club, and you think I'm a punk. He like, we was looking real weak, and Russia and China and BRICS, they was gaining stronghold in our backyard. While Sleepy Joe, I'm sorry, I'm just keeping 100. I ain't vote for neither. I'm just calling it what it is. I'm calling a spade a spade. You heard? I'm an American, and I was born and raised here, and I'm going. And if we let our country fall, then our children, my children is here, my children's children's children. Well, I ain't got no grandchildren, but some of our children's children. You know what I mean? Generations. We gotta stand for our country. We can't let these people come and just ditty us. And you understand? Listen clearly. He said, we will no longer, because they was anti-upping on us. These Russia and China, they was becoming conglomerate, and we was sleeping, right? Boy, we'd have had Kamala in there. They would have been, nah, bro. I'm glad the Most High stepped in and interceded on that. You heard? The Most High will use anybody. Don't get that twisted. He'll use a donkey, a snake. He used Nebuchadnezzar. He'll use anything to protect his children. Somebody better talk to me. I know for those who don't understand our safari that they call the Bible, you better get down. You heard? Because this is all prophecy playing out. You heard? This is the book of Daniel playing out. You heard? The feet of clay and the steel and the iron and the metal. And all right, but anyway, let me stay focused. Now, what he's talking about, we going back to the Monroe Doctrine. That was a doctrine locking down hemisphere. Let's continue. But they went away from it. They was in the micro. Let's let them talk. Watch this.
One of the oldest and most consistent views of U.S. foreign policy, and it explains American foreign policy for about the last 200 years or so.
Monroe Doctrine, we sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again.
It was first talked about in 1823 by President James Monroe. And at its core, the idea is actually very simple. The Western Hemisphere, aka the left side of the world, would not be open for foreign powers to colonize, militarize, or use as a base of operations. Now, at the time, the US was talking about Europe. The United States basically said, if you're a European empire, don't bring your wars, your militaries, or your influence into this part of the world. In return, the US was like, we will stay out of the European conflicts. That was the deal. Now, over time, obviously, that idea has evolved. The Monroe Doctrine stopped being about just colonization, and it became about anything related to influence or US interest. In the modern day, it's about whether rival powers are embedding themselves economically, militarily, or strategically in the Western Hemisphere in a way that threatens US interests.
In our backyard. So the Monroe Doctrine, everybody, was in the 1800s. The president made a doctrine and said at that time Europe was the most powerful. That's why it was regarded to Europe. And it said, you stay on your side of the hemisphere, we stay on our side of the hemisphere. Don't bring your mess in my backyard, and we won't bring ours in your backyard. Now y'all know you can't trust neither side. You get it? You see what I mean? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So if you make this agreement, cool. Long as you stick to it, we good. Long as we stick to it, we good. But both of us are going to be trying to find ways to get on each other's side. I'm trying to give y'all an understanding of geopolitics and also human behavior, right? From sin born into the flesh, the heart is evil continually, and it's going to try to do sin, right? And you have to arrest the flesh, morality. So you can't look at kingdoms as moral because they're not going to be moral, right? So but the only way that you can keep this is you have to keep your strength up, right? So let's say I'm 6'2", I'm 250 pounds, you 6'2", you 250 pounds, right? So we both working out, we both fit, we both in shape, right? So we made this agreement, but every now and then you're going to see him trying to He looking over the wall, right? He looking over your fence. He on the wrong, so you like, yo, homie, you on the wrong side of the street, bro. Right? Yo, stop trying me. So that's like jail. That's what I said. This stuff is like jail, bro. If you understood jail politics, prison politics, you would understand geopolitics all day, because the world is a prison planet. You understand? And these are just prison gangs trying to control the yard. This world that was given to the devil, Hasatan, from Adam and Eve's sin, is the yard. You understand? And they're saying, we got this side of the yard and you got that side of the yard. You stay on your side, we stay on our side. You control your goons on your side. Your wild people, you're foolish, and we'll control ours. But every now and then, you got some folios, right? And so you got to keep your weight up. What I mean by that is, that's how why you think I'm still diesel, man? You understand? At this age, you understand? I was born in the 60s, for those who don't know. They look thinking I'm some young boy or something, probably old enough to be y'all grandfather. You understand? The reason why I look this, because if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Do you understand? So I stay this because I don't know whenever something's going to come, I need to be physically fit as much as possible to be able to protect myself and my loved ones. Do you get it? You understand? My household. So I can't be caught slipping. So this is the same geopolitical as of kingdoms, empires. If you caught slipping, if this empire is 6'2", 250, this one's 6'2", 250. They both working out. They're gonna keep testing. They got the agreement, but every now and then they're gonna test one another, right? Now let's say if you look over there and all of a sudden this dude is now 180. Now he 180 pounds, 6'2", 180. You looking like, yo, bro, he look kind of sick. See, you looking weak. What, you stop working out? What's going on? Now you looking weak. Now they get hungry, like, okay, he looking weak. You looking, your defenses, your yard looking unkept. You ain't cutting your yard. You looking, the doors open, the front door, because you cruise in the neighborhood, you see his front door and his house open. You're like, yo, this dude's slipping. So now you come back, you're like, yo, we could take this over. See, even though you got the agreement just stands as long as you strong enough to enforce it. I'm trying to teach y'all world politics, even life politics. This prison politics. If you ever don't go to jail or prison, you can take this advice I'm telling you, and this is what applies. You understand? You can keep what you have as long as you're strong enough to control it, to keep it. You can't slip. You can't get caught slipping, all right? So because even though you got the agreement only stands as long as you strong enough to stop me from taking it. That's just it. That's why the other dude is like, what they doing illegal? I'm like, everything is illegal. Ain't this all sin and transgression? Because if the world wasn't a prison planet, if it was a peace planet, then nobody would be trying to harm one another. We'll have harmony. We won't need the packs. We'll be trying to love on them and feed them, and they'll be sharing and bartering and trading, and everything be harmony and love. But unfortunately, it's a prison planet because of Adam and Eve transgression, and now sin is brought into the world, and we're born in sin and iniquity, and we got to battle the flesh. You heard? So we got to live in a prison planet, and we better learn the pot. That's why it's called be wise as the serpent, because the serpents are wise, and they looking who to devour, going to and fro in the earth, looking who to devour. This part. So that's why people think the Bible ain't religious. The Bible is a military book as well. It's a book of instructions. It got military, it got everything in the prophecy, military. You can just read, but you got to be able to discern the Bible and understand it ain't just religion. Now, if you in your religious bag and you just over there, just trying to put money in the basket and all that, thank you. No. It's so all right. So hold on, let me turn my mic down. All right, thank you. So now, and soon I'll have a new thing. The Most High, they made this new device where I will never clip again. I got to get it. So praise the Most High. I got to order it, and it should be here next week. And it got this thing they made now where it'll never clip. No matter how loud I get or how soft I talk, it's a compressor that automatically balances me no matter what. Oh, that's going to be beautiful. All right, so I got to get that. All right, because I'm always caring about, the presentation how for y'all, what y'all see, it shouldn't be peaking and all crazy loud and stuff. All right, so now let's continue.
Into this part, militaries, talking about Europe. The United States.
Oh, we went past that already, right? Yeah, we was here.
Powers are embedding themselves economically, militarily, or strategically in the Western Hemisphere in a way that threatens U.S. interests. That is how I know when Marco Rubio says, quote, "This is the Western Hemisphere, this is where we live, and we're not going to allow it to be a base of operations for adversaries." Everything he's saying is borrowed from the Monroe Doctrine.
That's the Monroe Doctrine. So Trump went back to President Monroe because that works for our country, for our hemisphere. You got to look bigger than just our country. Our hemisphere is hemisphere versus hemisphere. You understand? So we cannot have Russia and China, the Eastern Hemisphere, owning Venezuela and Cuba. Y'all getting it now? In our backyard. This is our backyard, this whole hemisphere. So if Cuba, if you want to think you about to play with them, then we coming to take it. Venezuela, you think you about to play with China? Give me that. See? And then American people, we don't understand the geopolitics. That's why the Most High got me teach y'all so y'all can understand. And like, okay, I'm tripping. Yeah, we tripping. You're not understanding what's really happening. We coming to get that. Why you think he was like, we taking Greenland? And then Norway like, well, leave him alone. Listen, it ain't no time for punks. You know why? Because we've been protecting you, Greenland. We've been protecting you, Norway. But now they in the backyard. We about to take our protection back. They gonna diddy you. So either and you belong to us now. We can protect you, Pan. No, we snatching that up. Greenland, Canada, sorry, you about to be the 50 wasn't ever state of America. And that's what people don't understand. They're like, why did y'all take Hawaii? Why did you take Alaska? We got to. It's called geopolitics. We got to lock down our backyard, the hemisphere. You understand? We are the Debo. We are the strength. They coming for us. If we don't stand, then everybody gonna fall. You understand? We got to. Facts. All right, let's continue.
He's saying it doesn't matter if the influence is foreign soldiers, supply chains, oil, rare earths, whatever. The rule is that the United States does not want hostile power projection inside its hemisphere, aka its half of the world. And throughout history, this doctrine has been invoked over and over again. During the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and every time it's followed the same format. When foreign powers threaten...
All right, now did you see that? Now remember with Fidel Castro, for those who are older, remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. Shout out to Linda. Right, Linda? Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, Fidel Castro. Remember, Cuba, in our backyard. Look, I'm in Florida. It's right here. So if Cuba, Castro, was letting Russia have access to, that's right in American soil. You in America, basically. You understand? So look what happened.
Followed.
So look. So if we allow the Eastern Hemisphere to have Venezuela and Cuba and all these South American states, then they can bomb us straight in our, right? No. They need to stay over there. You heard? No. That's ridiculous, bro. That's stupid stuff. Like I ain't built like that in the streets, bro. And I know better than that. It's just some street survival, more or less controlling the whole hemisphere and countries. And you got women and children and the elderly. This is our life, our live, bro. These people will destroy us. Do you not know what they're doing to their own citizens in these countries? You gotta be kidding me, bro. All right, let's continue. And then, yeah, we could complain that they doing us dirty, but if you really go live in these other places, you will quickly change your mind. Okay? You'll quickly change your mind. Yeah, the Most High protecting us. Yeah, he is. That's that part, right? That's why I'm like, y'all better let the Most High cook and see his hand. All right, now let's continue.
The same format. When foreign powers threaten any of those U.S. interests, and they're too close for comfort, geographically speaking, that's when the response escalates. But the question is, hold on, because Venezuela didn't just suddenly become important in 2026 or even last year, so why now? And the truth is, it's actually been a long time coming, but what really changed is that Venezuela started to get too close and too friendly with an adversary. And it's an adversary that the US does not want to allow to build a home and use its resources on this side of the world. So that's the Monroe Doctrine. And that brings me to the other side of the world.
The adversary's talking about Venezuela was one with China. And China's strategic. China playing chess. So Venezuela's sitting up there playing in our backyard. You get it? China, the United States, like, yo, you tripping, bro. You think we about to sit up there and let you bring China and ship $700 billion of oil and so they can actually funding our enemy to build their nuclear and their military to attack us, and you in our backyard. You tripping. Oh, give me that. Sorry. We got that now. Facts. Facts. That's ours. Give me that. Thank you, Venezuela. Now, China, you just lost 15% of your oil supply. And Trump said, and we about to tax you tariffs. Anything coming in, you can charge 50% on top of the tax. Come on, bro. And we tripping, thinking he's narcissistic and he's doing this and he's just, you have no idea what's happening in the geopolitical stage. And he ain't the one really coming up with all these ideas. I'm quite sure he has some input on some things, but this is a whole administration, bro. You got the war, the Department of War, and all of that. You got all of these, right? This is our powers in the Western Hemisphere doing it. Come on, Jesus Lord. It's making sense, right? Let's continue.
And once you understand this one,
wait till you hear the other brother. Y'all need to stay up for this. Because I'm going to let the other brother, it's going to nail it in the coffin. Once this one and then another one, because I ain't got more, but we'll be here at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? All right, so let's continue. It depends on how many people here. If it's still a lot of people, I don't even know how many it is now. Almost 300? Okay, so yeah. And later, because the other people be coming, because I might play the whole thing. We might go a little long tonight, right? Because this stuff is really important. Because I didn't even get to the current one, the other one, right? Watch this.
It'll hopefully also let you understand what's happening. And so that's the Monroe Doctrine. And that brings me to the other side of the world. And once you understand this one, it'll hopefully also let you understand what's happening and what might happen next. So far, I've told you about the left-hand side of the world because that's how the United States has spent the last 200 years defending itself. But the rest of the world, aka the right or the Eastern Hemisphere, has been playing a very different game. Mm-hmm. Over 100 years ago, some of the earliest geopolitical thinkers asked a very basic question. What actually gives a nation its power? And out of that question, two ideas became the main forces that explain the Eastern Hemisphere today. One of those ideas is called the Heartland Theory. And the theory is very simple. If you control the center of Eurasia, Europe and Asia, the huge land core that stretches across Eastern Europe, Russia, and Asia, you control the most defensible, resource-rich region on Earth. And if you control that, you eventually control the world. Okay, but then there was another idea of how to rule the world. It's called the Rimland Theory.
Now let me break down what he just said. Russia and the Eastern Hemisphere, they came up and said, if we become confederate, because this is Russia and China and India, see, and Iran, and right, and Anatolia, Turkey, and all, right, and all this, and Japan, right. So if we control this, then we can. They saying we can posse ourselves together and become so strong that we can take over the Eastern Hemisphere. Are y'all seeing now? Are y'all seeing? They're like, if we this is why we have BRICS now. Come on, Chris. Right? That's why I told y'all earlier. I said, when we finish this, y'all gonna have the full understanding of this geopolitical thing to have an understand what's really going on, what this chess move. That's why I told them they're playing chess. So they decided, this was 100 years ago. This was years. This is what they've been building. Why you think they have bricks? Now look what they did today. Not only do they got the heartland, but now they got bricks. They included India and Africa. So imagine painting all this orange. But guess what's in the way? Everybody look. This is in the way. Saudi Arabia, Israel, all this. And this, Greenland, Norway, Sweden, because America is right here. See, I'm trying to get y'all to understand why we have these alliances. Because people are like, why are we messing with these? It's so many levels to this. Because we got these alliances, we got military stations, we got nuclear armament bases right here at their front door. You see it, Chris? Right here. That's why Iran is bombing Saudi Arabia, Israel, bombing. They're trying to make, so it got something to do with the oil traveling through here. This is called the Strait of Hormuz. And like 95% of the oil travels through here to the rest of the country to get to China and all that and get, right? And so Iran controls this strait. It's right here. It's tight. And they said if no more oil could, this is right now today, no more oil could come through. The only way we'll let anybody's oil, Saudi Arabia, come through is if Saudi Arabia, Israel, and all that, y'all kick America out. Get the military bases out because we're in their front door. And they tried to get our front door, Venezuela, Cuba, but we shut it down. Come on, America. Listen clearly. I'm showing, come on, y'all listen clearly now. All right? Now, so BRICS has all this. It has India. It has all this. And now it has a lot of Africa. We have a little bit of the coastal parts of Africa, right? All right. This is why they got Somalia, Djibouti. This was the Epstein file, Epstein and the Sultan, right? And Epstein was a spy for Russia, for what's the name too, Israel. Epstein was a spy for all sides. He's crazy. Epstein was crazy. Well, Epstein was a special devil. But anyway, that's a whole nother lesson, right? But anyway, so they got Djibouti, Somalia. Y'all gonna find out later that they were instructional countries that was to be invaded, to be controlled. It was geopolitical positioning. All the way back from Gaddafi, all the way back, Libya. So all of these things were geopolitically set up hundreds of years ago, all right? Now, so let's continue now, all right? So let me continue. Let me go back a little. So now we're on the Eastern Hemisphere and what they're planning. That's why they have BRICS.
The center of Eurasia, Europe and Asia, is very simple. If you control the center of Eurasia, Europe and Asia, the huge land core that stretches across Eastern Europe, Russia, and Asia, you control the most defensible, resource-rich region on Earth. And if you control that, you eventually control the world. Okay, but then there was another idea of how to rule the world. It's called the Rimland theory, developed by an American strategist. This theory says, no, actually, you don't have to rule all that land. Instead of focusing on the center of the map, look at the edges.
Look at the Marine Kingdom. Listen clearly. An American came up and said, okay, Russia and China, the Eastern Hemisphere, y'all worrying about controlling the land. But the earth is covered 3/4 surface by water. And there's something called maritime laws in the Marine Kingdom. And they said, you know what? Y'all could focus on the land. We're going to focus on the perimeter. We're going to control the waters. Everybody listen. So America went to work spending billions. I'm talking about decades ago on military submarine, nuclear submarine armaments that don't have to refuel, that can run for 25 years in the waters continuously without ever have to refuel. So that's the billions of dollars of armament that we've been spending. And we like, why are they spending so much money? Because they playing chess, everybody, in the political stage. And America said, if we stay ready, we don't got to get ready. So by the time everybody try to catch up, we way leagues ahead. So by the time y'all get 3 and 4 submarines and things, we got 77. And they on all the lands because we got the rim theory. So while y'all trying to control the the land, we controlling the waters. So you're surrounded. Yo, America's nothing to play with when you understand the real military geopolitical strategy and the money spent and everything that they be doing. That's why America, look, is so small but so mighty, because it's the intelligence. You understand? Look how big theirs is and look how small we are. But the intelligence. Now let's go back. I'm gonna let it play. All right? It's some good work, bro. You better understand that marine kingdom, maritime law.
The coastlines, the trade routes, and where economies on the center of the map. Look at the edges, the coastlines.
He said, while they focus on the center of the map, look at the edges, the coastlines.
The trade routes, and where economies actually connect together. If you control the outer perimeter of those strategic areas instead of the inside, you have a much bigger advantage. If rival powers control the countries along your coast, they don't need to actually invade you. They can just box you in. They can limit trade. They can limit naval access. They limit your ability to project power to the world. And over time, that puts landlocked countries at a disadvantage.
It puts you in a box. So America came up with the strategy to box them in. Do y'all understand? They came in, so they would think, genius. They was like, we're going to control the land and the masses with the numbers. So America was darkly brilliant to come up and say, okay, we don't got the land mass and the numbers, but we can, if we control the waters, the perimeter, then we can box you in. Do you understand? That's why we got Taiwan right here. That's why China is, see how little Taiwan is? Do you see how big China is? And they still, right now, is trying to take Taiwan. You know why they did it? Because we got Taiwan. And they want it. Because if they can get Taiwan, then that stops us, that takes one of our rim from here. We also got around here, okay? So we got these little perimeters, but then we got these submarines. Y'all have, boy, I did it in another lesson. That's why I said, go back to my old live streams 2 months ago and look at the submarines in the waters. Bro, they everywhere. And they know it. That's why they not invade. That's why they do negotiations. That's why they, you know what I mean? They already know what time it is. All right, so let's continue. The rimland.
Time that puts landlocked countries at a direct power to the world. Naval access locks you in. The countries along your coast, you have a much bigger advantage. If rival powers control the countries along your coast, they don't need to actually invade you. They can just box you in. They can limit trade. They can limit naval access. They limit your ability to project power to the world. And over time, that puts landlocked countries at a disadvantage. And Russia is the perfect modern example of this. It controls huge territories across Eurasia, the classic heartland theory. But most of that land is either landlocked or frozen for a huge part of the year. And that's why Crimea matters so much. It gives Russia a year-round warm water naval port into the Black Sea, and from there into the Mediterranean. And that's why Ukraine is also very important. Ukraine sits between Russia's heartland and the sea. If Ukraine joins NATO and the West, Russia is cut off from important maritime routes.
Now y'all finding out why the war in Ukraine. And you know how we used to, me too. I used to be like, why are we giving some money to these countries, right? Because I didn't understand the geopolitics. I didn't understand the big picture, right? Because we're small, we don't get it. The Most High is going to, that's definitely the Most High. Have me to teach. The Most High open your eyes. And then he says, teach my children, right? That's what we do in this ministry, right? Now listen clearly. Now I understand why, because Ukraine is a border. It's portals. Guys, the ports are portals. That's short for portals. Portals are interests. We know spiritual warfare, the marine kingdom, the waters. Now, the reason why Russia wants Ukraine, because then if it gets Ukraine, then it has access to this border. It's landlocked, right? It got Crimea and it needs to keep it. But Crimea is so small. If the United States, Ukraine becomes NATO with the United States, then not only do we have up in here when we got Saudi Arabia and all this, now we closer up in Russia face. Do you? Yo, this is crazy when you understand what the United States is doing in geopolitics. If we get Ukraine, we right at your front door, bro. And you locked in. That's why they tried to go over the top. Let me show you. They tried to do this. Let me show y'all. This is what Russia tried to do. Let me go back to the other map. They tried to go this way and take their tankers and submarines and go to the Arctic, to Greenland, and go around the Arctic Ocean. And that's why we had to take Greenland. We had to stop them and get them out of the waters. Take your butt right back. Do you understand? So if we get Ukraine, then we all up in here. We in their heartland, right? We already up in here, and that's why Iran, they trying to get us out of here, and Saudi Arabia and Israel, right? Because we in their border. But so that's why. And I said, now I get it. I'm like, why are we spending all this money and why are we doing all this? It's geopolitical, okay? All right, now let's continue. All right. Let me go here.
Is either landlocked or frozen for a huge part of the year. And that's why Crimea matters so much. It gives.
So when he was talking about, he says Russia, because of the landmass, is landlocked because it doesn't have that many borders to the east, right? Access, it just can come out of the north, really. It only got the north to get out. But then half of the year is frozen. Do you get it? Half of the year is really frozen. So it needs Crimea, Ukraine, right? To have access to the Eastern Hemisphere. Let's continue.
Russia a year-round.
Joe Dirt is a crazy name. That was a funny movie. Joe Dirt was one of my funniest movies. Joe Dirt is hilarious.
Crimea matters so much.
Welcome, Joe Dirt.
It gives Russia a year-round warm water naval port into the Black Sea. Matters so much.
Wayne, watch your language. Watch it. No cussing. If you want to say that, you can say America is Israel's Itchbay or something. No cussing in the house. Otherwise, we're gonna kick you out. All right. You can express yourself. Just don't say the, If you want to say F-U-C-K, say effing or something like that. Right? You don't hear me cussing. All right.
Landlocked or frozen for a huge part of the year. Landlocked.
Because that's your opinion, right? Everybody got the right to their opinion. We're not here to try to make people, we're not here to push no agenda or nothing, but no cussing.
Asia, the classic heartland theory. But most of that land is either landlocked or frozen for a huge part of the year. And that's why Crimea matters so much. It gives Russia a year-round warm water naval port into the Black Sea, and from there into the Mediterranean. And that's why Ukraine is also very important. Ukraine sits between Russia's heartland and the sea. If Ukraine joins NATO and the West, Russia is cut off from important maritime routes. So from a Rimland theory perspective, that's really, really bad. This is why controlling the inside alone is just not enough. You can own endless amounts of land and minerals and manpower, but if other powers control the coasts, the ports, and the seas, they control the rules of the game. That's also why Russia reacts the way it does and why it does not want Ukraine to join NATO. So now that you hopefully understand the big picture, let me tie all these theories and strategies together to paint a very basic picture of what's happening. So the world we live in right now is not just run on oil anymore. Yes, oil is still very important, but we have to look at where the ball is going, not where it has been.
Right.
And in the future, it's the rare earths, right? It's the data infrastructure, the ability to keep building weapons and electronics and technology, AI, and eventually the robots. And this is where the United States has a very real problem. Under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the Department of Defense, or I guess the Department of War now, set aside $7.5 billion specifically for critical minerals, with already over $1 billion that's been spent to stockpile some of the rare earths and minerals that the US needs. But there's a problem. Right now, the United States is 100% import reliant, meaning we have to get it from someone else, for 12 critical minerals, and more than 50% reliant for 28 out of the 50 materials that are classified as essential to national security. So the US can't just swap them out for something else. They are irreplaceable. Now, China controls between 60 to 95% of global processing capacity for most of these critical minerals. And even more importantly, China processes about 91% of the world's rare earth elements.
So now y'all see the difference? China don't have the oil, but it got 90% of the minerals, okay? So we can't let them get the oil and the minerals. Then they got the monopoly. Then that's really a problem.
So the US needs something China has, because those supply chains almost always pass through Chinese refineries. And that creates a choke point. It gives China a very powerful leverage point. And this is where Venezuela becomes a lot more important than most people realize, because Venezuela doesn't just have oil. It also has huge deposits of things like coltan, rare earth elements, gold, bauxite, and other strategic materials that you need to build electronics and weapons. And for years, China was working with the Venezuelan government and routing those materials into Chinese-controlled processing. In other words,
now watch this. Did y'all see that little? I'm going to read that little thing. You're correct. Taiwan got it. That's why they want Taiwan. Now, Hugo Chavez understood what he possessed when he announced in 2009 that Venezuela held vast reserves of coltan, which he termed blue gold. Let me make it full screen so I can read it clearer. There we go. Coltan, minerals. Now, Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, he said in 2009 that Venezuela held vast reserves of coltan, which he termed blue gold. He explicitly connected it to African conflicts, noting wars fought over this mineral used in long-range rockets. This is why they exploit Africa for its minerals. You understand? And this is why I say, if your nation can't stand and fight, then you're going to be what they call colonized. That's really enslaved. You can miss me with colonized. Ain't no colonized, they enslaved. All right? Now, that's why I'm glad America fights. All right? Now, Hugo Chavez connected it to the African conflicts, all the stuff they take in Africa's minerals, noting wars fought over this mineral, coltan, used in long-range rockets. The Orinoco Mining Act, spanning 11,843 square kilometers across Bolivia and Amazonia states, contains documented deposits of coltan, tantalum ore, cassiterite, tin ore, rare earth elements, bauxite, gold, and speculative lithium reserves. Venezuela. Are y'all starting to understand? Now you understand. All right, let me get back. They're going to keep doing that.
You're muted.
I got, when we don't have the
You're
bigger,
muted.
when we don't have the bigger picture, he got a delay. Everybody, I know you're like, all right. When we don't have the bigger picture, then we don't understand, Anthropic, we're going to get there too. We don't understand that this has been going on. Remember, Venezuela. So Chavez understood and knew that they have all this. So now it's with all this information, now we're seeing a lot clearer why we needed to go ahead and get Venezuela because of, what they're doing with China and all of the resource, the elements, right? And America we needed these elements so we could create our infrastructure and our rockets and our AI and our, right? All right, so again, geopolitical, let's continue.
And routing those materials into Chinese-controlled processing. In other words, China's not just buying these things on the open market. It was putting itself at the center of the...
That's a good one. Good eyesight, Latanya. Good eyesight. She said he was putting out an ad. Come on, for someone. That's what they do, right? This is what we got. Who's coming to buy? So, China and Russia, again. Yep, selling. Good eyesight, good ion. All right, let's continue.
Supply chains, right at the source. China's not just buying these things on the open and routing the need to build coltan, rare earth. Venezuela becomes a lot more important than most people realize because Venezuela doesn't just have oil. It also has huge deposits of things like coltan, rare earth elements, gold, bauxite, and other strategic materials that you need to build electronics and weapons. And for years, China was working with the Venezuelan government and routing those materials into Chinese-controlled processing. In other words, China's not just buying these things on the open market. It was putting itself at the center of the supply chains, right at the source. Now, from the perspective...
Really brilliant, darkly brilliant, right in our backyard. That's kind of crazy, right? Right in our backyard. I'm glad we woke up to it before it got too crazy.
Perspective of the U.S., that's a nightmare. It's not good. It means materials that are important to U.S. national defense are being extracted under the supervision of its competitor, processed by that same competitor, and then reintroduced back into the market. Now, that is a lot of leverage for China. So Venezuela then was not just about seizing oil. This is about denying them the leverage, denying control over being at the center of supply chains, denying their military presence, denying their currency experimentation, right? Denying this geographic proximity we talked about. And it's forcing negotiations to happen on terms that are much more favorable to the United States. And even though there is a lot of pushback from some media saying, this is not lawful, right? This is not allowed. The president shouldn't be doing this. The truth is, international law doesn't mean anything without a nation's ability to enforce them. If you can't enforce the law, all you can do is just condemn them. Okay, then. So then the question is,
now, you see how we look emotional? When we're like, President Trump, how dare you go and do this to Venezuela? When we really, really don't understand what's truly happening, right? Now that we have the understanding, everything hits different. And he said, he's correct, that all Russia could do was say, we condemn the act, right?
All you can do.
Russia condemns U.S. armed aggression against Venezuela. and urges release of Nicolas Maduro. Thank you. You know, the United States said, we ain't releasing nothing. Kick rocks. You know, someone like, shame on you. Sorry that we beat you to it. That's all that is, right? You just mad because you thought y'all was gonna you had China in our backyard and they was shipping our stuff out to y'all. No, sorry. All right, let's continue.
Is just condemn them.
We didn't talk about the 100 million pedos over and over, and we're gonna talk about some more in this lesson too if we get to it. Right? We started off with some of those, so go watch the other series, Wayne. We talk about it all the time. All right, tonight we on geopolitics because people asked me to come back in because months ago I predicted a lot of this and broke it down, and some asked me to come back, like Saudi Tate. So just tonight is the night. All right. And then I might close out with some more Epstein Files, because I got stuff to come out. I got some exclusive Epstein Files. I don't know if I'll do it tonight, because I want to get this geopolitics stuff really out the way. But Brother Wayne, we got a lot of it. We started this off with some of it too, of these pedos. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I got some stuff. Boy, I got this Epstein thing. I was going to do it tonight, but we running long. Nobody put this out online yet. I got some exclusive stuff. It's crazy too. It's the darkest stuff in the world. It's sick stuff, bro. But all right, so that's what we do. We expose all that. All right, so let's continue.
Okay then. So then the question is, well, if this is how the world works right now, then what might happen next? What I'm about to explain is not the official policy, but it is a very common working theory in certain geopolitical circles, and once you understand it, a lot of recent events will hopefully start to make a lot more sense. And the theory goes something like this. What we're watching is a consolidation of power between the world's major superpowers. Each power is trying to lock down what it considers non-negotiables based on their geographies.
Facts. All the superpowers. Thank you, Brother Wayne. And if you go through the live tab on the channel, you'll see all exposing. We exposing so much darkness. You'll enjoy. You'll be able, and you'll probably see a lot of things that you didn't see, because I try to bring out a lot of stuff that ain't on YouTube. All right. So you'll enjoy. Go click on the live tab on our channel and you'll see. All right. So he's correct. It's a power grab of all the nation empires right now. That's what's happening. 2026, it's a power grab. It's the year something. The Most High is doing something. The prophecies is playing out. He's exposing everything. I got the SpongeBob thing coming too. He's exposing everything, and all these nation states, these kingdoms are trying to become head of the serpent, head of the ditties, right? So much happening. And that's why now the Most High got me doing this type of content, right? I was teaching the Bible all the time, breaking down history, but now I'm doing current, I understand now. But let's continue.
Considers non-negotiables based on their geographies.
Right. So he said all these big kingdoms are now trying to position themselves and filter out any non-negotiables based on their geographies, the land masses, right?
Now, in this theory, Russia's priority is Ukraine, because Ukraine sits between Russia and the sea. From Russia's perspective, losing Ukraine to NATO permanently locks them out of maritime access and leaves them strategically boxed in. China's priority is Taiwan. Taiwan is all about semiconductors, industrial supply chains, and control of the Western Pacific. From China's perspective, Taiwan is a very important core strategic asset. And the United States' priority is the Western Hemisphere. That's Venezuela. That's Cuba. That's really anything, any place.
He knocked it out the park. That's what I like, Brother Andre. He's like me, bro. I like a sharp brother. He got that totally correct, right? And he said, and that's why, and look how big China is and little Taiwan. Little Taiwan is the little engine that could. I swear, you see how tiny this is in China, right? But they got America backing, because America need that Taiwan. That's the only reason why. You see how little it. Only reason why China don't got it yet, because America is stopping it. Okay. Now, he's correct. So then I love what he just said. Watch this.
Taiwan is a very important core strategic asset. And the United States' priority is the Western Hemisphere.
Is the whole Western Hemisphere. Do you get it? We need all of this. Everybody listen clearly. Now, hopefully all y'all, it was probably about 300, 400, 500 of us on this live tonight. For those who stuck in there, those who watch later on the replay, you should have an understanding now why we taking all this. Everything. Canada, we coming. We getting that. You'll see. Greenland, all that. No, NATO, all South America. It's going to be all, because now y'all understand what the Eastern Hemisphere is doing. That's why they got BRICS. You understand? And then we all up in here, but we need the Western Hemisphere locked down. Yeah. Well, Taiwan belongs to China, but it's separate. That's why they're trying to conquer it, right? They're attacking it. So Taiwan, America got a treaty with Taiwan, right? That's why China don't own it yet. That's why they still trying. China's right now saying they're going to invade Taiwan and take it over. But America's trying to stop that. But eventually they probably will, right? Because they so, all right, yes, occupied by China, but it's sovereign. All right, now let's continue.
That's Venezuela. That's Cuba. That's really anything, any place where rival powers could build military bases, control resources, or reroute supply chains in a way that could threaten U.S. leverage. Okay, so then the next question is, what's next? And it seems like the next big move is most likely going to be Iran. Iran is important for a couple different reasons. First,
now, while I'm showing you this brother Andre, this was 2 months ago. He predicted that the next move, this was after the Venezuela, when I made my video about China, when I broke down about the yuan, the digital currency, and I exposed, and I said, I predicted too. He predicted right here, this is 2 months ago, he predicted the next move for America is going to be Iran. And look where we are today. That's why I showed it.
Iran controls the northern edge of something called the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the most important choke points in the entire world. Roughly 1/5 of all the oil in the world moves through that small stretch of water every single day. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, Iran, Qatar, all of their exports pass through that area. That gives Iran leverage way beyond its size, right? This is the classic Rimland power. Now, there is a second reason though. Iran supplies huge amounts of cheap oil to China and Russia, which the US doesn't want. Now, all of this is done outside of US enforcement. That weakens US sanction power, and it makes China more independent of the US than the US wants. It's not just China. Iran also coordinates closely with Russia, especially since 2022. Iran supplies drones and weapons and all sorts of things that the US doesn't like. And then, of course, there's reason number 3, which is the elephant in the room, which is Israel.
America controls the strait now. Now, listen clearly. This is why people be thinking Trump is narcissistic and he be tripping, right? A lot of people are narcissistic, but y'all think he be tripping. Now, remember, look, Trump says China can buy oil only from U.S. markets. Because we don't understand the geopolitics going on with these kingdoms, we thinking, man, Trump is tripping. He just keep doing, he's starting this and he's starting that. You're not understanding, bro. These nation states, they all, the prison yard is rosed up. It's a riot on the yard. You understand? The world is a prison planet and it's a riot in the prison yard. You get it? Every kingdom, every side, every gang in the prison yard is strapping up. They putting newspapers under their shirts and they sharpening toothbrushes and they getting shanks and you know what I mean? It's like, so when Trump says stuff like this, we think he doing too much and he tripping, but he's actually not. And he ain't doing nothing on his own either. That's another thing. Y'all gotta get out your feelings and thinking it's just him and he's just tripping. You know what I mean? This is our administration that's in there now, and this is how they choose to protect our country and the Western Hemisphere. And if we got to take Greenland and Norway and Cuba, then we got to, because we ain't giving it to China and Russia. Them ain't about to be in our backyard. That's what I was trying to say, phone books. ZG, that's what I was thinking of too. But I know, the youngsters be like, phone books? Yeah, strapping phone books, right? I'm like, so anyway, so now sometimes when you see some of these moves, it won't have you react too emotionally before you try to find out what are they doing strategically, like chess moves. Like, why are they doing this? If you see him come out and just say, tomorrow they're going to invade this one and they're going to do this and this one's getting a tariff, I need y'all to understand there's more behind the scenes why that's happening. Okay? All right, let's continue.
It's not just China. Iran also coordinates closely with Russia, especially since 2022. Iran supplies drones and weapons and all sorts of things that the US doesn't like. And then, of course, there's reason number 3, which is the elephant in the room, which is Israel. Iran's threat to Israel is one of the most important reasons that the United States treats Iran differently from almost everybody else. Israel is very important to the US because Israel is also one of the biggest buyers of US military technologies. And it's almost a proxy of security in the Middle East. So it's almost like the US can defend its interests in the Middle East without actually physically being there. So Iran fits perfectly into everything that we talked about. It uses Rimland geography.
As much as most of us don't like that relationship, okay? I got to watch what I say because they'll strike me. They'll let other people do it, but I can't. So y'all can read between the lines what I'm talking about, right? As much as we don't like in America, we don't like that relationship, geopolitically, I found out the importance of it. It kind of blew my mind right here, right? Let me see another one, better one. This one. I said, I get it. Everybody, by us having that relationship with Saudi Arabia, with Israel, right? And we have military strategic posts on their front. We're in their hemisphere. Yo, y'all, this is crazy work. We in their backyard. We're in the front yard. We're in their front yard. You know how somebody in your front yard, you look at your people, you're like, this dude is in my grass, on my lawn. We got military strategic. So that's why, guys, they're striking Saudi Arabia, Israel, all of our allies. We're there. Listen, guys. And we are launching, because we have launched missile land stuff, we're launching stuff without even being there from the safety of our living room. When you understand that, that's why, listen clearly, the dude who come here to about America is just that country's butt boy. Well, it look real different when you see the big picture. It look real different when you understand that we over here just as cozy and can't nothing that they got reach over here. That's another thing y'all need to know. It will get knocked out. It will get, the UAE, all it will get knocked out by, we got the whole Marine Kingdom land. They can't shoot nothing way from over. They got to get over here in South America, or they got to get Greenland to have anything to reach us. Everybody listen. But we are in the front yard. You see? But people, see, I didn't even know that part. When I'm like, I get it now. Remember why we tripping? Why we giving Ukraine all this money? Because we need to own Ukraine. That's deeper in their front yard. That's on their front steps. Y'all get it? Come on, still happy? We are, if we get Ukraine, we're on their front steps. Okay? And we have, all right, so for everybody to think we just some whipping toy for that little country thing that's going on, Everything America does is strategic. I ain't saying it's righteous, but I'm saying it's strategic. It's darkly brilliant, because all these countries have to be darkly brilliant. The world is a prison planet. You don't want your prison, if you under a car or a house in a prison, your gang or whatever, you don't want your leader to be to be all nice and when these big Debos over here, okay? Lucy Auntie, you can beat it, because I don't know where you come from, but you can take it right back to your country and cry me a river over there. Because when you talk about when was the last time America won a war, we over here chilling. We chilling like Bob Dylan, you heard? While Iran and all these countries starving their citizens, people being shot down, killed, and we over here on cell phones and social media and all that crap, okay? Shut up, clown. Shut your little girly self up. Talk about somebody can't take the heat. Shut up. Go watch Diddy. Go back to your Diddyville. Sorry. You could kill me with these people. I don't even know where you from. I hope you ain't in America talking that stuff. If you're in another country, cool. Then you can talk that stuff from your country. But you'll be saying it over there, right? I bet you won't. I bet you can't come to America and say it. That part, if you're not in America. But anyway, you got a lot of people that hate America. You understand? But it is what it is, right? I understand it, right? A lot of us hate our boss when we was at our jobs too, right? I understand it. But anyway. All right. Yeah, and that's good. We better start something and finish it too. Because if we don't start it, somebody else gonna start it. You heard? What about Belgium? Okay? In Africa. What about France? What about Spain? What about Italy? You heard? What about United Kingdom? What about all these countries that colonized and enslaved all these, right? Come on, knock it off. Learn some history. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue. All right. Now I'm going to show y'all a very important clip. This other brother right here. So that makes sense now. While United Arab is important, Saudi Arabia, why even Israel and all these countries are very important to America in the geopolitical realm, because it positions us strategically in the Eastern Hemisphere, right on our enemy's doorstep. Okay? Right on our enemy's doorstep. All right? Because look, if BRICS got all of this and then got this, we right in the middle. I know they don't like that. That's like your enemy right in the middle of your living room. That's crazy work. And we got the portal state with the borders around. So we got the rim factor, right? So remember that, guys. So we got the rim factor, because we even got around here over in Japan and stuff around here, right? And we got our thing with Taiwan. That's why they're trying to stop our thing with Taiwan, right? And then we also got interior while we in our living room. And we control it all right from here. Everything from here. All right. Yep. Controlling all the waters. That's what I'm talking about. All the waters. The waters is in lockdown. All right. Nobody got the Marine Kingdom like America. All right. Now let's go to this one. And I'm not bragging. We're just talking geopolitical facts. We just,
Iran fits.
And you're right. People, for the other brother, you're right. People kicked America butt. But not, we didn't get, when they going over trying to start this war and start there, get their butt handed to them and come on back. But we don't, the American people, ain't nobody came and kicked our butt when we been invaded, when we got our butt kicked, when we get invaded. Show me. All right. Now let's continue. And I'm not bragging. It's just geopolitical facts. I don't agree with none of it. I wish it was a peace planet, honestly. I wish there was no war, fighting, serving the Marine Kingdom, Moloch, Baal, Baphomet, all these Diddies and Epsteins and sacrificing the babies. Yeah, that looked like, I don't know what that is. That looked like some, all right, so anyway. All right, now let's continue, all right? All right, yeah, I believe there's some is distraction to make you not pay attention to Epstein, but this been going on before the Epstein stuff, right? That's why I went back. And so this is 1996, 2002. This been going on 1996. I went back. Like, this is geopolitical. This is going on back from Babylon, Persia, Syria. This ain't, all right? But yeah, they do manufacture stuff to throw you off, but we never stop exposing Epstein. That's why, y'all, we just doing geopolitical tonight. Now watch this. Share this tab instead. Now this dude, he's supposed to be a specialist, right? But he's, I sense, honestly, I sense an agent. But anyway, he breaks down some good stuff. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We break it down the video for reactionary purposes only. Let's go.
Who are you and what have you spent the last several decades of your life studying and doing, and how does that relate to what's happening in the world right now?
We are going through a crisis, very intense right now, but it's a crisis that we have been through before. 20 years ago with the Iraq War, even before that, we saw the bombing of Gaddafi, we saw the reaction.
Now, I'm going to break this stuff down on we'll do it another time, right? Another live somewhere in the future. The Iraq War, 2003, and Gaddafi bombing in 1986. That's why I told the brother, this is go way further back than just some Epstein files, all right? This is geopolitical. When they bombed Gaddafi, it was because he was trying to start the a gold dinar, right? Getting away from the petrodollar. And they needed that position. They needed whenever they try to get away from that petrodollar, you ask him for. If I could have, because Gaddafi was pretty dope, I would have said, Gaddafi, do not let them know you trying to make the gold dinar and go away from the petrodollar. Play the game, build your gold dinar on the side, but still have dealings with the petrodollar. You still got to pay the prison bully. You still got to pay the tithe, bro, lest they coming, right? And they coming, and they came. You understand? And now they own it, and there's all type of crap going on over there now, slavery and everything going on, right? And even the Iraqi war, you understand? Again, that's how we got Kuwait, that's how we got Iraq, in their front yard, okay? So, and the Iran, and the parallel to the Iran crisis, okay?
We saw the bombing of Gaddafi. We saw the reactions there. Now, I have been studying military strategy, air power, international terrorism, now terrorism inside the United States, and also political violence in the United States. It's not related to particular groups. So I've been studying political violence for 40 years.
What is the headline that people need to be aware of when you've looked at 30 years of these types of wars?
That bombs don't just hit targets, they change politics.
What does that mean?
That means that before the bombs fall, and even as the bombs are falling now, we tend to focus on the tactical success of bombing. We tend to ask, did the bombs hit the targets? And it's, with the smart bomb age, it's almost mesmerizing. They hit the target and destroy the target, crater dirt, crater concrete, destroy buildings, 90% of the time. The problem is wars are not just about the hardware. They're not just about the military operation of putting a bomb on a target. They're about politics. And when the bombs start to fall, the politics in both the target, the enemy, change, and the politics in the attacker, the initiator, change. So when I finished my PhD, right away, we started to fight the first Gulf War, which was an all-air power war. And I found my work from the 1980s.
So the Gulf War, remember that? 1990, 1991. It began after Iraq invaded Kuwait. That's why we now own Iraq. We got our land thing in Iraq and Kuwait, okay? That's why they bombing Lebanon and Beirut and stuff. Not right now, Iran, because we have our strategic nuclear stuff, our armaments there, right? A U.S.-led coalition used weeks of strikes, right? So let's continue.
More relevant than ever. I was in the Washington Post.
Now, this person, he's one of the top professionals on strategic military planning that a lot of the presidencies use. So a lot of fruit is going to come. Right now, what this going to break down is exactly what happened right now in Iran today. And what happened that most of us don't know. All right, let's continue.
Say Today, Frontline, designing the stories because we didn't have the talking military heads at the time. And then I get a call from the U.S. Air Force, and they're asking me to come in and help not just teach, but to build the curriculum. Then what happens as time goes on, I end up advising every White House from 2001 to 2024, including the first Trump White House.
I also heard that you've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, the last class of every strategy for 20 years. In fact, we did it just last May.
Now, did you hear what he just said? He said, I've also heard that you've been running the simulations on the war with Iran. He's been doing it for the last 10 presidencies, right? He said, yes, for the last 20 years. He's been running strategic war planning for America against Iran for 20 years, everybody. And that's why I said people thinking like, oh, they're just doing it because of the Epstein. No, bro, this is way bigger than that, right? Ain't nobody going to jail for that Epstein stuff because they all complicit. That's I'm going to just keep saying it. They not about to send each other to jail. So we might as well just don't even hold your breath. I'm going to keep exposing the Epstein. We're going to keep exposing the PDFs, and we're going to keep doing. We're going to let the Most High handle that. Because if we waiting for them to lock each other up, then we boo the fool, right? Because if they started locking up everybody with the Epstein, every nation kingdom would fall. Do you understand? Because they all in it. I'm talking about every nation and kingdom and prince and king and diplomat and ambassador and prime minister and presidents and chairman and chiefs of staffs and joints of... I'm like, bro, we might as well just let that one go, that they're going to lock each other up and just keep exposing everything that is in the files and what these PDFs is doing, and the Most High going to handle all that. Don't wait around for them to be locking each other up. That don't make no sense. That's boo-boo the fool stuff right there. Really, I'm telling you right now, because they're not about to lock each other up. The whole world will fall. Do you not know if they locked up everybody that got that Epstein, he's a super James Bond that's tied to this stuff, in Baphomet, but all sacrificing the babies, every stock market, the world would go into chaos. The money that's the Armageddon. It's gonna happen. Trust me. That's why I said let the Most High, let the Most High work. That's gonna happen. Okay. All right. So let's continue. Boy, I don't nobody watch no Fox. Boy, shut up. Be gone, clown. Boy, I didn't even watch no news. I don't even what is Fox? I don't even got a TV to watch Fox. Be quiet.
Last May, 20 years. In fact,
I also heard that you've been running
sorry. I apologize if you're not talking to me. Again, I forgot. I got to slow down. I don't know who you're talking to. If you're not talking to me, I apologize. If you are talking to me, kick rocks, clown. Let's continue.
Simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, the last class of every strategy for 20 years. In fact, we did it just last May, just before we started the bombing, and 90 minutes. So
So he been having these classes teaching military strategy to these governments, all these officials for 20 years, and they just had it in last May. All right.
So the class goes a whole quarter, strategy in all kinds of different ways. And we ended with the bombing of Iran. And what did that mean? That meant we took out the whole target. We have the target set laid out. We have the attack plans. We really go through the bombing of Natanz, Fordo, Esfahani. There's a number of these facilities and so forth. And then we look at what's going to happen. And what you see right away is 90+%, those B-2s are going to destroy those targets. Okay?
B-2s being the aircraft.
These stealthy aircraft that can penetrate the airspace.
So what he's talking about, he is the one who trains strategically the operations of now he's talking about Iran. He's been doing it for 20 years. And he says strategically he knows what's going to play out. They map out where they're going to strategically hit. And he said, those B-2 stealth bombers are going to, all right? So let's go to, it's going somewhere. Y'all going to see, we're going somewhere. Hold on.
90+%. Those B-2s are going to destroy those targets. Okay?
B-2s being the aircraft.
These stealthy aircraft that can penetrate.
Y'all know they got this from the fallen angel, right? Y'all know this B-2. You know why this look like a Nephilim? Because it is. Hold on. Y'all go put your aluminum foil hat on for a second. Y'all know why this look like a fallen angel Nephilim? Because it is. They got this from, this come from the fall. This that Area 51 stuff. When they got this technology. Oh, yeah. They got the fallen angel stuff, just like Nimrod and them stuff, too. Just like the ancient Kimite. Yep. And pyramids and stuff. Yeah. It's fallen angel stuff. That's why it look like a fall. It is. It is a fallen angel technology. Facts. That's why even Trump said one time, he said, boy, we got stuff. Trump seen that stuff that they got. He like, boy, we got stuff. Y'all can't imagine what we got. Yeah, the technology from the fallen angel. All right, let's continue. Yeah, it's creepy as crap, because it is. All right.
90+%. Those B-2s are going to destroy those targets. Okay?
B-2s being the aircraft.
These stealthy aircraft that can penetrate the airspace, very small risk of loss. And then you see, but we don't know where the nuclear material is. The whole point of this is not to destroy a building. It's to get at the 5%, 20%, 60% enriched uranium that's the material for bombs. And last May, it was very clear they had the material for 16 bombs. Now
what he's breaking down, because I chopped it down. This was like a 2-hour interview. So I chopped down to the most important parts, right? What he's breaking down is when the reason why we bombed Iran while we're there is because Iran now has been proven that they had their uranium, right? We don't know if it's 20%, 40%, or 60%. Once you get 60% purity of uranium, you have enough that you can create your nuclear armaments, right? Some people, if their scientists are really sharp, you can do it with like 30, 40%, right? So America, we know that they have them and we know where they were stored. So what he's pointing out, he's saying he was trying to tell the U.S. defense, don't attack with the B-2 because it's kind of sloppy, meaning you're going to blow up stuff, but then we probably still won't find the uranium. The goal is try to find the uranium so we can get it out of their possession so they can't make no nuclear arms. But what he's pointing out, he said they were sloppy and they just bombed it and we still didn't find the uranium. So everybody listen clearly. That's why we still there. This is what he's breaking down. He's like, we still in Iran because we didn't find the uranium. We bombed it. We bombed the dude. They got the dude and all that, but we don't got the uranium. Shout out to Lil Governor Tuh, right? Lil Governor Tuh. We don't got it. All right, watch this. It's going to make a lot of sense in a second.
Material for bombs. And last May, it was very clear they had the material for 16 bombs. Now, not
So last May, the United States found out that Iran has enough uranium to create 16 nuclear bombs. That's way too much. Okay? Now they got it. They got it. That's way too much. All right? Let's continue.
Bombs. Now, not
16 nuclear bombs.
16.
Nuclear bombs.
Yes, nuclear bombs.
And I know what you're saying. You like they probably don't like the way they said what's the name had weapons of mass destruction. That's an interesting one. So I don't want to. You're right. I don't want to put that in write in stone. You know why? Because like I said, these forked tongues of these serpent, you can't believe everything they say. So I agree. That was a good ion. That could be a bluff. That's correct. That could be, all right? That could be a bluff that they don't got it. and America could be bluffing, saying that they think they got it. Like they said, my weapons of mass destruction. They know that they ain't have no weapons of no mass destruction. They was going there to take them out and get that land mass and get that oil, right? So again, that's why I said you got to rightly divide the forked tongue and try to discern and just don't. So that was a good point. I concur with that point. All right, I agree. All right, let me go back a little.
Now, not
60 nuclear bombs.
16.
Nuclear bombs.
Yes, nuclear bombs, not to produce them all in a single week, but over a period of months. And then after we did that simulation, we didn't know where a single ounce was. And we weren't going to know for months.
So he said, after we bombed them, we didn't find no ounce of uranium. We don't know, we just made a big mess when we bombed, and we still didn't find not 1 ounce of uranium, right? But he's saying they think that Iran got it. But I think that person's correct. They might not have it. We don't know, right? They could be bluffing. You're correct. And America could be bluffing and saying that, right? But anyway, let's continue.
After. So at the end of I make some predictions. I say, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is after about a year, we are going to panic because that material could be dispersed anywhere in Iran, anywhere in that country. And that country, look how big that is compared to the United States, could be dispersed anywhere now. And how many of those are actually developing toward a bomb? We will not know. So what will we do? Regime change. But starting back in June, when we took out.
So he said, what he's pointing out now, because I chopped it up, is this is how we got to the point where now we took out the Ayatollah, regime change. Because he said back then, when they first bombed, back then they was trying to get the uranium, but they failed. And now they don't know where it's at, and it could be anywhere in Iran, right? Because he's going to they showed trucks leaving the site where they bombed. And so now the next step was the regime change. And that's what we just did. They just took out the Ayatollah and they switched in the regime. All right? So in June 2025, the United States carried out strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities, including Natanz and Fordow. These sites are central to Iran's uranium enrichment program, which could be used to develop nuclear weapons. There's no confirmation that the U.S. destroyed these facilities successfully. So most of us don't know, but we struck the Iran in June of 2025. Okay? All right. So, sorry, I can't. All right. So let's continue. So I'm saying that because most people think like this is new right now, but this has been going on. This ain't new. We've been doing this for a while. So now we got to this part to set up the regime change. All right, let's continue.
Natanz Fordow, regime change. And how many of those are actually developing toward a bomb? We will not know. So what will we do? Regime change. But starting back in June, when we took out Natanz Fordow, we started to lose control. And what are we losing control of? Knowing where that nuclear material is. And we now have civilian satellites, and you can see them moving things. What would they be moving around the nuclear areas? I wonder, you think they're moving what are they moving here? It's most likely going to be that nuclear material, because their plan, you can see they have prepared for that.
Hopefully, I don't know if y'all can read that. It says, Fordow is considered one of the hardest nuclear sites in the world to destroy. It is built deep inside of a mountain in Iran, protected by layers of rock and reinforced concrete. Most bombs cannot penetrate deeply enough to destroy the centrifuge halls where uranium enrichment happens. So Iran built their uranium enrichment nuclear centrifuge spots deep into the mountains very wisely. And and we bombed it, okay, in June 2025.
Nuclear material is. And we now have civilian satellites, and you can see them moving things. What would they be moving around the nuclear areas? I wonder. You think they're moving the what are they moving here? It's most likely going to be that nuclear material, because their plan there, you can see they have prepared for this war just as we have, except they've been preparing for how to be resilient, how to now lash back in increasingly aggressive ways. They are winning the escalation part of the war, and that's not an accident. This you can see coming in stages.
But for anyone that doesn't know, we've got leaders that have different levels of sort of information and knowledge here. I'm going to try and summarize this and butcher it in the most indelicate way I possibly can. So earlier last year, the United States suspected that Iran were very close to enriching uranium. They're at 60%.
They're at 60 already.
If they get to 90%, they have a bomb.
Yes, but possibly even with the 60%, Stephen, it depends on just how good their scientists are, and we're not really sure. So there's somewhere, we're at 60%, we're already very worried. You go to 90, it's a gimme.
And then the United
States. I was wrong. I said at 60, it was the gimme. It's 90, and they at 60. So with the scientists, they can, all right, so I'll stand corrected. I thought it was at 40, they can have it. But all right, let's continue.
States dropped these big bunker buster bombs. They flew those B-2 airplanes in, dropped these bombs, B-2.
It's a gimme.
And then the United States dropped these big bunker buster bombs. They flew those B-2 airplanes in, dropped these bombs, smashing up the site.
Yep.
And then it felt like it was over. And then the United States went into negotiations with Iran to try and get some kind of deal done.
To get the material we didn't get.
Oh, okay.
You see, why are we even talking to them? If this has really obliterated the program, why are we bothering to talk to them? What exactly are we talking about here? Do you notice the inconsistency here? So when you say we thought it was over, that's the public. Okay. Now the public need to understand they're very busy people. They're paying for the price of eggs. Okay. So they're not supposed to be able to be up on this.
It's a good point I've never thought about.
Yeah.
Why would we be talking to them?
Why are we talking to them, you see? So right from the get-go.
So he's making a point because he's like, when we bombed them, if we would have got all the uranium, then there would be no need for us to be having no negotiations and talks. And we wouldn't still be doing this, right? But he's trying to point out we didn't find the uranium. That's why we still negotiate and talking back and forth and over there and all that.
And by the way, all of it's the Israelis. We have a thing called the Defense Intelligence Agency. Their reports that were done after the bombing were leaked, and they all say the same thing, which is we created holes. We probably shook these underground chambers. We're not sure because we had no eyeballs on that.
So this is supposed to be the bird's eye view of it, right? The Fordo uranium enrichment plant. Right? And this is where it exists in Iran, right there, right? Where the red dot is. That's a tunnel entrance covered in dirt, tunnel entrance covered. So everywhere where we bombed, bunker buster, bomb impact craters. So he said basically they just bust holes all in the mountain, but they didn't get nowhere near the uranium. So they just made basically a dirt mess with the P2 because Iran brilliantly buried it deep and in where it didn't even reach.
But we have no idea where that enriched uranium is. And we have good reason to worry they got them out because we actually have a satellite picture that shows 2 days before we bombed Fordo, there's a bunch of trucks moving stuff out. Gee, what do you think you might move out if America's about to bomb your site? Again, I don't think they're moving out the popcorn. So, and it's this material can be moved in what look like large scuba tanks. They call them scuba tanks, but I try to show pictures of this too. They're actually like as large as this table. So you need basically trucks like that satellite.
Let me read that. It says enriched uranium is usually stored as uranium hexafluoride gas. Inside these heavy steel cylinders weighing several tons each. So they store it as hexafluoride. It's interesting that fluoride is in that uranium gas to make nuclear bombs and they putting it in our water and our teeth. That's some wicked stuff that is called hexafluoride. That's crazy work. But anyway, let's continue.
Photography shows that they took out. Basically, truck tank. They call them scuba tanks, but I try to show pictures of this too. They're actually like as large as this table. So you need basically trucks like that satellite photography shows that they took out. So we can't say for sure, but what you see is these are the indications that you worry they've dispersed the material even before we hit the site.
And then we attack.
Yeah.
The United States attacks in February 2026, which is
February 2026, February 2028. We start again, this time with regime change. Notice we don't go even after the physical material, the nuclear material. We don't know where it is. So here we are. It is, here is, of course, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start the story in June. This is the beginning of the.
So now when y'all see right here, right? So we have this. We have the United Arabs, we have Kuwait, we have Saudi Arabia, we have Israel, we have Lebanon, we have Iraq. So this is crazy when y'all look at this, guys, right? Shout peace and blessings to TOS Creator, all right? Blessings over you too, you and your family, all right? I'm just going to go a little long tonight. So now when you look at this map, we way in America. Now do y'all understand? That's why we want, what's this called? Ukraine, right? Up in there. So we got all of this. And this is the Strait of Hormuz, where the oil goes through. So that's why Iran is bombing Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, UAE, Israel, Lebanon, Beirut. They're bombing because we have military stations, America, all in their front yard. I'm telling you, now y'all learning geopolitics. And people talking about this country is running us, and y'all have no idea. I didn't even have the full idea of the geopolitical positioning of why we have all these countries. And this is why they invaded Iraq. This is why they took Kuwait. This is why they do all these things, because they was getting geopolitical positioning back in the 80s and the 90s and all that, 70s. It's all dark, but it's all kingdom, dark empire warfare. Let's continue.
Smart bomb, the escalation
In
trap.
all nations.
Stage one. We hit Fordo, which is right around there, and then we hit Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm nuclear material. We don't know where it is. So here we are. It is, here is, of course, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start this.
Thank you so much, TOS Creator. I apologize if I took your statement wrong. If I said anything wrong, I repent and I apologize. Sometimes, you know, we don't know because, you know, we get adversaries. So anybody, if y'all was talking about something else and I misread it, I apologize and I repent. I'm not perfect, so I'm not ashamed to admit that I make mistakes. All right. Yeah, they were. Okay.
Story in June. This is the beginning of the smart bomb, the escalation trap. Stage one, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start the story in June. This is the beginning of the smart bomb, the escalation trap. Stage one. We hit Fordo, which is right around there, and then we hit Natanz and some other sites right around here. And what does Iran do here? They lash back, and who are they lashing back against? Israel here. They have their missiles focused on Israel. They're not really hitting our bases here. They're hitting Israel, and they send 3,000 Israelis to the hospital, the most since the 73 war. So long time. That is stage one. Okay. Now what happened when in February 28? February 28, they're lashing back a bit against Israel for sure, but now they're at stage two. This is why I published this piece today in Foreign Affairs about how Iran's winning the escalation war. So it just came out just a few hours before we came on. And what's happening here?
Saying winning, the devil's like, Iran ain't winning nothing. This dude is I'm sorry. I watched the whole thing and I don't agree. He was all cozying up to China. I don't know. This dude got me double agent written all over it to me. All laughing. I'm like, bro, you sound like a sellout. But anyway, let's continue.
Here is called, I call it horizontal escalation, because what they're doing now is they're using drones, mostly a few missiles, but mostly drones. This was almost all missiles, no drones. And they're using their drone capacity, which they have a lot of, and it's precision. These drones are like precision guided weapons. They go right to the target. And what they're trying to do is break this coalition.
For anyone that can't see at the moment, they countered with horizontal escalation against Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
The coalition that had been formed against them, they're trying to break the coalition, you see. And they may well do that.
Why would they want to break that? Why? Because my friends are escaping Dubai at the moment. I've got a friend staying in my house in Cape Town because he doesn't want to be in
Because they want these countries to kick the Americans out of their country.
Bingo. Finally, they are strategically, with their drones, attacking all of the places where we have our stronghold at the gate of the bricks of the sorry, but Russia, China, we in your front yard. You heard? And America is actually all the way in the Eastern Hemisphere, and we have our submarines all around the perimeters, and we on deck. You heard? So they're bombing. So everybody listen clearly. Everybody in these countries are coming back to America, all in Dubai. Remember, Dubai was the land of all the Diddy, Epstein, doodling on people. They enslaving, raping, they doing you think, that's why I said it ain't just America doing Epstein, Diddying, and Baphomet doing this to the children, all these countries. Now, everybody's fleeing Dubai. I wonder if y'all, I don't know if all of y'all, if y'all knew this, right? So the other host said, because he's rich, he got millions of subscribers. So he said his friends are all fleeing Dubai and they're staying in this condo in South Africa and everybody's coming back to America. So America put out an announcement for everybody overseas and even people that's over there, they're going back to the UK. Everybody needs to go home. They're like, everybody go home. If you in any of these lands on the Eastern Hemisphere, they like, you need to get back to America now or forever be victimized, because it's going down and it's not stopping anytime soon, right? So this is correct. So this, like the scripture said, everybody gonna go back to their own land, returning to their own land. It's crazy that the scriptures is well, it's not crazy because it's prophecy. It's everything is in the scriptures, bro. It's crazy work, right? So everybody's fleeing Dubai and all that. You should see the airplane. They backed up in airplane because Iran is just frying. Drones is just blown. They just going to war and they want all of them to kick us out. But we ain't nobody folding for them. Yo, this political stuff is crazy. All right, let me rewind. I'm glad y'all worked it out, you guys in TOS Creator. I'm glad y'all worked it out. That's what we're called to do. Because, we can misunderstand one another and, writing, you miss context. That's why I make mistakes. That's why I apologize and repent. So praise the Most High for everybody to have humility to apologize and repent when you're wrong and give each other grace to make mistakes. All right, let's continue.
He doesn't want to be
because they want these countries to kick the Americans out of their country.
Okay.
Get rid of the embassies, get rid of the bases. If you can, then we don't have the platforms to plaster them. You see, these are our basically ground-based aircraft carriers.
I thought they were attacking Saudi Arabia, for example, because that will make Saudi Arabia call Trump and say, listen, stop, please, we're losing our tourism. We're shutting our airports.
Well, they are threatening the tourism, hitting the economic nodes. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting the airports. What they are trying to do is by threatening tourism, which varies from 5% to 10% of the GDP of these countries. This is not trivial amounts here. They're basically trying to drive wedges between these countries and America. And America right now, I don't see any movement through Congress. Where is this $100 billion going to the region to make up for their lost tourism? I don't remember seeing that bill come through Congress last week. So I'm just putting it a little humorously to point out, these countries are losing a fair bit right now, and that tourism may not come back for a while.
I've got friends that have moved. Yeah. I've got friends one of my friends was thinking about leaving, is now in my house in Cape Town, and he's been there for 5 years. He's leaving, and he's going to move to America. I've got so many friends that have called me.
And imagine that we have 500,000 American citizens here, and we have the State Department on CNN. Call this number. We'll help you escape.
It's even the media in the UK. You see it. They're showing the BBC is showing evacuations of UK citizens as they're being greeted in the airport, putting microphones.
So this is putting a lot of pressure here, and there's something else that's not widely known, which is there's a big gap between what the leaders of the countries want, willing to support the U.S. and Israel, and their publics. You see, this coalition that's been built.
One thing I've seen, I'm going to fast forward this too, but one thing I noticed is that this is crazy right here. Look at this right here, guys. Right there. That all of this war, right? Iran is bombing Saudi, all right. They got all, and it's thousands of people being displaced and unalived, right? And look how far away America. Yo, that. I mean, I'm not laughing because people are unalive, so I'm gonna not laugh when I try to say that, right? I have a little a quirk that I laugh when I'm trying to work on that. Right, because it's not funny. But what I'm saying is that America, you see it way over here in the Eastern Hemisphere, is fighting a war against their enemies, China, because that's what this is for, Iran, right, on their front yard. When we it's like it's over here just minding its own, being peaceful and everything, and all of this is happening here. That's some crazy work. When you can fight a war from somebody else's land. Y'all see what I mean? That's crazy. Now y'all see why China was trying to get Venezuela and Cuba, and why they was trying to get Greenland. Because they was trying to do what America has done. But America set this up decades ago. This is what I'm talking about, chess playing. Before they even knew they was making chess moves. So when this goes down, look, China, Russia, and all them, they don't have no places to attack America from, and that's why America is shutting down the Eastern Hemisphere. Are y'all understanding now? I know y'all get it. I'm sorry. I'll just, you got people who don't understand. I apologize for those who get it. Right? A day late and $1 short. And that's also with the nuclear armaments too. And the submarines, they really late. So when we were spending billions, they was playing pixie sticks. And we were spending billions and billions and billions. I used to complain too. And then why are they spending so much defense budget every time? 75 billion, that's $1 million. We all in debt. Because America was building their armaments and their submarines for a time. If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. They was building all this whole for decades and decades and decades. Okay? Now, so that part, I'm like, that looks real crazy that they're fighting this war right here on the enemy's front step. While they over here just, we over here just business as usual. That's crazy. While these people were just, this war stuff. That's why I said I wish the world wasn't a prison planet and it was a peace planet. And we ain't have to worry about all of these serpents and their devilish deeds and killing innocent children and women, and because that's what's being killed, innocents, and playing devil politics. But that's the way it's always been. It doesn't make it right. It's just transgression and sin. You know what I mean? Slaughter of the innocents. I wish it was a peace planet where everybody could just be trying to take care of one another and build one another up and feed one another and all that. But yeah, but unfortunately it's not. So it's kind of like when I, when I was in jail and stuff, I had to prepare for where I'm at. I couldn't be thinking, okay, I want to make this a better place and a good, I made my environment once I got really established. I made that a safer environment and place. And anybody that come in there on some Diddy stuff, you out of here. And anybody that's trying to prey on a weak, but I had to get myself established before I can establish my right. And I had to do that by being a wolf, by being a lion. You understand? By willing to stab and willing to do whatever it is to get my name established, my authority. And then every now and then you have to reestablish that, because in prison, it's a prison, right? And that's what this world is. So we adapt to the darkness, all right? Yeah, they're not winning in this at all. Facts. I agree. That's why these people talk about they winning. I'm like, they ain't winning nothing. You tripping. But anyway, let's continue.
These countries.
All right, let me go forward. I want to get to
of this. This isn't just about the.
So they got Sunni and Shia. I don't know this stuff. So those who know this, I apologize. You can watch another video. Some of us don't know this. Yeah, the Most High word will always prevail. I agree with you, James. God's will and his prophecy and his will be done. And this is all prophetic, right? Because remember, Iran is ancient Persia. That's another thing, guys. Iraq is ancient Babylon. Y'all got to understand what these kingdoms are. And this is all the book of Daniel. Once you understand what Russia is, what Iran is, what Iraq is, we know what Yasharel is. Now, the people who are there ain't the real people, but that's what it says. It will be trodden down by the Gentiles. Bible tells it all, right? All right, so we understand what's really going on, right? But it is what it is, right? Let the prophecy play out. All right. But anyway, Sunni and Shia are two main branches of Islam differing over who should lead the Muslim world. The Sunnis believe in elected leadership, while the Shias believe it should remain in the Prophet's family. Iran is made majority Shia, while many neighboring countries are majority Sunni. Even when Sunni publics distrust Iran, many still oppose aligning with Israel or the U.S. to go against Iran. Right? So this is Islamic, right? And I don't rock with none of that. I don't rock with none of that. That what's that called? Sharia, where they be marrying little girls. So the Khomeini, when he came in, the Shia, believe in the prophets, right? When they came in, they were the one who lowered the marrying of the children from 18 years old to 9 years old, that they can marry 9-year-old little girls. Y'all know the Shiite, I don't agree. I don't rock with none of that devilish stuff, right? And I don't rock with that Babylonian Talmud either. They over there marrying people at 5 years old and stuff like that. I don't agree with none of that. May the Most High will be done over all these devils. You heard? All that stuff is devilish, man. Ain't nothing but Epstein. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said it ain't just America. Ain't none of this just America. This is all Baphomet, Baal, Moloch, giving it over to the Valley of Hinnom. And that's Ishmaelites. Ishmaelites and Yasharalites, right? Sick. These principalities over all these countries. It's always worshiping the fallen. And it's always a slaughter of the innocents. You heard? Nah, marrying these little girls. 60-year-olds marrying a 9-year-old. And then, you know what I mean? We expose all this darkness. May the Most High will be done over all of it. All right.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Akim.
Okay, we have a comment from Amy Berry.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I read it?
Go ahead.
Amy says, "Careful with this, Yeshua. This is not biblical. It's from the synagogue of Satan. Tetragrammaton is not in the Septuagint. They priming you for the Antichrist.
What is she talking about? I'm lost. She said, what'd she say? Say it again. What is she talking about? Do you understand what she say? Well, I don't believe in no tetragrammaton. What's she talking about?
She just came in with this.
But say it again. Say it one more time.
Careful with this, Yeshua.
Oh, she talking about the name? Okay, let me explain. I think she's correct. All right. So, sister, you're correct. My name is not Uncle Yahshua anymore. So the reason why my name is Uncle Yahya. If you see under my thing, it says Uncle Yahya. The reason why I keep Uncle Yahshua on the thing, because that's what I was known by years ago, and a lot of people know me and look me up, so my channel's that. But you're right. That's Canaanite Hebrew. Yahshua is Akkadian, right? But that's not the Yahshua is actually not Yod He Wav He. That came later. That's no, I think that's still Akkadian. I think, yeah, Yahweh. So yeah, you're right. But so you're correct. It's still Amorite. So you're correct. My name is not Uncle Yahshua. We don't do no Yod He Wav He in this house. Yahweh and the Ya'ad, we has name. Yah, right? I am that I am. Aya Asha Aya. Aya Asha Aya. Right? So I'm fluent in Habariyah, the original pictograph Habariyah, from the Ayat to the Tayyaf. I don't do no Aleph, Beat, Gimel, Dalet, Heat, Hut, Kul. We don't say Ruach, Ho, Kodesh. It's a Rayak, Hayak, Hadash, right? So we know it's only vowels, no vowel sounds. It's linguistic, the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongues. So I teach the Habariyah. So you're correct in that. So no, we don't do no Yod He, Wav He, tetragrammaton. That's fallen angel. That's the Babylonian Talmud stuff. I agree. So yeah, she's correct. All right. Sorry, I don't want to get off the subject because other people are like, what are y'all even talking about? All right. So anyway, let me get back to but she's correct. You're correct, sister. But we don't believe in no Baphomet, Yod He Wav He. That's that's an Amorite. And that's where the Babylonian, that's where those convertites come from. Those who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not. That's why he took his name out too. They call it uneffable. They don't say his name. All right. All right, so let me continue.
The Camp David Accords, peace for land, but it was very favorable. Well, after Sadat did that, the president of Egypt, in 1981.
All right, so because I want to get this somewhere. So he's breaking down how they unalived Sadat. Then he's talking about Sadat assassination. Then he talks about how they're probably going to go into a land war. We're probably going to put troops down on the ground in Iran because we haven't found the uranium. So that's what he's saying. So I don't know if it's a fluke that they don't have the uranium, whatever, but we haven't found the uranium and it's going to continue. And he was talking about how they're probably going to put troops on the ground and all that.
Take some of the oil fields to cut off some of the money here for the regime. That is where that book comes in.
All right, so he talks slow, so that's enough of that. I'm gonna get to, what's this? Trump argued in 2015 that the Iran deal was too weak as it didn't stop Iran's missile program. So what Trump was talking about was that when what's his name? When Barack Obama deal with Iran, he said it was too weak. It didn't stop Iran's missile program. And I agree. So that's why I remember when we played Barack Obama, he was like, Iran will never have nuclear arms because we did a deal. And he acting like, yeah, right. They doing it behind your back, right? So I agree with that. It didn't stop their missile program. He said the eventual expiration of some of their nuclear limits. So he withdrew that deal to restore the sanctions and force a tougher deal. But critics say this has resulted in Iran expanding its nuclear stockpile. Well, that's what you got to do. You're like, bro, I know that y'all put the whammy over on them, but you ain't putting the whammy over on us. We know y'all got them. We know y'all stockpiling the nuclear stuff. So let's get right or go to war. All right. So
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
We have, I think, 2 or so more questions when you're ready.
Go ahead, do the question.
Okay. This one is from Toss. They say Baphomet. Do you all know the origins of Baphomet? I mean, as far as historical origins.
Yeah, Baphomet goes up. Bro, Baphomet is a play off of Baal, right? Moloch. It's all through the kingdoms. It's fallen angel, Anunnaki worship of what you call alien, fallen angel, Nephilic, right? And they worship ox head, right? But this is all nations and cultures, right? Just like in ancient Kemet, they had something called the Apis bull, right? That's where you get Christianity from, but that's crazy work. I don't want to offend nobody. I'll take it back. But I don't take it back, but that's the start of the whole thing. It's the Osiris and the Apis bull, right? So they had somebody called Serapis Christos. Serapis Christos first, right? Serapis is the Osiris and the Apis bull. That's what the ancient Hellenes started to worship, right? But it was ancient Kemet and the Rashidun Caliphate. So it's the mystery schools and all that, right? So Baphomet is a little later. It's the head of the donkey, and then they got the star of Renfrew and Moloch, and it's half male and female, non-male, right? But it's just Baal and Moloch, Triune. So each of these ancient fallen angel deities just take on little different variations. Baphomet is just a newer variation of the old ancient fallen angel, non-male and female deity gods. You know what I mean? The Most High created male and female, created he them. So they create this merging of this, what they call that nowadays. What do they call it? Because all these kids is just Baphometed now. Non-gender, non-binary, right? They don't got a gender. That's Baphomet, right? Just a variation of it. Yeah. So we know if you go to the live stream section of our channel, we got even more ancient stuff than that, with the books, with the text, with the historical, with the linguistics for the land and the languages and the people, and we go to all the different cultures. All right, so praise the Most High. All right. So this right here, I got you. I'm gonna do you another question. This says North Korea developed nuclear weapons in secret throughout the 1990s. North Korea was dope. All right. Now, North Korea was really dope because North Korea developed their nuclear weapons in secret. That's the best way to move, right? That's our move. Don't announce your stuff when you're doing something that you don't, people get too prideful and everything. North Korea developed their nuclear weapons in secret, and they conducted their first underground nuclear test in 2006. And eventually they built a small arsenal. Once a nation state proves that it has multiple working nuclear weapons, it becomes much harder for other countries to attack it without risking nuclear retaliation. And that's why I try to point out where people be like, America just be bullying. No, every country, they looking who to attack. The devil, the serpent, the devil's a serpent, wolf is looking who to, what is it, roving lion looking who to devour. Do you understand? That's what these nation states, these are kingdoms and empires. They don't leave nobody alone. They can't. They're built wickedly because none of it serves the Most High. They'll tell you this is a Christian country, but yeah, that Christian ain't following the Safari Bible. You understand? That just because they said the Romans started that crap, you understand? By enslaving 72 Hebrews and diddying them on the island of Pharos back when they conquered, well, that was the Hellenes, the Greek, not the Romans, the Hellenes, right? And then Roman conquered the Hellenes and called them Greek and exiled them, you know what I mean? Diddy them. These are all Baal worship, Dionysus, fallen angel, Osiris. They developed mystery schools, right? And they took every language and culture and made the Alexandrian library and all that to have all the mystery schools, not just the Hebrew Bible. And they made a Septuagint, right? And then they made a language, the Koine Greek, from the Greek alphabet, right? From the original Hebrews. But they got civilized from their dark ages, the Hellenes, before it later became the Greeks, from the Phoenicians. Okay, so anyway, Let's continue. Yeah, Yahweh and his Asherah, exactly. And El, Eliam. See, these are Canaanites. That's why the Hebrews are called the Hebrew Canaanites. That's why I don't identify with the Hebrew Canaanite tongue, the Paleo and all that modern stuff. That's Canaanite. That's Amorite and all the Malachite and stuff, right? So that's when they become El, Elion, and Elohim. And there ain't no El in here, Habariah in the tongue. Ain't no L. It's only an R vowel sound, only R in the Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, right? Even back in Sumeria, ain't no vowels. The vowels came about in Acadia, right? That's fallen angel. But anyway, that's where you get Yahweh and L-E and U-I-O-E-I-O. They ain't Habariah at all. All right, but anyway, let's continue. Let me stay on topic. All right, so go. What was the question, Hakiyama? And then I'm going to get to, I want to get to some action because this dude, I'm kind of bored with him, right? What was the question?
Another question.
No, did you have? Oh, I thought you had another. That's all right. I thought you said you had two.
Yeah, there's a little bit more than two. Sorry.
All right, but I know, but just give me one. That's what I said. Just give me a question.
Okay. Roberta says, I have been believed that Nephilim entities in our dimension look like Enoch 1, the fallen angels who taught men the types of instruments of war. What was his name?
I'm lost. What? You asked me a question. Who you talking to me? You said what was his name?
Yes, that's what Roberta asked.
You got to say it again. You kind of asked that kind of weird. I got lost. Say it again.
Okay, Roberta says, I've been believed that Nephilim entities in our dimension look in Enoch 1, the fallen angels who taught men the types of instruments of war. What was his name?
The fallen angel who taught I think Shemjaza or Azazel. I know Shemjaza taught the beautifying of the eyes. I think that was Azazel. I think the one, you can look it up in Enoch. So, all right, I'm still lost with the question though, but it's all right. I thought you was trying to do somebody that was new here that had the question, but it's fine. Let me get to now I want to show some action. I'm going to show, I think it's Azazel, the war, share this tab instead, right, where I left off. So this is the actual war when we just went in to Iran.
The strike on the government compound was just one part of the operation. Afterwards, Israel reportedly take out Iran's air defenses, especially around Tehran.
All right, so now this is when they went in and decided to take out the regime change. So back in 2025, they bombed Fordow, right? And they tried to get the uranium, but they didn't get it. And they made a mess with their B-2 bombers. And so allegedly, they're saying that the Iranians shipped the uranium in different parts, so they don't know where it's at in the country. So now, fast forward to now, they went in and they leveled it up to invasion number 2, and they're going to go in and regime change. So now they're trying to take it over. And so this is the part when they went in and they're supposed to unalive that new Khomeini. And it was actually Israel who did that, right? America's military didn't do it. Israel did it, all right? But because it's an ally state of America's, it's like America did it. It's like with America's, okay. But what they're saying is that it was an ultimatum. This is what's out there, that America wasn't going to go in and do it, but Israel said they're going to go ahead and do it whether America agrees or not. And so I'll leave that up to others to break down, because if I go into too much of that, they'll give me a strike. I know they'd be on me. All right.
The strike Iran would fight back and assured continuity of governance. The strike on the government compound was just one part of the operation. Afterwards, Israel reportedly take out Iran's air defenses, especially around Tehran. In a third wave, Israel deploys roughly 200 fighter jets, bringing much of its air force into Iran. The goal is reportedly to destroy as many Iranian missiles as possible, as fast as possible. The US reportedly joins in about 30 minutes after the attack on Iran's leadership. According to the New York Times, their attacks focus primarily on targets in eastern Iran, far away from Israel. They also attacked the Iranian fleet. Reportedly, US warships fire Tomahawk cruise missiles at Iranian targets. American ground forces use artillery rocket systems. Several military and command centers in Tehran are hit by Israeli airstrikes. Further explosions are reported in Iranian cities across the country. Trump releases a video officially announcing the military operation and urges the Iranian people to take over their government.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Netanyahu later does the same.
I don't want to hear that. Thank you for the donation for Mumu. Thank you so much. I humbly receive. Thank you so much. Let me fast forward because I only agree with America.
Strike hits the Sarayeh Tayyibi Elementary Girls School in Minab, Hormozgan province. Iranian state media and officials claim that at least 175 people got killed.
See, this is why I don't like this war stuff, right? Because innocent people and people's country get tore up. I don't agree with all this stuff. You understand? But I know there is time for war, right? There's a time to laugh, a time to cry, a time to live, a time to die, a time to war, a time for peace, a time for joy. You know, we go through ebbs and flows in our life, right? We got sicknesses, we got good, bad, right? So you got to deal with it, but I don't like it. I would rather wish we never transgressed in the garden, in the Most High's first estate, when Adam and Eve, if they never transgressed, and we wouldn't have no wars and killing and unaliving and diddying and you know, sacrificing the babies and harming people. You know what I mean? I don't like it, but I got to deal with it. You feel me? Same way I got to deal with the ebbs and flows of dark things and depression and things up and down and attacks and spiritual attacks. And, you know, I would just rather have peace and joy and blessings like they had in the garden before Adam and Eve, Adayam and Hayavah transgressed the first estate, right? Right? But, yeah, I don't like none of this. You understand? So I don't want y'all to think that because I'm doing this that I'm agreeing with, or I understand why it has to be done in certain aspects, because these people will bomb us and they will come and destroy us. I don't like none of it. I just let y'all know I don't like none of it. All right? Yes, I agree, Mumu. It's horrible. I just want y'all to understand that I don't like it at all. I don't like violence. I don't like none of it. Now, you know, sometimes you got to, like, if I got to protect y'all, the women, the children, and the meat, I'll protect men and boys too. It's those who can't protect themselves. That's what I'm called to do. So then I will have to get, sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, right? You got to, you know, but that don't mean I like it. I would rather be in peace and joy and love and compassion and understanding. You understand? But the world is a dark world, bro, and we got to be in it, but not of it. You know, I'll never be of this world because this world is dark. It belongs to the devil for this time, right? It belongs to him for a time, and then it will be done away with. There'll be a new world, a new kingdom, new heaven and earth, all right? I don't like this world. Facts. I don't like it at all. I'm here for the remnant of the righteous children, and I'm going to continue to fight on the behalf of righteousness and be in the image of my Father and try to do good in this dark world. But I ain't of it. I'm in it, but not of it. All right? And that's the truth. That's my heart. I just don't agree with none of this stuff. But we got to survive it, right? Got to survive the hell you in and stuff. It's just not cool. Facts.
Iranian state media and officials claim that at least 175 people got killed. most of them likely children. These numbers have not yet been confirmed independently. According to the New York Times, the school is adjacent to an Iranian naval base. US Central Command announced an investigation into the strike. Iran launches Operation True Promise 4 and the retaliatory strikes begin. Countless missiles are fired at dozens of sites across the Middle East. More than 200 missiles are launched at Israel alone. In solidarity with Iran, the Houthis in Yemen announced that they will resume attacking shipping lanes in the Red Sea. This effectively ends a 3.5-month pause following the 2025 Gaza ceasefire. The US-led coalition reportedly intercepts several drones and missiles heading towards Erbil in the Kurdistan region of Iraq with no casualties. Multiple news outlets later report explosions near Erbil International Airport where US soldiers are stationed. That afternoon, Dubai International Airport is hit with an Iranian drone, striking Terminal 3 and effectively closing UAE airspace. Several luxury hotels like the Burj Al Arab and Fairmont de Palm are set on fire. It's unclear whether this was the result of a direct attack or if the fires were caused by debris from intercepted missiles. But the UAE isn't the only country targeted by Iran.
So that's crazy that now this is some crazy stuff, right? Because all of this is happening in all these countries and America got something to do with it, but America, is sitting way over there just as quiet and peaceful, right? And y'all see that bomb in the air and stuff? That's some crazy stuff that these people have to exist. But the Bible prophesied all this stuff too, right? But it's just, I wish none of this stuff happens, right? Right? Look at that. And that's crazy, because that's Dubai. Now, this is like judgment stuff too, right? Come on, Governor. This is judgment stuff too, right? Because you know how much dark stuff is going on in Dubai, and the trafficking and the slavery and the stuff they doing to the little ones, the Epstein, right? So that's why I say every nation is going to get their due, right? This is the prophecy playing out. So our righteousness is what we got to continue in, because all these kingdoms going to fall. The Most High going to have each of them attacking one another. And the biggest one will fall too. The daughter of Babylon. This one too. I'm sorry, not sorry. You heard? I'm in it, but not of it. They all gonna fall. The Armageddon. You'll see. That's why you gotta be righteous. You gotta get a relationship with the Most High and be righteous, and let the Most High cover you, and let these nations, let it play out. And you just keep your righteousness and call out darkness, and try to protect the innocents, the children, the women, the babies, the boys, the girls, the elderly, the downtrodden, the meek, the humble. Protect it. The Messiah told us exactly how to do it and what to live. Blueprint, the direct blueprint. Facts. All right.
Hotels like the Burj Al Arab and Fairmont de Palm are set on fire. It's unclear whether this was the result of a
Governor, I'm gonna answer your question too, because you asked the question last time. I got it written down.
Direct attack, or if the fires were caused by debris from intercepted missiles. But the UAE isn't the only country targeted by Iran. In Bahrain, missile and drone attacks hit the US Navy 5th Fleet headquarters. Footage shows what appears to be an Iranian Shahed drone striking a tower block roughly 20 minutes from the facility. In Qatar, the Ministry of Interior reports 66 ballistic missiles were fired at the country. The debris reportedly injured at least 8 people. In Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan Air Base is targeted by ballistic missiles, which are reportedly successfully intercepted. In Jordan, the military reports that it has intercepted and downed 49 drones and ballistic missiles, likely headed for the major US military bases across the country. In Kuwait, Iranian drones strike 2 passenger terminals of the Kuwait International Airport. In Syria, debris from an Iranian missile kills at least 4 civilians while injuring several others. Both Qatar and Saudi Arabia announced that they reserve the right to respond. The Arab League condemns Iran's attacks. Following the blanket strikes by Iran, NATO senior command said its missile defense systems in Europe and its early warning radar in Turkey are on alert. Some experts warn that Iran may activate sleeper cells in Europe and North America. There are many more events and details we can't cover in this video, as the texts continue back and forth. So let's zoom out a bit. The US's involvement in the attacks is controversial. On Truth Social, Trump said this:
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
General Dan Kane told reporters at the Pentagon that the first U.S. shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, which closed in on Iranian naval forces and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. A quick note, this footage that you're looking at right here, right now, isn't random training footage. This is the US government released combat footage from the strikes on the Iranian Navy. And you can tell it's real because they're firing them off in quick succession. And boom, millions of dollars, boom, millions of dollars. And they don't do that in training. So this is unlike anything we've seen before. So that's really interesting because the choice of weapon there tells us something. The last time the US fought Iran's Navy and destroyed half their Navy in a day in 1988, during Operation Praying Mantis, they actually used anti-ship missiles. Instead, today, they're using Tomahawk cruise missiles because they have a much longer standoff range. So they never are even within range of most types of enemy fire. This negated the tactics that the IRGC in Iran had prepared for years. US Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from seas hundreds of miles away slammed into Iran's INS Markran. I'm sorry, I've never seen this many Tomahawk cruise missiles fired in quick succession before. I think I might be having a stroke. The Iranian Navy's INS Makran was basically a giant former oil tanker that they did a pimp my ride conversion to, and they turned it into an expeditionary mobile base, like a homemade aircraft carrier, but for drones. It was just officially put into Iran's service only 5 years ago in 2021.
So this is the Iran aircraft carrier that they built for their drones. Shout out to Sister Jen. Welcome back, sis. All right?
Her goal in the fight was to send special forces and launch speedboats to lay sea mines. The ship planned to launch helicopters and attack drones against the United States Navy. This ship is massive. To put it into context, it's 100,000 deadweight tonnage, making it one of the largest naval vessels on Earth. It's about the same size as America's aircraft carriers. Now it's just a burning, smoldering wreck. A moment of silence, please, for all of the Iranian Navy ships that were destroyed in 2026. This was only the beginning of the destruction of Iran's Navy, though. CENTCOM's official account posted a video saying, quote, 2 days ago, the Iranian regime had 11 ships in the Gulf of Oman. Today, they have 0. The Iranian regime has harassed and attacked international shipping in the Gulf of Oman for decades. Those days are over. Freedom of maritime navigation has underpinned American and global economic prosperity for more than 80 years. U.S. forces...
He said freedom of maritime navigation, maritime, marine kingdom. So Iran had that big old thing, and America just blew it up. Like, they just blew up all their emails saying, okay, I got your TOS. America just blew it up because America controls the marine kingdom, the water. You heard? That Leviathan, right? All right. And I ain't saying that's righteous. We just pointing out.
On for decades. Those days are over. Freedom of maritime navigation has underpinned American and global economic prosperity for more than 80 years. U.S. forces will continue to defend it. But I want to be real with you guys here just for a second, if I can. As you're hearing about all of these American military victories and how the U.S. military is precise with their bombs and they're very destructive, at the same time, we need to keep in mind that a lot of times the real challenge is often what comes after that. Normally, it would take us weeks to find out the details, but publicly available satellite tasking instantly reveals the results of the fight. Most notable, I think, is the destruction of Iran's Shahid Bagheri, which is their version of an aircraft carrier. It's basically their mothership drone carrier. So I guess you could say it's the first aircraft carrier to be sunk since World War II. This is not how many analysts thought this fight would go. All of these frigates with long-range anti-ship missiles that were supposed to hit American carriers were just totally freaking blown up out of nowhere. Iran's naval bases in Kanarak and Bandar Abbas are in flames. Why are American forces focusing fire on Iran's navy? The reason is because the IRGC in Iran released a statement just yesterday saying they were blockading and cutting off access to the Strait of Hormuz. The stock markets predictably took a huge nosedive on this information because 30% of seaborne oil travels through there. The Islamic Republic said that they would fire on any ship trying to pass through the critical economic choke point. I spoke to Sal from What's Going On with Shipping, an expert in this, and he told me that some ships are still trying to go through, running dark on their transponders, but that total transits are down by 80%. Because we know that over the past few decades, the IRGC has built a huge backlog of lethal sea mines and naval capabilities that are specifically designed to block the flow of oil from the Gulf states to the market. This has always been their greatest leverage, geopolitically speaking, to inflict maximum pain on global markets. See how the live maritime tracking behind me shows that ship movement has moved to a crawl, although ships with transponders off may be trying to run the gauntlet still. So due to this choke points vulnerability, U.S. forces began to systematically destroy Iran's navy. And this is a shocking development because after Operation Praying Mantis in 1988, Iran has specifically trained and equipped to prevent exactly this kind of scenario from happening again. And yet it happened again. Iran's entire Navy doctrine was changed over the years based on that catastrophe. They came up with a plan to overwhelm American ships with swarms of fast attack boats. They planned to fire land-based anti-ship missiles at U.S. forces. They had a whole strategy of using their submarine to ambush U.S. vessels. The fast attack boat strategy failed, though, because it was designed for the 1990s scenario. That's no longer relevant today. The IRGC was supposed to get up close with a salvo of rockets and missiles, which a saturation attack in confined waters. But by 2026, that strategy was dead in the water. Persistent drone coverage and surveillance assets by America of modern day technology prevented.
And that's the problem where a lot of them, their technology can't catch up. Because when they built all of this, like he said, that's for 1990 stuff, technology. America been spending billions every year. That's why they have like they are like you, it's like it's so far darkly advanced, because that's what it is, it's dark, right? That all this stuff you're trying to get, you ain't getting close enough to even shoot nothing. You understand? It's like we got stuff coming from under the Marine Kingdom. Open America be opening portals now. They got like Legion. Remind me of what's in the Nimrod and them, right? And then ancient Kemet too. They was opening up like with the pyramids and beaming into the opening of the portals in the sky, right? They got fallen angel technology. I'm like, bro, it's crazy. All right.
Assets by America of modern day technology prevented the IRGC and their fast attack boats from ever launching or getting close. And that would be a for certain one-way trip to meet the Ayatollah. So it's kind of difficult to get a bunch of people to rally them together and say, hey, let's go charge that American warship. The reason this strategy failed in this war so far was articulated well by Aaron Matthew Lariosa of the Naval Expert writing for USNI, saying, quote, American naval forces in the region have been geared against these swarm threats, including Hellfire-armed Seahawk helicopters aboard the Abraham Lincoln carrier. Littoral combat ships forward deployed to the U.S. Fifth Fleet also had the potential to equip a surface warfare mission package designed to defeat small boats and drone attacks. So it turns out those littoral combat ships are not littorally useless after all. CENTCOM reported they targeted Iran's submarine fleet as well. They knocked out a number of their midget submarines. Don't worry, I can use that word. I'm 5'9". Iran's surface fleet was worth an estimated $6 billion, and its underwater submarines around $3 billion, for a total of nearly $10 billion worth of naval equipment destroyed. However, it doesn't mean Iran hasn't been able to make the waters lethal. Reportedly, the first unmanned one-way attack drone hit several defenseless commercial ships, killing at least one person from Iran's attacks. And then something crazy happened. During the battle, the IRGC in Iran claimed they had, quote, struck the USS aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles. They warned local state media saying, The land and sea will increasingly become the graveyard of terrorist aggressors, referring to America. But is that true, or is it misinformation? This is the video slop that IRGC channels started posting all over X, saying that they had struck an American carrier. US refuted that their aircraft carrier was hit by posting video evidence that the carrier was still operational and launching aircraft, and they said that no missiles got close to it. But why would the Islamic Republic of Iran lie to you and me? How could they do us like that? Because it's not meant for you and me. Since access to the outside world and information inside the country is tightly prevented and controlled, the statement is to the population to fool them. It's an attempt by the regime to keep stability, because even if 10% of people believe that message, it'll help them stay in power. However, the statement from the US implies that Iran did try to hit the carriers with missiles, which means that the threat is still there and that this could potentially happen. It's a big concern.
All right. Whew, I'm glad that's over. All right. Now, there was a question from Il Governator, and he said is it true that the Italian Roman Church Bible is different from the English? Yes, absolutely different. Because the Italian Roman Bible depends on what years, how far you're going back. That's from the Septuagint, right? So the Septuagint was the Latin, right? The first transliteration of the Gentiles, right, in the scriptures was in the Greek Septuagint, right, in the Koine Greek. Then when the Romans conquered them, right, and called them Greek, it was the Hellenists, then they changed it to the lingua franca of the year was Latin, because they come from the Latium. The Romans conquered Latium, the land, right? So they transliterated to the Latin Vulgate, right? And that's where the Italian Roman Church Bible comes from, the Latin Vulgate, because the Italian Roman Bible is from the ancient Romans, from Roman, when they conquered ancient Hellenes and called them Greek, right? And that's who started Christianity, okay? That's who started Christianity, was the Romans. At Antioch, they first called them Christians, all right? And then another part says the Messiah who was called a Christian, not was, he was never that. The Romans started that, and they took that from Christians. We got a live stream video. If y'all go to the live tab on our channel and go down, you'll see a lesson. Hakiyama pin it, but I think the link don't show there. And it says, who are the Christians? So most people don't even know that before there was ever a Christian, there was Christians, right? Serapis Christos. And this is an ancient Kemet, Egyptian mystery god. It's a amalgamation of the Serapis and the Apis bull, Osiris and the Apis, that all the ancients followed, okay? And the Hellenes followed as well, okay? It was the Romans who started calling them Christians and started the Christian religion, right? All right, so yes, so the Italian Roman Church Bible is different from the English. It'll have a lot of the same scriptures, but it's different linguistics, it's a different tongue. And then you also got different Bibles, like somebody in the ministry just told me something about the NIV. It was the Soulfully Sowing Seeds. She watched one of my old videos where I was exposing Teo ministries, right? These Israelite ministries, these clowns, bro. So back two years ago, they was telling everybody, flee, run to Africa, flee, run for your lives, flee, flee. And that's when everybody in the Awakening and the Faking was telling everybody, and I was telling everybody, do not run and stop with these clowns, bro. These people, I don't know who told them to teach this word. The Most High sure enough ain't call these old wicked people to teach this word, right? So I suppose everybody, I don't give a crap who you are, right? I ain't no favorite of no man. And in that, Teo Ministries kept saying, run for your lives. And then I'm like, where is he getting that from? And I found out that that's in the NIV. In the NIV Bible, it says something, and then it says run for your lives. But in the KJV, it don't say run for your lives. It's a whole different meaning and paragraph. But that's why you got to be careful even with your transliterated English Bibles, because they took in, especially the NIV, that's the worst of them all, right? They took they changed like 30% and took scriptures out, rewriting scriptures and adding, right? Adding their likeness and image that the Bible says they will add to and take away. So again, oh, I got a black screen. Even in the English versions, you got different variations. That's why we just read straight KJV and we put the Most High's name back in. I don't call on gods and laws. No disrespect to my brothers and sisters. That's where you at. But yeah, if you look, I was gonna bring it up. It's I don't got it right now. Maybe if the Yakata could find it for me. But I was gonna bring. I know I was gonna do that tonight. I was gonna show you. I'm gonna show y'all, and then I'll show. Cause I got lessons way back. It's on our channel where I show all of the NIV and compare it, and they took 30% out. Like they take important scriptures out, like scriptures that say there's a scripture that in the KJV says that you are to fast and pray to get this kind of devil out, right? But in the NIV, they took that whole verse out of the Bible. It skips from 21:20 to 22. They just erased the scripture. A spiritual warfare script that said this devil only comes out by fasting and praying. One of those. It's one of those. I find it, right? So again, you got to really be careful. That's why I don't use. That's why we use nothing but KJV, because it's the oldest, and King James, our answer. He wasn't non-male. He wasn't. They lying to you about who that was. All right. That's the Jacobites. Okay. And Jacob name is Jacob in the scripture. So Jacob name was changed to Yasharal. So that's the Jacobites were Yasharalites, okay? And that was the lineage. King Stuart, the Scots, the Stuarts, James, the lineage. That's the dark ages of Europe, right? And then they got taken over by those people now who call themselves the blood lineage. They are not the blood lineage. Those people over there running the United Kingdom, that's them serpent seeds, the Diddy Kingdom, Prince Andrew and them. And not lineage from the original blood lineage. The devil's a lie. Same thing as those people calling themselves tribe of Judah and are not, right? Same spirit, right? It'd be these serpent seeds over there talking about they are the royal family. That came with Cromwell and them. You understand? When they, all right, but that was still part of the curses, all right, that the ancestors, that was what they called the Dark Ages in the United Kingdom. That's why Ireland, Scotland, and all of them, right? That's why if you go to Germany and stuff, they'll show you who the originals were in the land. All right, go ahead. I can answer your question. Anybody got some questions, I'll answer you. Go ahead, Latiya. I'll answer you. I was going to do some dark stuff, but let's just do questions because it's 3 o'clock, right?
I have some when you're ready.
Go ahead. And make sure you check Latin's question. She says she want to ask one. And anybody else want to ask one, this is the time to ask it. Go ahead, Akiyama. And try to get some of the newer people, not from the ministry. Because I can answer us in the ministry anytime. I can answer y'all on Tuesdays. But if it's only people from the ministry, then I'll do it. But try to get the people who are not in the ministry first.
Okay, this one is from MH Konzo. They say, what are the chances that Russia will be joining the war?
Russia's strategic, smart. Russia is not going to join unless it got clear victory. So Russia knows what America's doing and what they got. They know they don't have enough power. That's why they're making all these alliances, right? The BRICS and everything. So Russia's playing like a chess move. Now I know that's what America's doing. I didn't realize America is actually doing the same thing. So Russia's playing back. They letting Iran, China, like they pushing the things, but they sitting back like America's doing the same thing. Right? So that's why I said we got this whole war going on in the Middle East and we sitting over here and ain't doing nothing from where I live, right? So Russia's really smart, brilliant, right? Putin is a chess player and they're not going to to poke the beast unless they got a win, right? And so America and Russia, they be allying and, you know, coming together, and they have a certain level of mutual respect. But again, it's prison bullies, right? Like when I'm in jail, I got some of the opposition. We got a mutual respect, right? They respect me and my crew. I'm telling you how real life when I was in jail stories, right? They respect me and my crew. So it's a mutual respect, but it doesn't mean that if they'll take a shot if I ever got caught slipping. You get what I'm saying? It's like, so it's that type of thing. It's just a military warfare type of it's a darkness. Because a real righteous relationship, you won't be looking for a weakness to take somebody out. You know what I mean? So me, I never was really darkly wicked. So in that scenario, even in jail, I wasn't looking to take them out, but I'm wise as a serpent. And I'm harmless as long as you don't try to harm me or mine as a dove. But I'm a warrior. The Most High didn't call us to be punks, right? So mine's is more chess move, strategic, chess move, and defense, right? A defensive player, but I'm watching everything. And I'm going to strike first, too. I strike hard and fast. That was my thing. I see it, and I play chess. So I'm going to strike before you can even know what's going to happen and eliminate the thing. But I'm not trying to start it. I would rather we be in peace. But I know where I'm at, right? I know the tension. I know the devils. So I know how to play in hell. I could be in the world, but not of the world. And when you in it, you still have to play the game, right? So I know how to play the game. That doesn't mean I'm being wicked or nothing. So in my defense, I'm righteous, but I'm going to strike first and hard and fast and annihilate before you even know it was, because I'm strategically watching everything. The Most High calls us to be warriors in spirit and truth, not punks. The Messiah was not a punk. They tried, that's that Christianity one that they made up, the tipping through the tulips, fluffy dude, you know, with the frilly, with the hair and the, you know, I just love everybody. The Messiah ain't never run around like that. You tripping. The Messiah was like, man, get off me. Don't touch the rim of don't touch the hem of my garment. Mashiach was like, I ain't come for you. I come, don't touch me. Don't. And he's like, whoa, what the? He's like, hold on. You touched me and got an anointing. Okay, faith like yours. I ain't seen it all. Right? He was like, okay, but I got a purpose and a mission. The Messiah was focused. He wasn't playing no games. He was going through Samaria in the hood and the gangsters and the thugs. He was going to mix the loan sharks and the prostitutes. And he was going to the thuggy thugs. He wasn't no punk. You tripping. You couldn't go into Samaria. The Sadducees, the religious people were scared to go in Samaria. They would walk around, a day's walk around. They was too scared to go through the hood. And my projects. I'm in the projects in Samaria. Mashiach comes stepping through the projects in Timberland sandals. You heard? He had Tim boot sandals on. Nah, he wasn't no that was a lie. They remade that. That's Caesarea Borgia. That's why he fruity tooty nudie. That's Leonardo da Vinci, little Epstein Epstein duty booty. The real Messiah, gang, facts, raw dog, uncut with no chaser. But he was compassion, understanding, but he didn't play. Yeah, he did not play at all. A man of truth and power, spoke bluntly exactly what he says, didn't waver, none of that. Stood 10 toes down in spirit and in truth. The real Messiah. All right? That's what that part. Not Caesarea Borgia. No disrespect to my people who don't know the difference yet. Continue to watch and study, show yourself approved. Go through my library. You heard? Go through the library. Go on the live stream and go through. We got a whole series of it. You'll see. It's all in the Bible. It's all there. We're putting on the screen. Ain't nobody talking. We scriptures on screen, everything. All right, ancient texts and books. We also got those series of the ancient books from the 1500s, 1600s, everything. All cultures, nations. These devils, Diddy's in them, they know. I'm talking about these Epsteins, not Diddy. Diddy is a clown. But Epstein, these high-ranking 33 bloodline families and all that. They know. No, yeah, he got Timberland sandals on. Because, you know, they had the sandals. Right? All right. Go ahead, Akiyama. I don't even know. Did I answer that? Sorry, I'll be in the spirit sometime when I'm answering questions. I don't even remember if I answered it. I'm in the spirit. But go ahead. Did I answer, Hakiyama? Did I answer it?
You answered yes.
Okay. All right. Go to the next one. Sorry, guys. I'll be in the spirit. So that's the spirit take over. All right. Praise the Most High. Go ahead. What's the next one?
The next one is from, I think it's Latanya.
Mm-hmm.
She says, Jesus said when an event takes place, when the Antichrist claims that he is the Messiah, he said we will have 3 years to go to the place prepared. Do you know that place?
No, that place will be revealed when the time comes, but no man knows the day or hour. So the Most High says in the scripture that he will gather us from whence he scattered all of us. He knows where every last one of his children is at all times. That's why you don't have to run and flee nowhere. If you want to move somewhere, you should only be moving there because you chose to live there. You think it's a better place, a nicer place. Don't let nobody pump fear into you. That's not of the Most High, making you run and flee. We're supposed to go here. We're supposed to go. You're supposed to go wherever your spirit is telling you to go. You're supposed to be going there because you think you can have a better life there, right? The Most High says he will gather all his children from whence he scattered them. You hear? Across the 4 corners of the planet Earth. So wherever these places is that he was going to gather us at, he will send angels, Malachites. He will send a way for us to get there. All you have to do, all of y'all, is work on your righteousness. Make sure that you are repentant. Make sure that you are found, because no man knows the day or hour. Make sure when that hour comes, you're found more righteous than unrighteous. You're found not in covenant with sin and transgression. You're found with a repentant heart. Don't mean you're perfect, but you're found not being repentant for your misgivings, your misdeeds, your transgressions. When you fall and backslide, never be one with the darkness. Never be okay with your sin and transgression. You know what I mean? What I mean by, if you're battling with smashing chicks or smashing a dude, right? If your thing is like, that's one thing I used to battle with years and years ago, right? When I was first becoming a righteous man, one of my strongest battles was my sexual, smashing out of marriage, out of wedlock, right? Adultery or whatever fornication, that's the word, right? And sexual fornication, right? And so if you're battling with that and you happen to, you've been going good for maybe a month, 6 months, a year or something, and then you slip up and you transgress and you might smash the ex or you did something, right? Don't be found with, you should feel bad about it. You should be, oh, Father, I let you, I repent. Oh man, oh man, and I'm gonna try to work on it, right? Even though you might hit it a couple of times, right? Because once you sin, it's like it opens a portal, right? And then you end up smashing it, but you got to catch yourself, right? Because what it is it's a whirlpool. Sin is a whirlpool. Once you open the door, once you interact with it, it'll continue to sink you down in the whirlpool, right? So you got to catch yourself before you sink and become one with that sin and just become congruent. Next thing you know, you in strip clubs, you watching porn, you smashing and massacring, you just lose all your righteousness. That meant you become in covenant with the darkness and you lose all repentance. You don't even care. Don't ever be caught like that. See, you want to, in your heart, you want to be repentant. You want to feel like you did wrong. You want to say, okay, I'm in sin. Like right now, I'm in the dirty season, Father. I know that, I repent for letting you down, but I'm working on it. I know you see me. You see my heart. I'm not okay with it. It's hard for me. It's like hard for me to say no right now, right? Because the flesh is winning the battle against my spirit right now. But I guarantee you, Father, I'm going to keep fighting against it. He wants to see your effort, your work. He wants to know in your heart that you're striving, that you're trying. We're not perfect, right? We can thank our ancestors, Adam and Eve, for this crap. You know what I mean? Brought this sin and iniquity, and it's lodged in our heart. And the heart is evil continually, so we got to die to it daily. It's in the flesh. Our flesh is calling out to sin all the time, right? And sin is everywhere because we're living in a world of sin. You understand? We're supposed to be in it and not of it. So everywhere is sin. Everywhere is drugs and weed and liquor stores and girls and boys and booties and breasts and chests and arms. I'm trying to get the women and the men, right? And pretty faces and then they got makeup that Sinjaza taught them, the working of the makeup and the, glistening all of, right? It's just everything is clubs and cussing and fornication and right. So sin is everywhere. So we're not gonna. Sometimes you'll slip and fall sometime, but don't be caught when you slip being okay with the slip. You see? Be caught. You don't ever be caught saying, I'm okay with this. If you slip and transgress, you gotta be like, I know like this ain't cool, bro. You know what I mean? Like, man, I got this, Father. He sees and he knows. So you guys keep working on it. In your heart, be repentant, knowing that it ain't right. That's the heart that wants to please the Father, his righteousness. So when the day and the hour that the Messiah come, you want to be caught with a repentant heart. That's what that means, guys. You want to be caught with a repentant heart. I don't care. None of us perfect. I don't care if you're in transgression. Don't be in transgression without a repentant heart. Okay? I know why you're in tears, Mumu, because it's the Holy Spirit. It's the Rayak HaYakadash. It's the truth of the Father. And it will bring tears to your spirit. Tears, they go up to the Shamayam. They go to the heavens. Okay? And the Most High speaks through. So that's why you feeling the Father speak through me. Just use me as a vessel. And so that resonation of the Father, those tears are going up to the Father. Those are worship. Those are called what do you call that? Yara, and Ahabaya, love. Yara is fear and reverence. Ahabaya is love of the Father. I'm gonna break that down in another lesson so y'all can understand what Yara means, so that you would understand the dichotomy when it says fear and then fear not. It looks like a contradiction. Ain't no contradiction. Y'all just don't understand the tongue. So I'm gonna break that down. I was gonna do it on this one, but it took me too long to prepare all this. I'll do it on another one. Y'all just gotta keep coming back because the Most High gave me instructions. So as we do these topics, right, we're gonna be doing these lessons, but then around the end, I'm gonna start teaching y'all some of so that y'all can rightly divide. Because you know how in the scripture it says, fear not. Fear is not of the Most High. Then the next scripture it says, fear of the Most High. Fear, it's like, what? It look like it's ain't no contradictions. That ain't the word fear. So when they transliterated that to what's my little ill governor, when they transliterated that into the Septuagint, it doesn't transliterate over. It's Yara. So you have to know the original tongue. Then you'll have the understanding that that's not fear, worry, stress, anxiety, none of that. That's Yara. Okay. So praise the Most High. All right, so I'll be teaching y'all as we go along, little here's and there's, and I'll be putting it on the screen so y'all can have a really understanding and see it, because you have to understand the tongue, the linguistics, the etymology, the euphemisms of the tongue, right? The euphemisms, so that you can understand when they transliterate something, it doesn't transliterate over, and this thing doesn't mean that in the tongue. It's like them trying to learn some of our so-called black ebonics and stuff, right? As people try to like, bro, that don't mean that. You like, bro, that don't say that again. That does not mean, that ain't what they're saying, right? So you got to learn the euphemisms. All right. So praise the Most High. Hakyama, did I answer that? Did I answer that question?
You answered, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. That's the Holy Spirit. When it takes over, the Rakayakadash is. Sometimes I don't even remember the question because I'm in the spirit. All right, what's the next one?
The next one is from Mumu. Mumu asks, how do I go about repentance?
Oh, repentance is it's very simple. Repentance, guys, is what it's kind of like in your conscience, right? The Most High has created us with a barometer. And the barometer, we know, literally we're born with this. We know good versus evil. Whether you have a relationship with the Most High or not, you can feel when something's not right, when you've done something wrong, right? It's just a feeling. It's innate. It's in our DNA. It's the part of the Most High inside of us, because we were created in His image, right? So that part, and we have His creative center within us. That's why we can recreate We can make, man and woman can make another recreation, a child. That's the creative source of the Father within his children, his creation. We have the creator within us, right? So in our DNA, there's a barometer. And we know when we do wrong, even as kids, right? A child knows when they do wrong, even before you even teach them, right? You can feel it. It's your barometer, right? So that feeling, that barometer, when you know you've done wrong, repentance means I acknowledge that this is not right, that I know, like, I did this thing and I know it's wrong, whether I got caught or not, right? It's like you can steal something and nobody saw you, but you kind of know I shouldn't have took that. That don't belong to me. You see, you can feel it. You know, it's innate in you, okay? And repentance means when I took that thing, even though nobody caught me, nobody seen it, guess who saw it? Guess who saw it? Our Father, who art in Shamayam heaven, hallowed be his name. He's seeing here everything, and everything's being recorded too. I need y'all to know that. Every last thing that we ever experience is being recorded, and it'll all play out at the judgment. This is why repentance is so important. It's weighed and judged against you. Every last thing we've ever done on this earth, especially, well, really 20 and over, because 20 and over, you're an adult and you're held accountable. There's a grace when you're under 20, but the closer you get to 20, the more things you're held accountable for, right? So when we was as children, we did as children do. When we became adult, we put away childish things, right? So now the repentance thing is when you've done something wrong, right? You might have cheated on your girl. You might have kissed another. You might have did whatever it is. You know, and whether nobody knew or not, it could be only you. The Father knows, and the whole heavens see everything. The whole Shamayam see it all. And they sitting there looking at you too. And they wondering, and it's like, and they root for you. They like, come on. Repentance is when that thing happened, and I know it's wrong, you only got to do it on the spot. You might go on next day. Repentance is, it still feel wrong. And I take a time to say, I'm sorry. That wasn't okay. And please forgive me. I repent. I apologize. That was wrong. It's the same thing when you do somebody else wrong. Like when I make a mistake on this lessons, right? And I might read a comment wrong and like, hold up, they might not be talking to me. You know what I say? I say, hold up, you know what? If I read that wrong, he wasn't talking to me, I apologize. That means I didn't mean to do it, right? It doesn't mean, because it doesn't matter your intentions. You could kill somebody and you ain't mean to kill them, but they still dead, right? You know, plenty of people, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? It don't matter your intention. It don't matter what you mean to do. It matter what happened, right? Everything is about reality, what happens. Now, when repentance is when this happens that you find the time, you ain't to say, I'm sorry to the Father, or that's still repentance, right? Right? It's just, you're just not using the word, right? And it's, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I will try to do better. I don't want to hurt you. You could do it to your parents, your wife, your friends, people. So that's why I do it in this chat. When I do it, you hear me say, I repent for my mistake. All right? So repentance ain't just this big, like, it's not a religious thing. It's a relationship thing. You understand? It's a spiritual relationship with the righteousness of the Father. Whenever you do wrong, that you find yourself in repentance and sorry and asking for and making it right. Right? And right? Not that you can always give something back, but it's just Father sees everything. Because any sin is a transgression against our Father because he is righteousness. Okay? So anything that we transgress, we are doing it against the Father. Okay? So we have to, you're welcome, Mumu. So we have to find ourselves always. That's why you see I live it out. I do it even in the chat, even to a troll. You see me? I don't know if they troll. That's why I'm trying to bridle myself and not go backwards. It's like, you know what? Be gone, beat it, not to, before I used to slice them up, but it's not as righteous. I'm growing in the spirit, right? So if I make a mistake on this live, I apologize to y'all. And I say, you know what? I apologize. I might have read that wrong. Hopefully I don't mean to offend you. And if I did, I apologize and I repent. You see? So I'm repenting to you. And that repentance, remember the Bible, the Messiah said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? So as I'm repenting to you, that's up to the Shamayam. Everything is to my Father. Do all things as if you're doing unto the Most High, okay? That's how you have to live your life, because he sees and hears everything. That's how I hold myself accountable. That's why I don't sin almost never no more. Almost never. And it's true. You can go days and days without sinning. Don't let nobody make you believe that. I remember years ago when I realized I was going 24. I never sinned. I never lied. I didn't cheat. I didn't cuss. I didn't covet nobody's stuff. I didn't bear false witness. I'm like, hold up. I remember when he brought it to my attention, I was like, hold up. I ain't sinned not one thing. And then the Holy Spirit, like, why did religion make you think that you have to sin? No, you can go without sinning. And once that came to my attention, I start to double down, right? In all things, right? We double down in our sin. How much more can't we double down in righteousness, guys? If you can double down in sin and transgression, how much more if you find out the right? So that's what I do. I apply the same amount of pressure and attention and focus that I did when I was good in my sin, because I was great in sin. You heard? I became a multimillionaire by 30. I own nightclubs, houses. For those who know my story, Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. I got a whole testimony channel. Go look it up. Go just type Uncle Yahshua in YouTube and both the channels. You'll see. Click it and look. Pictures, images, my houses, my clubs. I own 15 houses. I mean mansions. I own nightclubs, clothing stores, all type of Rolls Royces, Bentleys, BMW, all that stuff. So I was good in my sin. So if I was so good in accumulating so much material things and wealth and power, because I had power in the world, in the streets, in the hoods and stuff, right? Very well respected. Bunch of goons and all. Then how much more won't I go in my righteousness? So I apply the same thing that when I used to go hard to get the bag, when I used to go hard to get everything, to get the girl, to smash the chick, when I used to go hard to establish my block with my crew, you know what I mean? Strapped up late at night, spinning the block on them, running down on them, taking the block, right? All that, as hard as I went in sin, how much more won't I go in righteousness? So that's why I labor so much. Y'all see how long we did tonight? Right? I do it every time. Okay? And we back Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I ain't got to take off now because we figured out something. So I ain't got to, so praise the Most High. I think I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Let the Most High cook. Because we'll see. Because maybe I'll do it once a month. I'll take a Wednesday off. Because that extra break did feel good. I got to rest a little bit. But that's why I go so hard in teaching the word and put in so much hours. Like I got literally this lesson, I got like 7 more videos for tonight's lesson. We'll be here at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at. I'm in Eastern Standard Time, right? But I put that much in and try to do the best I can, the excellence up, because I'm doing everything as I'm doing it to my Father. And I treat all of you as his children. So he wants the best for his children. So I do the best I can for all of you. Okay? This is what the righteous remnant of the Father, this is what we're called to do. And I don't ask you for nothing or none of that. It's just servitude. We are here to serve and love one another. I'm here to do what my Father said. He always says, feed my children. Okay? And he's given me a purpose in the election, and I chose to walk it out. And he says, feed my children. Okay? Yeah, he said I was a thug too. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Right? Right? So it's like, Yeah, and I don't think I was a wolf either. I was a thug, but I was the one that I'll protect you. Facts. I'll stop my boys from, jumping on you, shooting you and all. I was the one that stopped them. Yeah. And that's when you know that the Messiah in you at all times. Even when we was in our sin, you could still see the attributes of the Father. That's why we here at 3 in the morning. I don't know what time it is for y'all, still trying to seek the word. I don't know how many hours we've been teaching. You understand? So that's what repentance is, guys. Repentance is accountability for your transgression and your sin. Accountability, and make sure that it bothers you. Never get caught being okay with the sin. That's when you're one with the darkness. That's when you're in spiritual trouble. Everybody listen, if you ever catch yourself, don't even care about your transgression, that means you're in complete darkness. You really need to find our ministry. Come message me, come to the live and have me pray over you and I'll do a ministry call with you. I'll try to help you, because you never want to shout to Yah's design. You never want to be caught in allegiance with your sin, okay with it. That meant your soul is being sold over to the darkness. You get it? That means you're losing. That means your spirit is losing to your soul and your flesh. That means your flesh is winning the war for your soul, because the flesh and spirit is battling over your soul. Y'all need to understand that. That's the Armageddon war within you, okay? It's your spirit and your flesh are battling, because the flesh is evil continually and it wants to sin, and the spirit is of the Most High, and they both is battling for your free will. That's the soul. That's why if you lose your soul, you lose your salvation. You see, the spirit wants to do righteous of the Father. The flesh wants to do wicked, evil sin. And the free will, is what you choose to decide. That's your soul. You understand? So you need to have your spirit grab your soul, and have your spirit and your soul become one with the Father. And then that's how you conquer the flesh. You could say no to the flesh, because your spirit wants to do righteous. And when your spirit and your soul align, then your true free will choice, your soul will choose to do the right thing. You get it? It will choose to do the right thing, because the flesh is strong, bro. That pull of the flesh, that's why they say the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, or the flesh is willing, but the spirit is weak. I forgot that saying, right? But yeah, it's one of those two. Y'all remember it. Sorry, sometimes I get brain fog a little bit, right? So it's a battle. That's the internal battle, okay? And so if your flesh and your soul ever become one, then it's in sin, and your spirit suffers. And that's when you go to eternal damnation. You lose your soul. That's why these devils want you to sell your soul. They want you to give your free will over to your flesh. And that's why they give you things of the flesh, right? Entertainment. They give you money. They give you cars. They give you women. They give you jewelry. They give you all the things for desire of the flesh. And they want you to sell your soul to the darkness, to do all these wicked, evil things, to go against your spirit, so that at the judgment, you're caught and one with the darkness of the flesh, one with the flesh and not of your spirit. We're a spirit man animating a physical body. The transgression happened in the garden with Adam and Eve. You understand? That's where it happened. They transgressed. And because of it, we have the heart of the serpent in our heart. That's why it says our heart is evil continually. And it tells us we have to replace the stony heart with the heart of the Most High. So we have to freely choose to do it. That's the free will. That's the soul. So we have to daily choose to do righteous, daily say no to the flesh, daily say no to liquor, wine, drugs, smashing, girls, fornication, cheating, stealing, cussing. That's why I bridle the tongue, right? We have to daily take control of our temple and our soul. That's the battle. That's your internal battle. Okay? Everybody. It wants to lock your spirit into internal damnation forever. It's a lake of fire. Okay? Praise the Most High. And the Most High wants our spirit to go back to Him from whence it came, to be in eternity in His new kingdom, His new presence, eternity. So the soul is in the middle. So your flesh and your spirit is battling the soul. It's 2 against 1. Okay? It's either going to be the soul and the flesh against your spirit, or it's going to be the spirit and the soul will against your flesh. But it's always going to be two against one. All right? That's the three. That's a triune within your temple. That's where they get that, another thing where they get that Trinity crap from. That is not of the Most High. That is a Nephilic fallen angel. What's the Diddy stuff? Epstein. I'm going to start calling them church fathers and council. They used to have robes on in the council and Nicaea, Diddy and little boys. And they got these people in church. It's no disrespect to my Christian brothers and sisters, but you got to study, show yourself who come out of her, my people. Okay, so that's Circe, her cup of iniquity. They had these council in Nicaea, these councils in Rome with kilts on, with what they call them togas, with nothing under it. Like the little boy at the beginning of the video said, he had nothing under it. And they was graping little boys and stuff, telling you what's going to be put into this canon and what's going to be taken out. Ain't even a scripture. These ditties serving Olympia and these Zeus and Hermes and Hades and ditties. It's crazy. Religion is crazy if you really know what it's about, right? So again, no religion, okay? All right. So what's the next one, Hakiyama?
The next one is from Hot Links. They say, is California on alert?
Is California on alert for an attack? I don't know. It's hard to decipher that. You know why? Because you don't know if they making up. You don't know when they're doing a psyop or not, right? So I don't want to tell you no, and then all of a sudden something happened. I could just say I don't think so, because I don't think they got nothing to reach. They can't reach America. America is fortified, bro. They got all type of stuff in the Marine Kingdom. America run the maritime Marine Kingdom, bro. They made a covenant with Leviathan. That's why this is the daughter of Babylon. You better understand what this is, all right? Now, I love my country. I just don't love the serpents running it. Y'all understand? I don't love the serpents of darkness who run it, right? It could be people, the Most High got people in high places that are running things in this country that are of him. We just probably don't know them and don't see their works. But most of it is ran by darkness, right? That's why it's all these ditties, right? The Epstein Files and stuff, right? So I don't love these serpents that's running, but I love the land that the blood that cries out from the land that my father sent me here to serve out my captivity for my ancestors. And I understand that I love this, the earth and the fullness thereof, right? So I understand it's not that I love, the sin and the transgression, but so yes. So I say, I'm saying that because I don't want people to, the political people to think I'm saying something else. But so I don't know what these serpents will do. But I think in my spirit, they can't do nothing to reach America with these bombs. We got stuff that'll blow that stuff right out the window before it get here. Facts. Man, America been building this stuff for a long time. That's why they playing the geopolitical war way over there in the eastern hemisphere, and we way over here and pushing buttons and all that stuff. They getting all blowed up, ain't nothing happening. Now, if it did, I think it would have been just like the 9/11 thing. Ain't no that was inside. Whenever stuff happened here, it's an inside job. That's what I think. All right, I'm an elder, bro. I'm not Boo Boo the Fool. You could never. I'm from the streets, bro. You can never just pull wool over my eyes. All right, ain't nobody. The people that came over here and did all that stuff, flying the plane, all that crap, bro. Come on, y'all know. Remember they used to say all this stuff was conspiracy theory. Oh, the devil, it imploded and stuff. Man, please. And I saw it happen live on TV in 2000. What is that? 2001? Yeah, yeah. I was and that's when I was in my sin in New York, and I was in my condo, and I had the big T, and I had just come home for selling drugs. I was at night, and it was early in the morning, and I used to get home 6 in the morning because I was to be all night selling drugs, right? When I was in my sin and transgression. And I got home, and I was in my bar area, and the big TV was there, and I'm looking at the screen, and the news is on, and I watched the second plane fly in and hit the doggone thing live. I watched it, and then stuff went dark and just craziness. I seen it, but come to find out, man, please, ain't nobody hitting America with nothing. Trust me, whatever they allow to hit here, somebody has something to do with it. It's inside. They had an agenda for it. So if something does hit California, then that meant it was some type of agenda for it. So I don't want to be the one to say no, and then something happens. So I don't know. I don't think so though. But who knows what they got planned, right? So, all right. Go ahead, Akiyama. What's another one? Yeah, exactly. Ain't nothing intercepted. Ain't nothing. Oh, please. Somebody told you wrong. Y'all boo the fool if you think America's that soft. Like we shoot stuff down. They could find they find this dudes in a just like they can't find what's her name, Guthrie, the lady. The devil's a lie. They could find me. I bet you if it was me, they'd have found me in a minute. They found Saddam Hussein in a doggone in a cereal box. He was crawled up in a cereal box. I'm not laughing at it, but I mean, come on, bro. That's when they piss on your leg, tell you it's raining. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What's the next one?
The next one is from Hawa. They ask, why do they have 800 bases in the world? And I think they're referring to America.
Oh, 800 like Navy bases, like Army bases?
Yes.
Because they prepared for America is like, America is the America is like, as long as I be ready, stay ready, I ain't got to get ready. So they're going to have more. Because America been preparing. This is why it's the daughter of Babylon. This the head. And that's what it's fighting for. Who's going to be the head of this new world order, the serpent? And so America been preparing this forever. So when everybody was asleep playing Dixie sticks with their fingers, thinking they doing something with their little stuff, America was strategically playing chess. America was monopolizing the chessboard and filling every section of the chessboard with cameras and so I can identify them. So they're going to probably have 800 more. And if they got 800, they probably got more than that because they're very strategic and tactician-like. So if they're showing us they got, 800, they probably got 1,500. And they're only showing you the 800 they got. So whatever they show you, believe me, whenever they tell us something and show something, that meant they leagues ahead of it too. That's another thing. Whenever they show us some technology, that meant they way more advanced. Whenever they show us like they clone, like when they show us like we cloned the dog and we got whole people walk around. We got so many people walk around here that you understand? They've been opening portals and stuff, right? Because they getting that fallen angel technology, man. That's why America's little Babylon, little Egypt, right? Little Babylon, Egypt. That's why they got all, the pyramids and all that, right? Because it's the same fallen angel Anunnaki stuff, spirit. And yeah, it's no joke. Everything's spiritual warfare. Go ahead. Is there another one, Hakiyama?
Okay, sorry. We have 3 more. This next one is from Little Govern.
Okay.
He says, but with all that petrol, why would Iran need atomic energy? It makes no sense. The commission providing there was a multination too.
So the reason why they need atomic energy is because petrol is not going to protect you for nothing. That's just you can create you can create stuff with it, right? You can build, you create energy, it's monetary, you can make money, but nuclear, the reason why they need nuclear is because that's what is it's like your gun. Let me explain. It's like, let's say if we're in a city together and all of us, it's a city of us, a village, and it's 100 of us. And out of everybody in the village, we all got guns. I'm talking about AK-47s and all type of submachine guns, and we got ammunition with clips strapped around your your body like Rambo, and everybody got all type of military guns and everything, and all you got is a rubber band, right? And you're trying to make like a slingshot, right? Now, if the Most High is behind you like Dayad and Goliath, then that'll work, right? Because the Most High is fighting your battle. But what I'm saying is, it's like you can't protect your house because everybody got guns. So you might have your wife and children in there, right? So if these people decide to just run down on your house, somebody run in, and all you got is a rubber band, then what are you going to do? You see? So that's why they need nuclear armament. It has nothing to do with the oil. Now they need oil too, because they need oil is energy to help produce with the minerals and stuff. So it's like things of the ingredients of a recipe, right? So, and then oil is, it's black, it's liquid gold. Oil is black gold, right? So it's remember, oil is an element as well from the earth. It's Earth's element. Oil, gold, Coltrane, cobalt, right? Platinum, all these things, silver. So they use these things to make they stuff, right? So the oil is not for the what you call it, the nuclear stuff is for so they can protect, so they can protect themselves. Because if you don't have it, then one of these kingdoms will just own you. You can't protect yourself. If you don't have nuclear, then you really don't run your country. Let me explain. Whatever country does not have nuclear armaments, they're under another country. You're under either China, Russia, United States. Otherwise, you're just going to be victimized. You're going to own it's a prison yard. You calling somebody daddy. That, I'm sorry to make it a joke like that, but I'm trying to make you see I can understand, right? So this is how kingdoms work too. So back in the days, it wasn't nuclear. So let's say if we go back 1,000 years ago, it wasn't no nuclear. Back then, what did they want? Like chariots at one time, spears and bows, right? At one time, clubs. When they started smelting during the Iron Age, right? You might have javelins and spears and swords, and right? And like in ancient Rome, it used to cost a lot of money to have the breastplate and the armor. Oh, shout out to France. Shout out to what's her name? I can't. Check and sis. Hopefully I said that right. Shout out to France in the building. Shout out to Europe in the building. All right, now, so back in the days, right? And so through all different times, it's different armaments, right? Different warfare. She says, I'm from France. Okay. It's different armaments. So we're in the age now of nuclear age. That's how you know we're in the end times too, right? Because we're at the age, there was never a time where we had an armament that can wipe the whole world out. That's how you know we're in the end time. Remember, a day is like 1,000 years to the Most High. So we've been in this end time for a little second, but now we getting into the thick of this end time. We're kind of deep in, right? So that's why that's another marker to know we are really in the end time, because we have armaments, right, that can just wipe the whole entire planet. So they need, as a nation state, you need that armament that makes you a big dog on the yard. You see what I mean? It makes you be a man, like I got my own on the yard, because nobody can really mess with you if you have the power to wipe the whole world, right? If I can wipe the whole world and you can wipe the whole world, then we gotta call a truce. But if I can wipe the whole world and you can wipe the whole world and he can wipe the whole world, and the only thing you got is a cap gun, then you screwed. Then they could come bully you. They can take what you got, right? You can't defend yourself, all right? Praise the Most High. That's why they want to have nuclear armaments, and rightfully so. I would too. If I was a nation state, like these other ones, I would be doing everything I can. I'll be up there with uranium. I'll be rubbing sticks together. I'm going to get me some nuclear because ain't nobody about to come in here and be trying to diddy me and my family, my country, right? So that's why. And then these other empires want to make sure nobody else gets the nuclear, right? Because they want to be the running, it's the only us. That's why North Korea did a smart move. North Korea made their nuclear without nobody knowing and just popped on the scene and started blowing up, showed it. They did an experiment, they did a test and blew it up. And that's when the world like, hold up, what? Who got? And then they blew up another one. They were like, oh, North Korea. They was like, welcome, we in the club. We in the big dogs. And now North Korea is safe. So you're not safe unless you can protect your own. Unless you get with the Most High, right? The Most High cover and protect you. But these nations, these kingdoms are not coming under the Most High. All right. Go ahead, Akiyama. You got another one? She said it's in your pocket. That's hilarious. She said the bullet's in your pocket. All right.
Okay, sorry. I'm here.
Okay.
The next one is from Mumu. Mumu asks, why do other countries need permission to have nuclear weapons?
I just explained it. Because they don't want you to get it. Because if you get it, then they can't bully you. Meaning, if every country, first of all, it's too dangerous. So let's say if every country had nuclear weapons, right? And then you got some crazy country, right? One of these, I don't know, Uzbekistan or something, right? And it's this little country with only 100,000 people, right? 500,000 people. And they ain't playing with a whole deck, right? You don't want them to have an opportunity to end the whole world from some. So the military powers like Russia, China, they're trying to make sure that only kind of responsible people have the access to it, not someone who's going to go off on the deep end and be ready to end the whole world. Because if everyone, you could just, right? Because if someone set it off, then another one set it off, it's going to be over. So to not end the whole world, we got to make sure it can't get into the wrong hands. So though, yes, it gives you leverage and power. So those who have it, so it's a myriad of reasons. We don't want nobody that, like, I don't think I want Iran to have it. You know what I mean? I don't know why I think that, but I don't know, bro. Something just, I'm like, I don't know. You know why? Because some of these countries, they be doing, like these Muslim countries, they be doing those suicide missions, right? So what if they decide like, well, we're just going to they're going to say, what they say, Hababa Allah. And we just, right? No disrespect to anybody serving that culture, right? I'm just saying, they be like, and they were going to end the whole world. And the whole world is going to Allah. Like the devil's a lie. You go to Allah by yourself. You know what I mean? I don't even serve your God. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely not okay with some of those crazy Muslim countries because, they'll strap a bomb to themselves in a minute, right? We ain't built like that in the West, in America. We, I don't see nobody going to talk about, all right, I'm going to strap a bomb and go. We ain't that tough. They tough. That's real tough. That's when we punk out. We like, strap a bomb. Americans is tough, but we'll punk out in a minute. America's crazy. Americans, we tough until they like, strap a bomb? Who want to strap a bomb? To who? You like, strap a bomb to you? I don't know who you talk about. Right? We be like, who you talking to? You trying to send me on a suicide mission? Who? Who going on a suicide mission? But their country, they don't care. They'll be like, what they say, Allahu Akbar, right? They'll be like, and they'll take a whole building down, right? So you don't want, I don't think you want that nuclear arms in just anybody's hand, okay? But we know how it's going to play out, right? So The Most High, praise the Most High for covering us all. This world wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for all of us, the righteous remnant. Us who are here and others around the world who are trying to be righteous in this dark second world. That's the only reason why this world's still alive, is because the prophecies have to play out, and his children who love him, his children who seek his face. We ain't perfect, but we love our Father, right? And we're trying to do right by our Father. And that's why nations, you got even nations that are blessed because of the presence of the children of the Most High in those nations. But people don't really understand spiritual warfare. That's because people don't really know the relationship with the Father. It's a beautiful thing once you really become one with it. That's the saying of believe, of the belief. And that's why I even respect these dark dudes. They believe in their God. That's why they'll strap a bomb. But our Father don't call us to do that, But they'll do it in belief of their God. I mean, I respect that. Anybody lukewarm and gray area. Nah. I ain't gonna strap no bomb, but I'm dying for my Father. I'm dying in spirit and truth. But my Father don't cause us to do that. That's not our creator. He don't call us to do that. You know what I mean? But I'm not taking no mark of no beast, right? I won't be buying and selling. I won't be eating. I will be whatever the Most High's will be done over me. It'll be done. But I'm dying for my Father. I'm dying for righteousness. I ain't taking nothing. Just like I ain't take no Jim Joe's jab juice when it was here. All right. So is there another one, Hakiyama? It's 4 o'clock.
I got 2 more.
Go ahead.
This next one is from Mumu also. They say a day is 1,000 years to the Most High? ?
Yes, that's Bible. So according to the Most High, and we can do a whole separate lesson on that. A lot of people think, biblical scholars, archaeologists, historians, scholars of sorts, they think that we're like in day, what they call this, day 7 or day 6, right? 6,000 years or something that we've been, right? But yeah, a day in the Bible, a day to us, 1,000 years is like 1 day to him. So we're here in a blip. So what we see as a long period of time is nothing but a second to the Father, right? All of it is, so none of us live to be 1 day. And that was prophesied from the curse of Adam and Eve when their transgression. And Adam and Eve never lived to reach 1 day, because Adam lived to be 900 and I think 70 or something like that. I forgot, right? And that's not 1 day. 1 day will be 1,000 years. And the Most High told him, if you transgress either this, you will surely die. And he never lived the day out. See, most people don't know that in the scripture. That in the garden, when he said, if you eat from that tree, you shall surely die. He did die. He never lived 1 day. He didn't finish the day out. Okay? That's scripture. And no man has lived over 1,000 years, even when they used to live long. And then the time, the age got cut short from our continual sin and transgression. Wow, that's dope. Who that? Mumu said you lived in those places? Yeah, Mumu. I used to live in Libya, Iraq, Syria, but they do not believe in that stuff. I used to think the same. Well, that's good. I like to meet people who actually live there, because, we get, what you call that? We get agenderized sayings and teachings. But I know they have some in the Muslim countries who live that, Sharia law, right? I know that's a fact. But what you're saying is the majority don't believe in that stuff, right? That's why I even say, because I'm not religious, right? I'm a relationship. And I agree. If your creator who you following, Mumu, is righteous and tell you to live righteous, humble, meek, love your neighbor, yourself, and all that, then you're right. We do serve the same creator. We might call him a different name because there's different dialects, different tongues. It's been like that all through antiquity. And I used to be thinking you gotta call him this and you gotta do this but that was at that point of my election. But now I'm more grown in spirit, that the Most High has me looking at the children's fruit, because you could call them the same name as me, but you be a whole Epstein devil and believe it like these, like, you know, like the Israelites cursing people out with the Bible, right? They be out there cussing and your mother effer, what? Talking about we are the people of the book and we will mother effer and you're going to do this. And the other one's talking about they're going to have little girls, sexing little girls in the kingdom. Like, what the crap? But they called it the same name. Like, whoa, what the? Yeah, you know them by their fruit, bro. Yeah, I'm past that. So yeah, I agree. So now I look for the fruit of the person, fruits of the spirit. And then I can see my Father in the individual. He might speak a different dialect, a different tongue, right? Most people don't even know in the original Habariyah tongue, Aliyah is what he's called. That's what they transliterate that to Elohim, Alayam, Elohim. That was Canaanite. It was Alayam in the singularity of the Most High's position. He's the Alayah, right? And in the Canaanite Hebrew, they says Eloah, E-L-O-A-H, and Elohim. That's Canaanite Hebrew. Ain't no Elo nothing in Hebrew, Habariyah. It's in Canaanite Hebrew, though. But Habariyah, he's an Alayah, and they're the Alayam, the heavenly council. So that's why it's so close to Ishmael's Allah, right? It's close because Ishmael's our cousins, right? That's Isaac's brother. So the Ishmaelite religion. Now Ishmael's a wild man, so he'll start to serve many gods. So you really got to know the texture in scripture. That's why you have to rightly divide and look for the fruit of the individual, right? And I got some people who get offended by that. You got to be very careful with that. Look for the fruit of every individual, all right? No matter what language they speak, look for what they live, their fruit. Don't look for what they say. Look for what they do. Look for what they do. Yes, it's similar because Ishmael and Isaac were brothers, right? And so a lot of the Ishmaelite culture is symbolic to the Joshua Israelite culture as well. That's why they wear head wraps and all that stuff like that, right? So it's just that some went too far, started worshiping rats and cows and, right? It's like Israelites went too far, started worshiping, right? Tribe of Dan, worshiping. Some people become religious. But anyway, go ahead, Hakim. We got another one? Then I'm going to close. Yep, that's correct. Who said that? Swagger like us? You're 100% correct. Enlil, Enki, that's when you talk about ancient Sumer. Now that's you just went back to the real foundation. Enlil, Enki, that's Sumer, ancient Mesopotamian gods, right? You went back to the real, and most people don't know that's what they're calling on. Go ahead, Hakima, did you have another one?
I got two more.
Go ahead.
This first one is from...
He said, hold on, let me get this. He said, how is the image about Allah posted on social media true? I don't follow nobody's image or none of that. I don't even follow these guys like that. So what I'm saying to the brother, I don't know if it's a brother, Solution Sigan. What I'm saying is, no matter what a person call on, right? So you can have a person that says, I call on God or the Lord. You have another person that says, I call on Yah. You have another person that says, I call on Yahuwah. Another person says, I call on Yahweh. Another person says, I call on Yahweh. Another person says, I call on Yahweh Wavhe. Another person that says, I call on Allah. Another person that might say another tongue that we don't speak the language, Higabakabaku, right? They call them, right? So different gods and different tongues. What I'm saying is, no matter what an individual from a culture is calling on, look at what they're living versus whatever they're calling on. Look at their fruit. Is this God, whatever name they calling on, right? Because you got, look, Pastor Jamal Bryant, right? You got T.D. Jakes. They call on God, right? Jamal Bryant got a whole penis in his, Sorry. That dude, he rubs me the wrong way. These pastors with they diddy stuff and making all this money and they get all these positions in Babylon. They ain't doing nothing but ushering the people into hell in a handbasket, right? And they call on God and talk about they love Jesus and they, right? So same thing, right? So let's say if someone's calling on Allah, but he's trying to sleep with little girls in Sharia law and trying to do this wicked stuff and that wicked stuff, it ain't no different from someone calling on God and trying to sleep with little girls and diddying and doing wicked stuff. And no, same thing, somebody calling on, what's his name? What's his name? Gorilla Hebrew in the Israelite. He was calling on Yahweh, Bahashim, Yahweh Shah and all that, getting cucked and booty and doing it, right? So you can miss me. You got to see the fruit in each individual and see whatever they're serving. Is it righteous? Is it holy? Is it loving? Is it kind? Is it compassion? Does the attributes of your Father, your Creator, whatever you call him, is that? Oh, so Yahweh is a Ugarit. I can explain that to you. That's a good one because and for those who calling on it, don't get offended. Just study to show yourself approved and always keep looking and searching. You'll find out what I'm saying. And it's all over the internet. Google it, it's everywhere. Now, Yahweh, the ancestors Yahweh is when our ancestors started to go into Ugarit. So when I say ancestors, because I believe I descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So the Israelites in the Bible, they always seeked after another God of other nations, just like they always wanted a king. They always weren't satisfied with the Most High, their creator. So they always, it's like the Joneses, they was always coveting after someone else's stuff. So they want, if the ancient Assyrians, they serving, whatever, Tamira or Tamara or with the Il Nana or something, they want to serve the Il Nana, right? And so what they would do, King, I think this is a dude. What they would do, let me know if you're not a dude. I apologize if you're not. What they would do is they would always cover after each of these other kingdoms, religion, and gods. And so what they would do is they would mix their seed. When the Most High told us don't do it, they would start to mix the Hebrew culture from their God with these gods. So they would marry and mix gods, right? And make a polygynous thing. So they would, I said polygyny, polytheistic thing. So they would, so that's what they did in Ugarit, right? So in Ugarit, they took that God, the El God, right? So they mixed El from the what's their name? Well, that's Ugarit, from the Akkadian, right? The Akkadian Ugarishan God, and they mixed Yah with their God, with Elion, their God, and they take on the vowel sounds, the tongue. So Yahweh became Yahweh. Yahweh became Yahweh. There's no way sound. That's a vowel sound. Way, right? There's only an ah sound, right? So they mix their Hebrew God with the Ugarishan fallen angel Anunnaki God. And that's where they got this God Yahweh from, okay? So that's why, and they call it a Canaanite God, because Ugarit it's a Amalekite and Amorite mixture, right? From the Amalekites and the Amorites, where the Akkadians come from. Babylon is Amorite too. The Babylonian Talmud is an Amorite God kingdoms that they worship. So that Yahweh is a Canaanite Hebrew. That's what that God is, all right? And then, so it's all these different ones, right? So, and it offends people because they don't understand the linguistics of the tongue and the cultures of the history of the people, and as they went to serve other gods. And the Hebrew the Israelite ancestors served every god, everywhere they went. They became Babylonians, they became Assyrians, they became Persians, they became Ugarit, they became Akkadian, they became Amorite, they became Phoenician, and they changed the name of their God from, that's where you get all these Yah-Uwa, Yah-Owa, Yah-Oshua, Yah-O-E, Osha, Yahweh, Yohe-Wah-Hey, Yahweh-Di. You get all these different dialects. That's all Canaanite Hebrew. Whenever you got a vowel sound, that is not pictograph original Habariyah Hebrew. Habariyah is what it's called. It's not Hebrew, but I'm speaking it so y'all can understand what that means. So anyway, so Yahweh, and Yahweh became one of the biggest ones because it was one of the later ones, right? Ugarit. So it kind of, and then it crossed over because they spread Yahweh far from the Ugarit kingdom, even into, it went all the way into the Phoenicians and stuff after. All right, go ahead, Hakama. You was asking one when I answered his. Shout out to Cookie in the building. Ooh, it's 6.5 hours. It's still almost 200 people. I'm gonna do like one. We're gonna do these two. What's just two more, Hakiyama? Then I'm gonna close. I know you're tired.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna do these two and then we'll close because we did almost 7 hours. All right.
The
Go
next
ahead.
one is from Check Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
They say, why do so many people agree with the colonizer systems?
Why do so many people agree with the colonizer? Because the world is sin and transgression because of the flesh. So the world is not righteous. So we were born in sin and iniquity, right? So it's going to be only a remnant, like 2/3 will perish. So that's biblical, right? So if 2/3 are going to transgress and perish, then that means 2/3 of the earth is going to be wicked. So the righteous is going to be the third, a remnant. So it's a small amount. So everybody else is going to be in covenant with all the darkness of the world, and they will perish for it. It's just biblical. So it's a remnant, and you got to seek out the righteous remnant. We are called to be the righteous remnant in this dark second world. So that's why they give themselves over to it, because it pleases the flesh to serve the darkness. It's pleasing to the flesh. It's easier too. It's easier. Ain't it easier to do sin than it is to be righteous? It's easier. You get a lot more. You get a lot further in your transgression. It's easier to sin than it is. It's easier to say yes to some sin than it is to say no, right? Like let's say you're trying to kick. You're trying to lose weight and you're trying to diet, right? It's easier to eat the food than it is to deny your flesh, right? Your stomach starts to growl and you really got to get strong and fight. But to say yes to it don't take nothing, right? Because the flesh is already wicked. It's already evil. It already wants you to sin, right? The flesh is one with sin. So it's driving you to sin. So that's why it's always easier to do the wrong thing than it is the right thing in the second dark world. Go ahead, Akiyama. What's the last one?
This one is from Jeremy. Okay. Jeremy asks, Diaspora, how will you know your brother?
Say that. I can't hear you. Say it a little clearer.
Jeremy asks, Diaspora, how will you know your brother?
Diaspora? Can you spell it? That's his name?
No, Jeremy.
Right, but I can't.
Diaspora.
Thank you. Yahakanan told me. The diaspora. Okay. That's how you say that word, Hakiyama. Oh, so he says, so in the diaspora, how will you know your brother? By their fruit. Jeremy, don't look for just because someone come in the name of the Father, Yah. Don't look for them having, even a sister having a head wrap. Don't look for the brother with the big staff looking like Moses or the big beard. Don't look for the white linen suit. Don't look for, because they got the Hebrews, right? That don't mean he your brother. Now, that could mean that he might be your brother, but the only way you're going to know is to observe his fruit. So just don't receive people. You keep people at a distance until you get time. discerning fruit takes time. It's not a one-time thing, unless soon as you see him, you see wickedness, right? Again, so I'm glad he caught. Thank you, Father. It could take time if the person is not denoting no wicked behavior, right? It's called discerning the spirit, right? So, but sometimes you can see it right off the rip, right? So it's like when I come, yeah, you know them by their works, facts. When I come amongst somebody, like if I go amongst the Israelites, I did that before when I first awakened, long time ago, years and years, and I'm like, these dudes is wicked, bro. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, that is not my brother. That is not I don't care what you call yourself. You know, you can call me Aki. That's back, yo, Aki. I'm like, yeah, Aki, I'm out of here. Because y'all is wicked is what wicked does. And sometimes you can see it off the rip, or sometimes you can feel people's energy is dark, right? Just that's your discernment. Your discernment, you can feel someone's spirit is just dark. You know what I mean? You're like, whoa, my goodness. Okay, I will pass on that, right? You might be peace and blessings to you while I'm on my way out, right? No, I'm good. You know what I mean? You know, I brother be like, yo, brother, can I get the number? Let me get you. No, yeah, my phone dead. Or I'll be like 435-7624, and then they look like they on their phone trying to call. No, don't call it. Like, bro, they're not me. Say I'm wrong. I'll be like, listen, bro, I'm not trying to give out my number, bro. I'm like, well, what's wrong? Don't make me hurt your feelings, bro. I'm just not feeling, because everybody, we're not gonna be on the same equally yoked to everyone. That's another spiritual lesson. Don't think that you have to have everyone in your life closely, right? There are some people that you will spiritually align with more than another. It doesn't mean they have to be dark or anything. Some people will be your brothers and sisters at kind of a distance, right? We live again Monday about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Cookie. So we so you have to understand, so people get themselves in spiritual trouble when they think that they gotta everybody be in their life. Less is more, right? So you have to discern out who you're more equally yoked with, right? And then you discern out the different quirks and nuances in the individuals to make sure that so you just can't, be, everybody ain't just gonna be that close to you. It doesn't mean you still not my brother or sister if you're righteous. It just means we just don't resonate like that. And that's okay, because each of us have individual walks and purposes, individuals, all right? About 9:15, right? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Eastern Standard Time, like New York time, 9:15 p.m., right? Because it's usually, I'm supposed to start at 9, but they be giving me spiritual warfare trouble. So I make an allotment, usually 9:10, 9:05, sometimes 9:15, because I'm always been to spiritual attacks, right? So I'll be trying to start live, and then they'll make me restart my computer, and then they won't allow me to log in. Then my internet will be, it's just crazy. So I got to leave allotment. All right. So yes, about 9:30 Eastern New York Standard Time, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. All right. So yeah, that's another thing, because that bothers some people. So people ask me, hey, like, I'm like, no, just because you're not going to resonate with everyone equally yoked like that, right? It doesn't mean, like, so we have a lot in our ministry, right? It's like 60-something people all over the world. Some might be a little closer than others, but we all love one another, you see? But some might, this one might bond with this one a little more than another one, but we all come together. Our Bible says we love one another. We one, right? A lot of them are here right now, moderators and stuff, right? So you have to understand that in your walk and in your life, that everyone ain't in your life to be there forever, right? Some people are there for a season, just for a time, or to complete a task, or to get you to learn something. Thank you, Swagger Like Us, right? So you have to allow, like water, mayam, fluid. That's water. They call it men in the Canaanite Hebrew. It's mayam. You have to stay fluid, like water, and understand that some people can come and go and everything, but I just stay righteous. You understand? Yeah, that's our family. That's the ministry. All right? And yeah, praise the Most High. I think, what was that question, Akiyama? I think I answered. I don't remember. What was that question?
The question was,
Oh, the diaspora. I remember. How can we identify in the diaspora? By their fruit. You're looking for, oh, I didn't know you were still here, TLSS creator. Yeah, we read the book of Enoch. We read this apocryphal text. We do on our Tuesday studies and break it down, the discern, because you got to rightly divide the scriptures, because everything in scripts they added to and took away. So the Holy Spirit brings all things. So we unlock the mysteries. Yeah, we read the apocryphal text. They took the guts out of history book. Absolutely. So shout out Josie Wells. So yeah. So we identify your brother and sister in the diaspora and outside of that too, because I also want y'all to also understand. Now y'all listen clearly. Don't neglect the stranger. The Most High calls, because he said diaspora, so I'm identifying that. So a lot of the religious and Israelite teaching would have you reject the other nations. We are called, the Most High set apart a children descended from Abraham, so that they can be the light to the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people on earth, and bring them back to the Father. But the trauma and these Israelite stuff make you go against your scripture. That's how we got ourselves cursed in the first place. Y'all listen clearly. Y'all got to heal from that trauma and understand you're called to be a light to every nation, a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Do you understand? They trying to get you in your trauma and have you rejecting. You're not fulfilling the purpose. You think he just have us because you call yourself a kingdom of priests. Well, who you priesting to? Each other? All right? They says, who's going to stand before the Messiah in the book of Revelation? A remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah clothed in white linen. How they going to get there? There's 12 gates to get into the kingdom. How they going to get there if you don't receive them, if you reject them? And you know them. That's what I said. Same way that you detect your brother and sister in the diaspora is the same way you can detect the Most High's children, which will become your brother and sister. He who keeps my Father's commandments, that's the Messiah said, is my brother, sister, mother, father, right? Not relative. He will keep. That's the same way you're going to discern between the other nations who is your brother and sister and Yah and the Father. Okay? Same discernment by their fruit. All right? We got people of every nation, kindred, tongue. People been with me since they was young teenagers, got married, children in our ministry, everything. All right? Facts. The real wisdom, not trauma teaching that got our ancestors cursed doing that same crap. Same stuff. He came to the house of the lost sheep of Yasharal first. Why? For them to awaken, take their position, lower themselves, repent, refine themselves, lower themselves, become meek, get steady so they can go forth and make a what? Disciples, all right? They can go forth and teach the kingdom of the Most High is at hand and salvation and bring the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue to the Father. Go forth. Don't reject. Everything through the scripture, he says, I got law, and don't forget the stranger. One for you and one for the stranger, the sojourner, one amongst you. One for you and another one for this. And they shall be grafted in as a blood-born Yahshua. This is all through the scripture, but they teaching you trauma. Heal from the trauma, children of the Most High. You can't go forth and be the image of the Messiah and be the image of our Father if you're in trauma. And you're in racism because of the sins that your ancestors did, that the Most High sent the people that ain't a people to punish you. You mad at the belt. You want to be mad at somebody? Be mad at your ancestors. And stop following these Hamites with this African, what you call it, spiritual ancestor worship. Worshiping the dead. That's who got you in this mess. You understand? Heal from the trauma. Heal so you could be the light on the earth. Because they will come and they will receive you. We are to serve. And therefore, in our servitude, they will be willing to serve us. That's the each one, teach one, reach one. You understand? They can't get through the kingdom unless they come through one of the 12 gates. How they going to get there if you don't? It's Bible. This is the house of healing. The Messiah said, I don't come to the well, I go to the sick. He said, I don't, to heal those who are, what do you say, the healthy, they don't need a healing or something. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I'm butchering that, but y'all know. Go find, read it in your Bible. He's like, the Messiah, I come to those to the sick. They need the healing. So you got to heal. This is the house of healing. A lot of us have the trauma from the slavery, the prejudice, the Jim Crow, all that stuff. But you have to heal, children of the Most High, so that you can be the light or the image of the Father on earth. And you won't reject his children because they are not of that fold. The Most High said, I have children which are not of this fold. Those are his children. Even the animals are his children. The earth and the fullness thereof. The plants, all of it. Take your election, your anointing. But you can if you're traumatized. And these people out there teaching trauma, teaching worship of the flesh. We're the people of the book, and we're the greatest thing, and everything. And you're in sin and transgression. He who was raised will be lowered. You heard? Yeah, that's where it starts. You're blaming the belt for the whooping. The Most High he said, I'm going to send you to a land. He said, I'm going to send you to a land which your fathers have never known. The land that worship the eagle and the flying knee and send you amongst a people that ain't a people. Now, let me explain something to you. Those weren't just whites. Blacks ain't going to slavery just from no whites. Ham sold us unto Europe and stuff. Hamites, Africans, blacks gathered their stuff. You understand? You better understand the curses of so-called blacks. You better understand. Heal with your trauma. Serpent seed ain't just white. Serpent seed is black, white, brown, yellow, shape shift, Nephilim-like, reptilian, all type of stuff. They shape shift. Facts. You got all these Amalekites, the Canaanites was black. Horites was, now then you had the tall whites, now you have, so you got to go back in ancient history to understand. Stop rejecting people, you know them by their fruit. How do I know my brother and sister? By observing their walk, their fruit, their heart, their posture, their love of the Father, their repentance, their responsibility to righteousness in the Father. You'll know them. If you can't tell right away, just give it time. You'll learn discernment. You see them, you know them by their fruit. That's it. You won't know them no other way. You know them by their fruit. Not what they say, not what they wearing, what they are living. That's why I always say we don't just read the Bible, we live the word. That's what we do in this house. That's why everybody, reason why y'all respect and love the moderator so much, because we all live the word. We've been trained in this house, in this ministry. So everything that we're doing, we've been living this for years. So it's not fake, it's not made up. That's why y'all feel the acceptance and the love and the presence from all the brothers and sisters, even for those who don't have a wrench. They in our ministry and stuff. All right? And they welcome you all with love and respect and kindness, meek, humble, humility. How can we serve you? And that's what we do together. Ahayad, that's oneness. We one with the Father. He and me, I and you, the Messiah in us, the Holy Spirit, oneness with the Father. That's Ahayad. In the image of the Father on earth. And you'll know that it doesn't matter. That's why when people say, what do y'all believe in? We are children of the Most High. and we believe in his righteous sake, and we believe in loving our neighbors, I love ourselves, and we believe in, you understand? We believe in righteousness, and we receive you of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, and we're trying to lead you to righteousness for salvation's sake. Lead you to the creator of all things. Now, I don't know what you call them wherever you come from, but I'll know you by your fruit. If I'm amongst you long enough, I'll see it. Oh, they love my Father. They might call him God. They might call him Lord. They might call him Yah. They might call him Yahweh. They might call him Yahuwah. They might call him, right? I'm like, but they love the Father. I can see my Father in you. And that's what we look for in any individual. Don't really worry about, because it'll be those who don't even speak your tongue. You know, somebody praise the Most High for growth and development in the spirit. All right. All right, we've been going for about 7 hours. I got to close out. Shout out to Sister Dana Brown. May the Most High bless and cover you all. We live again Monday. I don't know what I'm going to bring out, but it's going to be good. Praise the Most High. It's always good because it's his will. Tonight was Epstein. Oh, I didn't even do that. I had the Epstein Files. Okay. Epstein, Iran, Michael Jordan, and Trump. Oil, power, and prophecy exposed. Okay. And Dana came to be a troll at the very end. That's hilarious. Hasatan sent the agent at the very end. I hope not. But may the Most High bless and cover you as you all walk, being a light on earth, being a light in this darkness. We all of us here on this live. It was about 200 of us or more all night, even to the late night, right? And that's an amazing thing from all over the world. And the Most High allow us all to come together. Understand? We've never met each other, but we are his children, and in us is the light of the Father. So we identify. That's why we feel welcomed, and that's why you feel a presence of, that's why a lot of people are like, I'm so glad I found this, right? It's a light in this dark YouTube world, right? You're like, and the Most High allowed y'all to find us, okay? Shout out Brother Leonard, all right? He said they mad you exposed their jerky Epstein habit. I know that's right, Leonard, right? So may you go forth and be the light, guys, as you go forth in your day. Oh, it's the Shabbat, it's the 7th day. So for those, have a blessed day tomorrow. A lot of y'all have the day off for y'all because y'all don't got to work. And may you go forth and be more righteous and forgive and catch yourself when you're going to transgress. When the person cuts you off in the car, don't give them the middle finger. Try not to curse them out. Try to bridle the tongue. Just work on yourself. And like any muscle, you'll get stronger in your righteousness, right? Shout out to Sister Jen, to TOS Creator, and everybody who stayed with us, Josie Wells, and all the newer people who caught us. And we thank the Most High for this lesson tonight. Thank you, Father, for bringing us all together from all over the world. Thank you for this end time, bringing your children together to sup and grow in your presence so we can be the light in this darkness, so we can all start to learn and mold ourselves to be more of your image on earth, so we can go forth and protect the meek, the innocents, right? The babies, the elders, the children, the widows, the boys, the girls, the just anybody who needs a love and protection and guidance. May you strengthen us and send your angels, your Malachites, your heavenly hosts, your Sabayahs to continue to lead and guide us as we reflect your image on earth. May we continue to have your grace of repentance, Father. May you continue to heal us in our walk, in our everyday life and struggles. May we be a living example of your image on earth and be pleasing unto you. May we decrease so that you can be increased, so that when others see us, they see your image, your reflected image, what you created us to be like. We love you, Father, and we thank you for all that you've done for us. We thank you for bringing us together, and we just thank you for choosing us to be your children. We thank you for your Ahaba Yah, your love, and we love you. And we say, Aman Yah, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Shalayah, Selah, Father. Praise your holy name in your rightful order. Everybody on this live stream, I love y'all all with the love of the Father, and y'all go forth and be the light in this darkness. We live again Monday, about 9:10, 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. Y'all see the thumbnail will be live. Y'all come on in, and the Father have a word. Praise His holy name, His rightful order. May the Most High bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Tamayah, for your presence. Thank you, Yashi Yaha, for your presence. Thank you to all the ministry for welcoming everybody new and your covering and your presence and being my brothers and sisters. And thank you, everybody new, the children of the Most High, for being so respectful and kind and loving. May the Most High bless you as you go forth in your day. All right. Everybody have a good rest. And for those who just waking up, have a beautiful day. Right? Tomorrow is 4 o'clock, almost 5 o'clock in the morning for me. May the Most High cover and bless you all from the house of Yah to you all. Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings. Shabbat, Sabbath day, Shalom, peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent His Son, a sacrifice, to show how much He loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.